Season 5 of Game of Thrones was the last season that actually tried to adapt the books. So this video will show you what happened in the books and get you fully ready for the 11 released Winds of Winter chapters. All you need to know to get started is that this video takes place roughly halfway through A Dance with Dragons and A Feast for Crows, which is about halfway through Season 5 of the show. Daenerys has just agreed to marry his star. Tyrion and Jorah are on a ship going to meet Daenerys. Cersei is ruling King's Landing. Stannis has begun his march on Winterfell. Jaime is also marching towards Riverrun with a Lannister army. Theon is still Ramsay's plaything. Sansa is in the Vale. Arya is in the House of Black and White. Davos is trying to rally the North for Stannis the same way he did for Jon in Season 6, but has been taken prisoner by House Manderly. And Jon has decided to save the wildlings. Let's begin. Chapter 28 has Jon send Alliser Thorne out with Tywin and one other man to range beyond the wall. Thorne believes that Jon is sending him out to die, though Tywin mockingly says that they will teach him to be a true ranger. Thorne tells Jon that he will not refuse and give him the pleasure of cutting his head off as he did with Janos Slynt. Thorne warns Jon that men killed by the others still remember and he will come back if he is killed by one. Jon thinks to himself that he hopes Alliser Thorne does come back, alive, as he is still a brother in the Night's Watch. Jon is also sending out two other rangings, one led by Black Jack Bolwer and another by Kedge Whiteeye. Jon descends the wall with Dolorous Edd, noting that he is receiving messages of need for more men from his commanders, as more sightings of wildlings are being reported. He wonders where he is to find more men. He sees Iron Emmett in the yard and asks to spar with 3 of his best men, telling them all to come at him at the same time. Rattleshirt sees them and tells Jon that he should fight a man and not boys, and they begin to spar. Rattleshirt is getting the best of him, despite fighting with a larger greatsword and no shield. Eventually, they lose their swords, roll, and the fight ends with Rattleshirt on top. He is dragged off, and Jon remarks that Rattleshirt fought well. This scene points to the possibility that Mance Rayder might be Sir Arthur Dayne. A raven arrives with a message that Jon's half-sister Arya is to marry Ramsay Bolton. The others ask how old his sister is, and he replies that she is 11 and that he has no sisters, only brothers in the Night's Watch. Jon later remembers his sister and the sword needle he once gave to her, wondering if she still has it. He goes for a walk and sees Melisandre, though at first he believes her to be Ygritte. Melisandre tells him that he should not worry over the matters of the heart, and that she sees that his sister will flee this marriage and ride towards them on a dying horse. She also foresees that 3 of the rangers sent out will die and come back eyeless. As she is leaving, she tells him that when the dead men return, he should take her hand and she will save Arya. Chapter 29. Davos is still imprisoned in the Wolf's Den, is awaiting his death and hopes that he will at least die honorably. He passes his time chatting to the guards, gaining a few favors in the form of candles, books, paper, and a quill, as well as learning a little more about the general history of the North. Davos writes a few letters to his sons to be delivered upon his death. It is then that Robert Glover appears at his door and politely asks him to follow. Davos is wary, but ultimately follows. He is led through secret hallways going in different directions, passing the Old God's Wood on the way. Eventually, they end up in a room of the new castle where Lord Wyman Manderly is waiting. Davos declines the offers of food and wine. Lord Wyman, though, apologizes for his poor treatment of Davos. Wyman tells him that they must talk fast, as the Freys wait above, and Davos can hear the sound of music and chatter above. Lord Wyman says that they must act quickly, for Davos is dead, and his head sits upon the seal gate. A criminal similar in appearance to Davos was executed in his place, his head and hands, with fingers carefully shortened, mounted on the wall. He then learns that Lord Wyman Manderly only plays along with the Freys because he has to, as his son Wylis Manderly is being held hostage, though he drinks for his safe return. Davos says he was quite convinced by Wyman's daughter's conduct, though he was confused by Wyla Manderly. Wyman responds that his young granddaughter was extremely brave to have said those things. There was truth in her words, as the debt the Manderleys owe the Starks and Winterfell can never be repaid. He adds that he cannot show any sign of content to King's Landing, for fear of the harm they might do to his son. Tywin Lannister told Wyman that he must confess his treason, yield White Harbour, declare his loyalty to King Tommen, and bend his knee to Roose Bolton. If he refused, Wylis would be killed as a traitor. White Harbour would be sacked, and his people would suffer the same fate as the Rains of Casmere. If he complies, his son will be released. By killing Davos, he has proved his loyalty to the Iron Throne and assured the release of Wylis, which Davos notes is a brave move. Wyman adds that he has been unable to send Stannis more information in his letters because the Freys infest his court looking for any sign of treachery, and his maester Theomore is a distant cousin to the Lannisters, so Manderly does not trust him. Manderly goes on to add his rage at his son Wendell Manderly's death at the hands of the Freys, calling it murder, and the Freys claim fables. He tells Davos that the North remembers and his son is home, meaning that his act for the Freys is almost over as well. He then summons Theon's mute squire, Wex, who survived the sack of Winterfell. Davos is told by Robert that Theon was captured at Winterfell and is currently being flayed by the Boltons. He adds that all the women were also captured and marched away. Davos listens to the horrible things that Ramsay Bolton does to the captured women before hunting them down with his dogs. Every so often, according to Manderly, some wench lives to tell the tale, but most aren't as lucky. Robert tells Davos that the evil is in Ramsay's blood, sired from Robb. Wyman adds that the Freys are no better than Ramsay. He also tells Davos that Roose lies and played a darker part in the Red Wedding than he has admitted. In addition, Davos is told that the Boltons and Freys know the Northmen are not expected to believe their lies, but will be forced to accept them or else die as well. He tells Davos about the mighty fleet he has built up, which Davos saw when he entered the port. Furthermore, he has plenty of silver in his vaults and has more heavy horse than anyone else north of the Neck. Wyman states that Oldcastle and Widow's Watch will follow his lead. All of the lands east of the White Knife, from Widow's Watch and Ramsgate to the Sheep's Head Hills and the headwaters of the Broken Branch, will be pledged to Stannis Baratheon if Davos meets his one price. He says he does not need a king, but a smuggler. He needs Davos to smuggle home Rickon Stark, his true liege, and one who holds a stronger claim than Arya, who is soon to be wed to Ramsay Bolton. The true story about what happened at Winterfell comes out then. Wex hid in the Godswood, and Roderick Castle was murdered by Ramsay Bolton. Wex also says that 6 survived the siege, 2 of them the sons of Eddard Stark. 4 of the people went north, and 2 went another way. Manderly insists that they must have the boy and his direwolf as proof of his identity should the Boltons try to deny him. Wyman asks Wex to show them where they went, and he throws a dagger at the spot on a map. Davos looks long at where the dagger has landed, pondering whether it would be better to go back to the dungeons and eat porridge for breakfast, as it is better than places where men break fast upon human flesh instead. Chapter 30. Jaime's small host reaches Castle Derry and he finds himself contemplating the genius of his uncle Kevin for his choice of a bride for Lancel, Amari Frey, whose mother is a Darry. He has dispatched Red Ronnet to accompany Wylis Manderly to Maidenpool, but nevertheless, he has too many men to be fed at his cousin's new castle. Jaime takes note of all the armed Freys and Sparrows in the castle, far outnumbering Lannister men. Darry's maester greets Sir Jaime, surprised by this unexpected visit, and tells him that Kevin departed right after the wedding, and that Lancel is praying in the sept. The maester provides him with Lancel's own room, since Jaime's cousin has taken to sleeping in the sept. As Jaime bathes before the feast, he notices that Josmond Peckledon, his new squire, wishes to bed Pia. Jaime tells him to use Lancel's room for his first bedding, saying, "You'll feel a lord yourself when you're done, if Pia knows her business." But Jaime warns him to treat her kindly, perhaps due to his own guilt for refusing the girl when Qyburn sent her during his recuperation at Harrenhal. At the feast, Jaime learns that his cousin has been fasting since the old High Septon died. Lancel almost does not join them for dinner. Lady Amari begs Jaime to stay and help them defeat Lord Beric Dondarrion, the Hound, and the other outlaws. He learns that the outlaws seem to be following a woman now, cloaked and hooded, and no one has seen Beric Dondarrion for a while. Jaime's companion Strongbow claims to be moved by Amy's words. and promises to return after they take Riverrun to sort out the Hound. But Jaime suspects the Hound will kill him. Jaime leaves the table and goes to the Sept. 3 armed sparrows bar his path, but Lancel lets him in. Lancel admits that his father left after they quarrelled, and that he does not intend to consummate his marriage. And then he admits his greatest sins, serving the wine that resulted in King Robert's death, and that he had been sleeping with Cersei, thus proving that Tyrion was not lying about Cersei's infidelity. Lancel states that he plans to forsake his title as Lord of Derry, and head to King's Landing to swear vows as a warrior's son. Later in the yard, Jaime admits to Sir Ilyn that he slept with Cersei when she was at Castle Darry with Robert. Cersei wanted him to get to Arya Stark, and he would have killed her had he found her first. Sir Ilyn Payne laughs at Jaime.
Chapter 31. Upon reaching the Quiet Isle, Brienne and her companions are taken up the path to see the elder brother. Brienne mentions to the brother guiding them that she is heading for Salt Pans to kill the Hound. This takes the man aback, but he tells them to speak to their elder. They see a huge horse in their stables, obviously a war horse, who has mauled 2 of the brothers, Stranger. On a hill, they pass a huge cloaked novice digging graves. The man appears lame, but they cannot see his face. The elder brother speaks further of the horrible raid on Salt Pans, made worse by the fact that Sir Quincy Cox hid behind his castle walls and did nothing to help the villagers. After dinner, the elder brother speaks in private with Brienne. He asks what she seeks in Salt Pans, and when she mentions a highborn girl, the elder lets on that it is the wrong Stark she seeks, for the Hound captured Arya. Shocked that both of Lady Catelyn's daughters may yet be alive, she is equally surprised when he informs her that Sandor Clegane is dead. The elder brother has buried his corpse himself and left the Hound's head helm on the grave. It was some other outlaw who found and wore it when they raided Salt Pans. He goes on to tell her that he took pity on Sandor before he died, and will only say that he is at rest when she asks if he is truly dead. The elder brother then tells her that he was once a knight who fought for Prince Rhaegar at the Trident. He took several terrible wounds in the battle and fell into the river, yet awoke upon the shores of the Quiet Isle. He urges her not to be another casualty of this war and return home. Brienne breaks down and cries, telling him her story, finishing with, "I have to try to save her, or die in the attempt." Chapter 32. Margaery is fuming at Cersei and her council that the throne must respond at once to the Ironmen's attack on the Shield Islands. Cersei does not appreciate her tone, and claims that it must fall to Highgarden to retake these rocks. Loras Tyrell interjects as his sister seethes, stating that his brothers Willis and Garland have the men but not the ships to win back the islands. He requests that Cersei pull Lord Redwine's fleet from their siege of Dragonstone, so they may return to gather troops at the Arbor. The Queen Regent denies his request, implying that the Redwine fleet would not depart until Dragonstone fell, knowing that Lord Paxter intended to starve them out. Sir Loras asks leave to lead the assault, and promises Cersei Dragonstone within a fortnight. Pleased by this unexpected gift, Cersei grants him permission. Returning to her apartments, Pycelle objects to her sending Loras, but Cersei is hoping the knight will die besieging the walls of Dragonstone. But if not, she would still strike a blow against Stannis. When she meets Qyburn, he mentions that he has a champion to replace Loras should he fall. Cersei is not so sure of Qyburn's paragon, and informs him that the smiths she's hired believe the weight of the armor he requested cannot be borne by a human. Later, in bed, Lady Tanya asks her certain questions. Cersei becomes concerned the woman may report her answers to Margaery, but Tanya assures her that all her secrets are safe. However, their chat is interrupted by a guard pounding on her door with word that Felice Stokeworth begged to see her. Cersei finds the woman battered and listens to the tale of her husband's death after Bronn defeated him in single combat. But before killing him, Bronn forced Sir Bauman to confess who put him up to this. Bronn then told Felice to leave immediately or meet the same fate. When Felice told her mother's guards to arrest Bronn, they laughed and told her to listen to Lord Stokeworth. Fearful that Felice would spread rumours of Cersei's involvement, Cersei summons Lord Qyburn so that he could take another female subject to his lab in the Black Cells. Back in her room, a very inebriated Cersei contemplates how to deal with Bronn, and then begins to fondle Tanya the way Robert would do to her when he was drunk. Chapter 31. Melisandre is in her chambers looking into the fire and trying to receive her visions. When she looks for Stannis, she sees eyeless faces staring out, crying blood. Then she sees towers by the sea, followed by skulls rising out of the ocean, turning to mist, and great winged beasts flying in the sky. She tries to see the girl on the fleeing horse again, as she knows Jon will want to know more. But she cannot find anything. She does see that there is death around Jon, and that dangers and enemies lurk all around him. When Devon asks her what she sees, she replies with her usual answer, much and more. She doesn't let him know how difficult it is, or how much pain she endures to try and see these things, for fear of letting others know that this task is not as simple as she lets on. Melisandre knows and sees that Davos is the most loyal to Stannis, thus she has kept Devon back against the young boy's wishes. She knows that Davos has lost too many sons already, and although Stannis has ridden out, she keeps the boy in order to save one of Davos' sons. Melisandre does not sleep much, often just an hour a night, as she fears to dream and what she sees there, reoccurring images of the words Lot 7 and Melanie, which are probably her own memories of being sold into slavery. She sends Devon to go get Rattleshirt and bring him to her. She speaks with him and tells him to keep his bones on in order to keep the glamour spell active. She also asks that he go and fetch the girl she saw on the dying horse. She tells him of her vision and asks him where the girl might be, and being familiar with the north, he can guess her location, west of Long Lake. Their talk is disrupted by the single long drone of a horn, marking the return of the Rangers. She tells Rattleshirt to wait for him there, and she goes to see the Rangers, thinking of her prediction of 3 dead Rangers. Upon arrival, she sees Jon with the heads of Black Jack Bulwer, Hairy Hal, and Garth Greyfeather, impaled on spears. She walks with Jon and they go back to her room. There, he sees Rattleshirt, but she removes the glamour to show him that he is actually Mance Rayder, whom she has spared. She tells him he will bring Jon back his sister, but Jon mistrusts her. She does not reveal the difficulty of her glamour spell to the men, thinking to herself that the more effortless sorcery appears, the more men fear it, and her. The chapter ends with Jon agreeing to send Mance to save Arya. Chapter 35. The Cinnamon Wind is somewhere off the coast of Dorne, as Sam leads a prayer service to mourn the passing of Aemon Targaryen. Zondo's information on the 3 dragons had given Maester Aemon second wind, but it was not enough. Sam recalls some of the ancient Maester's words during the sea voyage from Braavos. No one ever looked for a girl. It was a prince that was promised. Rhaegar, I thought. The error crept in from the translation. Dragons are neither male nor female. Daenerys is the one, born amidst salt and smoke. Lady Melisandre has misread the signs. Stannis has some of the dragon blood in him. Yes. Rhael, Egg's little girl, she was how they, the Baratheons, came by it. They must send her a maester. Daenerys must be counselled, taught, protected. Aemon begged Sam to convince the Archmaesters of this, and later rambled some of the following, perhaps prophetic, lines. A glass candle that could not be lit. Eggs that would not hatch. The Sphinx was the riddle, not the riddler. Gilly and Sam sit together after the eulogy, drinking rum. Gilly points out that had Aemon remained on the wall, Melisandre might have sacrificed him for his king's blood. Jon must have known this and sent the old maester, as well as Dala's boy, to save them from the Red Woman's fires. Gilly then says that she will name the boy Aemon Steelsong once he reaches the age of 2. Below decks, Sam and Gilly have sex, although he is consumed by guilt for breaking his vows. Afterwards, Sam tries to avoid Gilly, but Koja corners him and tells him that what he and Gilly did was considered holy in the Summer Islands, a way of honoring the dead by celebrating life. Koja advises Sam that Gilly knows they can never be a man and wife. But there was nothing wrong with them comforting each other on the long journey. Sam is persuaded, but perhaps it is because Koja threatens to throw him overboard if he does not continue sleeping with Gilly. Chapter 34. Acclimated to the routine of the Cat of the Canals, Arya is learning the Braavosi tongue and trying to learn 3 new things every time she is sent out, from the House of the Black and White. as the kindly man told her she must. Selling clams by day, she sleeps in a bed with Brusco's daughters by night. And for 3 days during each black moon, she returns to the house of black and white. She delivers all 3 things the kindly man wants her to learn. But he still sends her back to Brusco. He tells her of the many-faced God, especially how all religions are aware of him, even if they do not worship him. Even within the 7, there exists the stranger, whom the kindly man calls him of many faces. One night, when the black moon begins, she meets Darion after he departs the happy port. Arya is angered by the singer's abandoning his vows as a black brother. Returning to Brusco's, she gives him the coin she has collected from selling his mollusks and a pair of new boots, then heads to the house of black and white for 3 nights. The waif teaches her how to identify certain poisons like sweet sleep and the tears of Lys, and then tells her the full story of how she came to the temple. She claims to be the eldest child from an ancient house, but when her stepmother had a true daughter, the woman tried to poison the waif. When her father discovered this, he delivered 2/3 of his wealth to the house of black and white, and soon after, his new wife was dead, and the waif now a servant in the temple. She reveals that she lied about the part of that tale, but before Arya can guess which part, the kindly man visits her. She tells him the 3 new things she has learned, finishing with the knowledge that Darion is dead. His throat was slit and his body dumped in the canal. When the kindly man asks who killed him, she replies, Arya of House Stark. The priest again asks her who she is, to which she answers, no one. But as always, he tells her she lies, then asks the waif to bring Arya some warm milk to help her sleep. Arya goes to bed, but upon awakening in the morning, she discovers that she is blind.
Chapter 34. Bran, Hodor, Jojen, and Mira are still dwelling in the cave of the Children of the Forest and exploring its chambers. Bran uses his ability as a skin changer to enter Summer and Hodor. They begin to name some of the Children of the Forest as their own names are unpronounceable by the human tongue. Bran names one of the females Leaf, who is always adorned with leaves. She is one of the few children who can speak the common tongue. Others are called Ash, Scales, Black Knife, Snowy Locks, and Coals. Jojen is growing extremely sad and solemn, and still has fits of shaking. His sister, Mira, does her best to keep up the spirits of both her brother and Bran. The Three-Eyed Crow teaches a powerful Bran how to enter into ravens. He learns that all of the ravens around the Three-Eyed Crow have children who have passed away and remain in the skins of these animals. He also learns to use werewoods to look into the past. The Three-Eyed Crow tells Bran that he was once a lord called Brynden. The children feed Bran a bowl of werewood paste, Jojen paste, to awaken his green-seeing gifts. Bran sees his father, Eddard, through Winterfell's heart tree, and learns that he can view the past, present, and future through the werewoods. The last Greenseer tells Bran that he is haunted by his own ghosts, a brother that he loved, a brother that he hated, and a woman that he desired, but knows from experience that you cannot change the past. When he gets tired, he sends Bran away. Hodor carries Bran to his bed. In his sleep, Bran sees the following visions through Winterfell's heart tree. His young father praying with a bowed head, "Let them grow up as close as brothers, with only love between them, and let my lady wife find it in her heart to forgive." A girl and younger boy play fighting with branches, Lyanna and Benjen. A pregnant woman coming out of the black pool praying for a son to avenge her, God's Eye. A slender girl on her toes kissing a knight as tall as Hodor, Old Nan and Duncan. A pale, dark-eyed youth cutting 3 branches from the werewood and shaping them into arrows, Brandon Snow, the bastard brother of King Thorin, the king who knelt, fashioning 3 arrows to kill the 3 dragons. Other lords of Winterfell, tall, hard, stern men in fur and chainmail. A bearded man forcing a captive down on his knees, and a white-haired woman killing the captive with a bronze sickle. Bran cries when he sees this, but he can taste the dead man's blood in his mouth. Chapter 33. Tyrion is aboard the Solori Corrin, a trading cog on the way to Karth. He watches the evening prayer led by Moqorro, a red priest from the Summer Islands and Banero's right hand. Tyrion asks Moqorro what he sees in the flames, to which he replies, dragons, true and false, with Tyrion in the middle of it all. Tyrion befriends Penny, uneasily at first. He apologizes for what has happened to her brother, Oppo, and tells her it was not him that killed her brother, but rather his sister, Cersei. Regardless, she still blames Tyrion and barges off. Later, there is a terrible storm. following which Tyrion spies Penny again. She says that the storm frightened her and thought she may have died. Penny tells Tyrion that she does not truly blame him for the death of Oppo. After their talks, Penny spends more time up on the deck, whereas earlier she spent much of the time hiding away in her cabin. After that, they begin to spend more time together. Tyrion's witty, playful attitude begins to cheer her up, and he hears her laugh and act a lot more like the girl she is. They then draw close to the coast of Valyria. Tyrion sees the fires of the 14 flames, he watches them, and talks to Moqorro. As they draw closer, Tyrion thinks about prophecies, and if they may be confused with multiple Targaryens. Moqorro says that he has seen in his flames that there are others seeking Daenerys. Tyrion asks Moqorro what else he has seen, to which he replies that he sees only their shadows, but one most of all. A tall and twisted thing, with one black eye, 10 arms, sailing on a sea of blood.
Chapter 33. Reaching the camps besieging Riverrun, Jaime meets with his cousin Sir Davin. The new Water of the West reveals how much the Freys are vexing him, and even their own uncle Aemon Frey is trying his patience, complaining that he doesn't want his new seat destroyed by a siege. Worst of all is Sir Ryman, who keeps tying a noose around Edmure Tully's neck each morning, threatening the Blackfish that he means to hang him unless Riverrun surrenders. However, the Blackfish has long exposed Ryman's threat to be empty. They speak of Lancel and his abandonment of Darry, which reminds Jaime of the looks on Amy Frey's family's faces when Lancel made his intentions clear. He is all too aware of how Lord Walder deals with those who break Frey marriage proposals. Davin tells the Lord Commander that their uncle Kevin passed through the camps heading west. He also mentions that Edmure's wife, Roslyn, is pregnant, and oddly, she is fond of the disposed Lord of Riverrun. He also tells Jaime of Lord Gawain Westerling, constantly hounding him to rescue his wife and children, who are being held captive by Brendan Tully. Jaime is perturbed to learn how little help they are receiving from the bannermen of the Tullys who bent the knee to the Iron Throne after the Red Wedding. He realizes that he must secure Riverrun quickly to put down any threat of rebellion. Starving them out would take far too long. The next morning, Jaime is considering a parley with Sir Brendan and recalls when he was a squire of Summer Craigholt, sent to Riverrun with a message. Lord Hoster seated Jaime next to Lysa, but the young man was far more interested in Lysa's famous uncle, the Blackfish. Within sight of the walls of Riverrun, Jaime has his tent pitched and soon receives a visit from his aunt Jenna and her husband, Aemon Frey. Jenna is still a Lannister through and through, with the wit and sharp tongue also shared by all of Lord Tywin's children. Jaime lies to them that their son Cleos died bravely, and then listens to Aemon's complaints about a siege before enlightening Aemon to the fact that he was named Lord of Riverrun. But Peter Baelish is the Lord Paramount of the Trident. Aemon is outraged to learn he is a vassal of Peter, but Jaime is unconcerned, as there is nothing he can do about it, and Cersei won't indulge someone like Aemon Frey. Jenna tells Aemon to leave so she can speak in private with her nephew. Lady Jenna makes it known how she feels about Cersei rearming the Faith, namely that the decision is idiotic, given the trouble the Faith militant caused the Targaryens before they were finally put down and disbanded. Cersei's choice of counsellors, in particular rejecting her brother Kevin as hand, and Lancel's foolish decision to leave behind his lordship. When Jaime remarks that he plans to treat with Sir Brendan, his aunt tells him that he would be better off beheading Edmure. But Jaime feels this may further the Blackfish's resolve, and would sooner assault the walls of Riverrun if a parley will not work. At last, they discuss Lord Tywin, and Jaime asks her if she loved her eldest brother. Lady Jenna tells him how it was Tywin, a boy of only 10, who objected to their Lord Father's decision to wed the 7-year-old Jenna to Aemon Frey, who was not even the heir to the twins. For that alone, she loved him, stating, "Every little girl needs a big brother to protect her. Who will protect us now?" When Jaime insists that he is his father's son, his aunt replies, "You smile like Geryon and fight like Tig, and there's some of Kevin in you, else you would not wear that cloak. But Tyrion is Tywin's son, not you." Chapter 32. Ben Bones, Skinner, Sour Allen, and Daemon Dance for Me return to the keep of House Stout from a search for some Frey men with Ramsay Bolton. Theon knows this means that Ramsay may want to take his anger out on someone, most likely Reek. He knows that Ramsay has been forced to restrain his violent outburst in Barrington, as he needs the loyalty of the Dustins and Risewells. But what he does behind closed doors is none of their concern. Ramsay then throws a severed head for Theon to catch, which he cannot because of his maimed hands. He does not recognize the head, as it is covered in blood, rotting, and bursting with maggots. Theon is then ordered to put away the men's horses. He is followed by Big Walder Frey, who, Theon notes, does not take after his older cousin's emulation of Ramsay. Theon asks Big Walder who the man's head belonged to, and he replies it was just an old man who called Ramsay Lord Snow. Then there is a feast, and Theon is chained to the wall and waits his turn to eat, though the dogs provide the night's entertainment by fighting each other for scraps. Theon remembers when Ramsay told him that all the dogs are named after peasant girls he hunted, raped, flayed, and killed. Then Roose Bolton enters the hall with some of his men. Here, it is discovered what happened to the Frey men and why they were searching. The Freys rode ahead of the procession of the Manderleys. Wyman Manderley stopped frequently to feast, but the Freys rode on and disappeared. Roose says that both Hoston Frey and Aenys Frey are distressed, but Ramsay says it is of no concern, as there are plenty of Freymen at the Twins. Roose is annoyed at his son and says that he is acting brash and foolish and drawing attention to himself with his cruel and barbaric amusements. That his forebears were no fools. He notes that they have powerful allies in the Freys and the Lannisters, but the Northmen despise them and only accept House Bolton's authority grudgingly, with only the exception of Lady Barbary Dustin, whose support Ramsay would cast aside because she hates him. Roose points out that Lady Dustin was fond of his late son, Domeric Bolton, and holds Ramsay responsible for his death. Ramsay threatens to skin her into boots, and Roose informs him those boots would cost him the support of Barrington, House Dustin, and the Risewells. They talk briefly about the dead sons of the Starks and what might happen if they were to return from the dead with their wolves. Roose chides his son for openly discussing his part in the sack of Winterfell, pointing out that their northern vassals would turn on them in an instant if they learnt the truth. Roose then changes the subject by informing Ramsay that Stannis has marched from the wall, but not towards the intended trap at the Dreadfort that the Karstarks baited, thus revealing that the Karstarks are double-crossing Stannis. Roose tells Ramsay he is to wed the fake Arya Stark not in Barrington, but in Winterfell. By doing so, the clansmen who follow Stannis will be incensed to march on them, something they would not do otherwise. Once Stannis laid siege to Winterfell, Arnulf will turn on him there. Roose then requests Theon, which Ramsay refuses. Roose seemed amused by that. All you have, I gave you. You would do well to remember that, bastard. Get the keys and remove those chains from him, before you make me rue the day I raped your mother. Ramsay whispers to Theon to say nothing, observe everything, and report back to him. As they ride to Barrow Hall, Roose tells Theon he knows what his bastard son has asked of him. He goes on to say that he knows what the real Reek was like, the opposite of what Ramsay has turned Theon into. He notes that he provided the first Reek as a servant to the unruly young Ramsay. He had intended it to be a cruel joke, but is now uncertain whether Reek corrupted Ramsay or the other way around. Ramsay was the child of a rape, one that Roose is not pleased of. He chanced upon the beautiful young wife of an old miller while out hunting, and decided to practice the illicit tradition of the first night. So I had him hanged, and claimed my rights, beneath the tree where he was swaying. If truth be told, the wench was hardly worth the rope. The fox escaped as well, and on the way back to the Dreadfort, my favourite courtier came up lame, so all in all, it was a dismal day. The wife showed up at the Dreadfort a year later with Ramsay. Roose had intended to have the woman whipped and the infant thrown down a well, but when he saw the child had his eyes, Roose stayed his hand and agreed to aid them. He gave the woman back the farm her husband's brother had stolen from her, had the brother's tongue cut out to stop him telling tales to Rickard Stark, Roose's liege, and periodically sent the woman a few pigs, chickens, and coin to help bring up the bastard child on the condition she never tell the boy who his father was. He thinks that woman may have had a hand in turning Ramsay onto desiring goals outside the rights of a bastard. They also discuss Domeric Bolton, Roose's true-born son, whom Roose suspects was killed by Ramsay. He also suspects that any true-born sons he has with his new wife, Walda, Ramsay will likely kill, though he admits this might be best, as he believes he will not live long enough to raise new sons to manhood, and considers child lords the bane of any great house. They finally arrive at Barrow Hall, where Theon is brought to Barbary Dustin, Lady of Barrowton. He is introduced as Theon Greyjoy, true lord of the Iron Islands, which frightens Theon into fits, having been tortured into calling himself Reek. She asks Roose if Theon has gone mad, and he replies he most likely has, but it doesn't matter. Theon claims he is not the Turncloak. Theon died at Winterfell. Chapter 35. A respite at the falling of snow motivates Jon to range beyond the wall, leading the new recruits of the Night's Watch who follow the old gods to the same grove of werewoods in the haunted forest where he and Sam swore their vows. Scouting ahead of them go Tom Barleycorn, Big Little, and Luke of Longtown. There are 6 new recruits: Harith the Horse from Molestown, Aaron and Emmerich from Fair Isle, Saturn from Old Town, and the wildlings Leathers and Jax. Of the 63 wildlings that Jon invited to join the Watch, Leathers and Jax are the only 2 to accept so far. Among the other wildlings come to the wall, 19 are girls and women and were sent to Harden's Tower to avoid trouble with the men in Castle Black. Their presence makes the men uneasy, and there has already been an incident. The Spearwives know how to defend themselves and their girls, and 3 men had to be locked in ice cells. Jon means to garrison Deep Lake, Sable Hall, and Long Barrow with wildlings under command of officers of the Night's Watch, and to choose an almost completely female contingent for Long Barrow in order to avoid future harassment. Iron Emmett and Dolores Ed will be Long Barrow's commander and chief steward. Other wildlings are also a cause of tension and incidents with the brothers of the Night's Watch, most noticeably Halleck and his followers. Jon is also worried that the Thens may blame him for the death of Styr. Tom Barleycorn finds a small group of wildlings, including a child and his mother, a Then, a Hornfoot, and a giant in the Werewood Grove. With the advantage of surprise and an effort at diplomacy from Leathers, they succeed in avoiding a fight, and even convince the survivors to return to Castle Black with them. The recruits swear their vows in the presence of the wildlings, as he hears the verse about guarding the realms of men. Jon realizes that his duties involve protecting the wildlings as well as any other men. They return to Castle Black, bringing the 2 wildling corpses they found with them. Jon consigns the corpses to the ice cells and receives a letter from Stannis, learning that he has succeeded at taking Deepwood Motte and received support from various northern clans and houses along the way, including survivors from the battle at Winterfell. His troops now number 5,000 and growing. Stannis has also learned that Ramsay Bolton means to marry Arya in Winterfell and promises Jon to save her if he can. Stannis means to have the help of Arnulf Karstark and Mors Umber at his attempt to conquer Winterfell. Jon wonders if Arya could have escaped without Stannis' help, as predicted by Melisandre. He also wonders if Roose Bolton could be lying about having Arya in order to bait Stannis, and thinks about Mance Rayder and the 6 Spearwives who went with him to rescue Arya. Chapter 36. Daenerys visits the thousands of Astapori camped outside Meereen. She finds them sick and dying of the bloody flux, and walks among them with her blood riders. She doesn't fear catching the bloody flux because she thinks the blood of the dragon does not get sick. She sends Aggo back to Meereen to fetch Grey Worm, and 50 Unsullied to help wash and feed the living and burn the dead. Grey Worm asks for permission to allow some Unsullied to bathe in the sea to be purified by their goddess. This sanitizing ironically protects them from the disease. Daenerys returns to her pyramid in Meereen, where Irri and Jiqui are arguing about Rakaro. She takes a much-needed bath and dons a toka to dine with Hisdor Zolarik. Reznak Mo Reznak and Galaza Galar inform her that her body must be inspected by the man's house before the wedding. Daenerys first refuses to follow the tradition, but is then convinced to do so. She is asked to open the fighting pits as a wedding gift, but refuses to do that. While waiting for dinner, Hisdar informs her that Yunkai will make peace so long as they're free to resume slaving. But then Sir Barristan notifies her that the Yunkais are on the march, and Daario Naharis has returned. Daenerys excuses herself from dinner and meets with Daario. Daario informs her that several of Yunkai's sellswords defected to him, but Brown Ben Plum and the second sons in turn went over to Yunkai. Then Daenerys commands the gates closed, with the Astapori outside, and gives in to her desires and beds Daario. Chapter 36. Lord Aurene Waters has returned from Dragonstone with news that the fortress has fallen. This was good news indeed, considering that word from the Reach mentioned the Ironmen raiding the Arbor and pushing towards Old Town. Aurene indicates that Sir Loras was previously wounded during the assault and lays dying after having boiling oil poured on him from the walls. He also holds Loras responsible for turning the battle into a massacre, as thousands of the crowned soldiers died in the storming of Dragonstone's keep, many of them knights or lords. Ecstatic, Cersei delivers the news personally to Margaery. The young queen is appalled by Cersei's description of the fate of her brother, and commands Cersei to get out of her quarters. Back in her solar, 4 separate men bring word on a dwarf sighting, and one brings her a head. However, none of them bear word related to Tyrion, and Cersei sends them away in frustration. Later, in court, Cersei must deal with several unimportant pleas. Then Septon Reynard arrives. Furious that the High Septon himself did not come before her, she scoffs at his words that the Faith is trying to abolish the brothels in the city. Pycelle brings word that Lord Giles may not live much longer, but Cersei demands that the Grand Maester do his utmost to keep the old man alive. At dinner with her son, Tommen mentions that Margaery has been urging him to attend court, to which Cersei responds how much she'd like to see the young queen's tongue torn out. Tommen yells at his mother, and as punishment for his outburst, she commands Sir Boros to oversee the lashing of the boy king's whipping boy by Tommen himself, rather than by a knight. During the night, Cersei dreams of her visit to the witch back when she was 10 years old. She vividly recalls Maggie the Frog's plea they leave her, but Cersei and Melara will not back down. Maggie commands them to cut open their thumbs, and the old Easterner tastes their blood. She prophesied that Cersei would marry the king, not the prince as Cersei thought, but her husband would father 16 children, and Cersei only 3, and that she would reign as queen. Only until there comes another, younger and more beautiful, to cast you down and take all that you hold dear. Gold shall be their crowns, and gold their shrouds. And when your tears have drowned you, the Valancourt shall wrap his hands about your pale white throat and choke the life from you. Maggie also warns that Melara will die very soon, and true enough, she drowns in a well shortly after. Waking from the nightmare, she sends for Pycelle to make her a potion that permits sleep without dreams. She asks him if seeing the future is possible, but the Maester evades answering by saying, "Should our morrows be foretold?" And to that I should answer, no. Some doors are best left closed. Aggravated, she sends for Qyburn, first asking if Felice could still be used to root out Bronn, but the necromancer tells her it is too late for that. Then she inquires of him the same she had asked of Pycelle. We learn that Maggie was from the Far East and had married a wealthy merchant. Their son was upjumped to a petty lord by Cersei's grandfather. Qyburn tells her that the name Maggie was probably a mispronunciation of Magi, and that blood magic was very powerful. The de-chained Maester suggests that she already knew how to forestall the prophecy. Seizing upon this suggestion, Cersei plans a foolproof way to have Margaery killed, deciding that treason would work best. The next day, she inquires of Sir Osmond if his brother Osnay could defeat Sir Boros in single combat. He replies that it wouldn't even be a match, and wonders if Boros has committed treason. Cersei replies no, but thinks to herself, but Osney has.
Chapter 37. The Arya imposter, Jane Poole, is preparing for her marriage to Ramsay Bolton, out of fear more than anything. Theon reminds her that she should think of herself as Arya Stark at all times in order to avoid the dangers of enraging Ramsay. Her plight moves Theon considerably. Theon has been chosen to ceremoniously present Arya in marriage to Ramsay, since he was the longtime ward of Eddard Stark, and it is widely believed that Arya's true-born brothers are dead, and while Theon believes Bran and Rickon Stark to be alive, he does not dare to reveal that. Meanwhile, Winterfell is suffering from both a hard white frost and the looming menace of the coming of Stannis Baratheon's troops. Even so, Ramsay marries fake Arya in the Godswood. A bard by the name of Abel arrives uninvited, with 6 women followers, to perform for the wedding. Theon believes that he hears his name, Theon, whispered by the Godswood, after months of thinking himself only as Reek. That and the memories of a different life in a far livelier Winterfell shake him deeply. After the marriage, there is a banquet with many northern guests, including Lord Wyman Manderley, who was particularly pleased with the meal, Frey pie theory. Lady Dustin engages in a surprisingly frank conversation with Theon about her mistrust of the Boltons and of the Maesters of the Citadel. Maesters are not to be trusted. Ramsay calls for Theon, cruelly humiliating and degrading both him and the fake Arya, Jean, in his quarters. Chapter 38. Balon Swan has arrived in Sunspear with the skull of Gregor Clegane. He asks that Doran Martell takes his seat in the small council, and that Marcella Baratheon and Tristan Martell accompany them to King's Landing. His captain of the guard, Areo Hotar, notes that many of the Dornish nobility present, including the Sand Snakes, bastard daughters of Prince Oberyn Martell, do not join in the toast Prince Doran makes to King Tommen Baratheon. Hotar also notes that Balon would be more of a challenge to kill than Aerys Oakheart was. When the feast is done, Prince Doran summons his daughter, Arianna, and the Sand Snakes to his solar and tells them that he is arranged so Marcella will tell Balon that it was Darkstar who injured her and killed Aerys. Once that is done, Obara Sand is to lead Balon to Darkstar's lair at High Hermitage and destroy him. Doran also reveals to the Sand Snakes that sources loyal to him in King's Landing have told him the truth he was not meant to hear of his visit to the capital. Queen Regent Cersei Lannister plots to have Tristan killed on the way. An ambush is planned somewhere in the Kingswood, where their party will be attacked by outlaws, and Tristan will be slain. Blame for the attack will be placed on the imp, Tyrion Lannister, as the outlaws will be crying, "Half-man!" during their attack, and Balon will claim to catch a glimpse of the imp, but no one else will. The Sand Snakes are disbelieving, but Doran points out that the Knights of the Kingsguard are sworn to obey, regardless of their personal feelings on the orders, and points out that Balon argued against travelling by sea to return to King's Landing, as this would disturb the planned arrangements. Doran still does not want to defy the Iron Throne openly, so Nymeria Sand is to accompany Marcella back to King's Landing and take the seat on the council, while Tyene Sand is also to travel to King's Landing, ordered to get close to the new High Septon, and thus give the Martells an ear amongst the faith.
Chapter 37. Approaching the inn at the crossroads, Brienne's party encounters many corpses hanging from trees, each with a chunk of rock salt in their mouths. They summarize that these were some of the men responsible for the raid on salt pans, probably hanged by Lord Beric's outlaw band. Reaching the inn, they meet 4 girls on the porch, and the oldest addresses them. She asks for silver for a night's lodging, stating the only visitors they get are either sparrows or robbers and worse. When Sir Hyle makes an inquiry regarding her tone, the smith approaches and Brienne is nearly floored by his resemblance to Renly. Inside, Brienne plans to leave before dawn with Podrick only, although she is unsure where to go. At dinner, Septon Merrybold leads a prayer, but Gendry does not participate and returns to his forge. One of the orphan boys tells the Septon that it is because he worships the Lord of Light. Brienne delivers some food to Gendry and mentions his resemblance to King Robert, but they are interrupted by riders, drawing near. Gendry says they are friends, but when Brienne peeks out, she recognizes Baita among the 7 men. The leader, wearing the helm of Sandor Clegane, threatens to kill Willow if she fires her crossbow. Brienne draws Oathkeeper and intercedes. One of the men says that they are wounded and seek only fresh horses, for they are being chased by outlaws. But the large man wearing the hound's helm charges Brienne, remembering her well. She makes short work of him, running him through with Oathkeeper, and whispers sapphires as Rorg dies. But she is blindsided by Baita, who tackles her to the ground. The huge cannibal smashes her in the face, breaking bones, and then shatters her forearm. She hears the sounds of swords clashing in the background, but then Baita takes a bite out of her face. Her last vision is Baita's tongue sticking out, obscenely long, almost like it were a sword. Chapter 38. Sir Jaime and Sir Brendan face each other across the drawbridge to Riverrun, alone for a parley during the siege of Riverrun. The Blackfish is aware of the oath Jaime swore to Catelyn, but the member of the Kingsguard makes it known that he does not have the Stark girls. He offers Edmure Tully in exchange for Lady Sabelle Spicer and her children, but Brendan refuses, telling him he swore to his king to keep his wife safe and won't hand her over to a Frey noose. Jaime responds that the girl has been pardoned and no harm will come to her, nor anyone else if Brendan yields Riverrun. They will be free to go or take the black as they choose. But Brendan dismisses the offer, claiming that he and his men would rather die with swords in their hands than be paraded through King's Landing to die like Eddard Stark. Brendan adds that he is well provisioned for a siege, and the Lannisters and Frey casualties will be far higher than his own if they storm Riverrun. The Blackfish also makes it clear that he believes Lord Tywin had a hand in the Red Wedding, though that will never absolve the Freys for their breach of the sacred laws of hospitality. Jaime challenges the older knight to single combat, with each choosing a champion. When Brendan prods Jaime to face him himself, Jaime cannot help but rise to the bait. But the Blackfish is not so foolish as to trust that Jaime's terms would be honoured. The parley over, Jaime rides back to his camp and calls his captains for a war council, resolved that he must break his vow to Lady Catelyn and storm Riverrun. The Riverland lords who have bent the knee to the Iron Throne do not tolerate the Frey's presence at the war council. So Ryman is too drunk to attend, but Edwin and Bastard Walder are present. When confronted by Lord Clement Piper as the condition of his son, Sir Mark, Edwin replies that he is still held at the Twins to ensure that Pink Maiden is truly loyal to the crown. When Bastard Walder and Lord Clement nearly come to blows when Piper challenges Edwin to a duel over a threat to Lord Clement's heir, Jaime silences them, ending the council prematurely. Lord Clement storms out, and Lord Vance explains to Jaime that as well as his firstborn son, several of Lord Clement's cousins and nephews accompanied Mark to the Twins, and are either captives or dead. When Edwin denounces them as traitors and rebels, Jaime coldly retorts that the Freys first rebelled against the crown with Robb Stark and then betrayed him, making them twice the traitors House Piper are. Jaime takes enjoyment out of watching Edwin's smug attitude evaporate at that remark. Summoning Sir Ilan Payne and Sir Lyle Crackle, Jaime heads straight for the Frey camp. He first has Payne cut loose Edmure Tully. Edwin and his father, Sir Ryman, come forth to protest. He warns them to keep quiet. When Ryman persists, stating that he is the heir to the crossing, Jaime punches him in the face with his golden hand and dismisses Ryman back to the Twins. Sick of the man's whoring and drinking, and takes the bladed crown that his whore wears. When Jaime places Edwin in charge of the Freys, Jaime witnesses a glimpse of the content Edwin feels for his own father. Jaime also demands that Lord Walder release all the hostages that he has imprisoned at the Twins. Jaime asks that Sir Ryman's singer accompany him back to his pavilion, and has his squires draw a bath for Edmure. Jaime informs Edmure that he can be returned to Riverrun forthwith, and if he yields the castle, all will end well for him. The terms are that the small folk can stay and serve Lord Emmon Frey. Sir Brendan will be permitted to take the black along with any of the garrison who choose the same, and Edmure and his pregnant wife Roslyn will be well-treated prisoners at Casterly Rock. If their child is a boy, Jaime says he will serve House Lannister as a page and squire, and they will grant the boy some lands when he gets his knighthood. If it is a girl, the Lannisters will make sure she has a good dowry when she is old enough to wed. When Edmure asks what will happen should he refuse to yield, so Jaime indicates that he will assault Riverrun's walls in waves. The ex-Tully bannermen will attack first as fodder, followed by the Freys, and finally his cousins Westermen. After the castle falls, Jaime will see that Riverrun is demolished and put all within its walls to the sword. Jaime also delivers a personal threat. Should Roslyn give birth before the siege is lifted, he will deliver the child to Edmure within the castle by trebuchet. As Jaime leaves the tent, commanding Ryman's singer to play The Rains of Casmere for Edmure, the former Lord of Riverrun pleads, "No, not him. Get him away from me."
Chapter 39. Jon sends Val north to find Tommen Giantsbane and offer him and his followers shelter south of the wall. Bowen Marsh, Septon Celador, and Othorn Yarrick talk to Jon with various complaints. They disapprove of Leathers as Castle Black's master-at-arms, Saturn as Jon's steward, and his decision to negotiate with Tormund and allow him and his men through the wall. They are also nervous about the fact Jon is keeping 2 corpses in the ice cells, and react with outrage and horror when Jon reveals he is waiting for them to rise. Ignoring Jon's arguments that the Watch knows next to nothing about the Whites or their masters, and need to learn more if they are to defeat them. Ignoring their protests, Jon tells them of a large group of wildlings making for Hardhome at the east coast north of the wall, following the witch Mother Mole, who claims they will find ships there to bring them across the narrow sea. Jon fears they will die there, but gets only indifference from the others at the prospect of thousands of dead wildlings. John finally loses patience, angrily asking if they don't realize the truth or are just ignoring it. John points out that if they do nothing, the wildlings at Hardhome will die in their thousands, and when they are dead, in time, they will rise up again with blue eyes and cold hands, and the others will have thousands of more whites under their control to attack the wall.
Chapter 41. Elaine has been trying to coax a petulant Lord Robert to get dressed for the long descent to the Gates of the Moon. With winter fast approaching, the high seat of the Arryns will soon become inhospitable, and the entire staff is retreating for the valley floor. Her father is away at the wedding of Lord Lionel Corbray, who supports the Lord Protector along with several other Vale lords, including, just recently, Lord Bendar Belmore. Maester Coleman is concerned that Robert is being given sweet sleep too often, as it is poisonous over time. However, he sees no other way to get the boy down the mountain without a seizure. After riding the basket down to Skye, Elaine and the rest of the household begin their descent on mules, led by Maya Stone. Accompanying them is Lady Miranda Royce, Lord Nestor's daughter. Randa is a natural gossip and tells Elaine that Lady Wainwood and Sir Simon Templeton both showed at Lord Corbury's wedding, and that Riverrun has yielded, but not Dragonstone or Storm's End. Elaine is careful with her words around the very clever Randa, although she stumbles when the woman mentions that Lord Eddard's bastard now commands the Night's Watch. She thinks to herself it would be sweet to see her half-brother once more. Randa discloses that Harry the heir was recently knighted at a tourney, but Miranda doesn't like him because Lady Wainwood denied Lord Nestor's attempt to marry Randa to Harry. She also lets on that he has a bastard daughter despite his young age. Their banter turns to Maya and how her beloved Sir Michael Redfort recently married one of Lord Yon's daughters. Elaine reveals that Sir Lothar Brune likes Maya, but doesn't believe that the bastard daughter of Robert Baratheon is aware. After a rough stretch crossing a gorge, where Elaine has to carry a shaking Robert across, the party reaches the Gates of the Moon. She discovers that her father has returned from the east, and she goes to see him immediately. Lord Peter is entertaining 3 hedge knights he recently hired for his household, one of whom is none other than Sir Shedrick of the Shady Glen. Dismissing them, Peter imparts word of Cersei's spiraling downfall, saying, "It is quite vexing. I had hoped to have 4 or 5 quiet years to plant some seeds and allow some fruits to ripen, but it is a good thing that I thrive on chaos. What little peace and order the 5 kings left us will not long survive the 3 queens, I fear." But he will not explain what he meant by 3 queens. Peter then announces that he has a present for her, a marriage contract to Harry the heir. He tells her that she first must win his approval before they are even betrothed, hopefully giving them enough time for Tyrion to perish, allowing her to marry again. Lady Wainwood agreed to the proposal because, despite Elaine's low birth, she is nonetheless the daughter of the Lord Protector, not to mention that House Wainwood is heavily in debt, much of it now owed to Littlefinger. When Elaine asks how, the young knight could be Lady Anya's heir when she has 3 sons, as well as daughters and grandsons. He tells her that Harry is actually Lord Robert's heir. He explains that Lord John Arryn's sister married a Wainwood, and her only son perished at age 3. But their youngest daughter married a knight of House Harding, who are landed knights sworn to Iron Oaks, and begot a son, now Sir Harold Harding. Besides Lord Robert, he is the only living male heir to the Arryns, since he is Lord John's great-nephew. When Elaine learns the truth, she utters, "If Robert were to die," to which Lord Peter replies, "When Robert dies, Harry the heir becomes Lord Harold, Defender of the Vale and Lord of the Eyrie. John Arryn's bannermen will never love me, nor our silly, shaking Robert, but they will love their young falcon. And when they come together for his wedding, and you come out, clad in a maiden's cloak of white and grey with a direwolf embezzled on the back, why, every knight in the Vale will pledge his sword to win you back your birthright. So those are your gifts from me, my sweet Sansa, Harry, the Eyrie, and Winterfell."
Chapter 40. Still on board the Solori Coraine, Tyrion jousts on Penny's pretty pig for the amusement of the crew in hopes of sweetening their mood, while the ship has been floating becalmed in the Gulf of Grief. Attempts to tow the cog north in hope of finding a breeze using small rowing boats have been unsuccessful. Tyrion and Penny are talking when the ship suddenly starts to move. Everyone cheers until they notice the storm front looming on the horizon. Mokoro states this is the storm from his visions, the reason that the ship won't reach Karth. During the storm, the main mast breaks, crippling the ship. Mokoro and others are swept overboard. The captain and the cook die, and Tyrion is wounded from a splinter. For 19 days, the ship barely manages to stay afloat as food and water dwindle and the sun beats down on them relentlessly. Then a sail turns up on the horizon, reigniting hope in them until Jorah realizes it's a slaver ship and draws his sword.
Chapter 39. With Pycelle prostrate before her, Cersei accuses him of letting Giles Rosby die because she believes he is now taking orders from Margaery. The Grand Maester denies this, explaining that he visits the young queen to give her sleeping potions, but Cersei knows otherwise, forcing a confession from him that he also brings Margaery moon tea. She then commands him to announce that Lord Rosby's dying wish was to donate all his lands and incomes to the crown. Lady Tanya wonders how Margaery could be so foolish, but Cersei is too excited to care. She does realize that she will need more proof in order to have Margaery executed for treason, knowing that she must arrange to have the girl caught in the act. She asks Tanya and her husband to bring the Blue Bard to dinner that night. During the meal, Cersei demotes Sir Harry Swift to Lord Treasurer, and with the position of hand now vacant, she offers the title to Lord Orton Merryweather. Lord Orton accepts, although he is notably uncomfortable during the dinner, particularly due to the presence of Margaery's favourite singer. Cersei wastes little time moving on to the Blue Bard, accusing him of sleeping with Queen Margaery. The singer denies it, despite Cersei smashing him in the face with his own lute, and even later in the black cells under interrogation by Qyburn. But the defrocked maester tortures the singer into submission, and they lead him to say what they want. He accuses several others of also having carnal knowledge of Margaery, and then Cersei promises that he'll be allowed to take the black after he confesses it in front of the court. Later, Tanya persuades Cersei to name Alla as innocent, since they may be able to use her to bear witness against Margaery and her other cousins. At breakfast, Tommen mentions that Margaery will be at the Sept for Maiden's Day. Cersei then launches the final move of her scheme, commanding Sir Osney to go before the High Septon and admit his sins of bedding Margaery, Eleanor, and Megha. The youngest Kettleblack agrees to do so, but states the best lies have some truth in them, to give him flavour. So the Queen Regent then allows him to have his way with her.
Chapter 41. A winter snowstorm has hit Winterfell. Roose Bolton comments that the northern gods do not favour Stannis, as he is at the mercy of the weather while they are sheltered in Winterfell. His men cheer, but Theon does not join in, and notes that the Freys do not join in either. Unfamiliar with the north that has claimed 3 of their lives already, Wyman Manderley is eating at a feast of porridge, while Harewood Stout and Horsebane Umber chat. Theon spent last night awake, dreaming of escape, but ultimately decides he has nowhere to go. He is a ruined man in a ruined castle, and this is where he belongs. The bard Abel plays the Dornish man's wife with one of his women, but he switches the lyrics to a Northman instead. Theon fears that this will be seen as a spite to the Boltons, cost the man his life, angering Ramsay and getting Theon flayed as a result. But when both of the Boltons laugh, the others see that it is safe, so they laugh as well and join in with the bawdy song. His thoughts fall to the fake Arya, taking note that she remained locked away in her room. There are whispers that Ramsay keeps her chained naked to the bed, but Theon believes that it is only the guards that keep her there. He has seen bruises on her body as Sour Allen has assigned Theon as Jane's handmaid. Theon told her that Ramsay only hurts people when they make him angry, so she should do as he says and no harm will come to her. But she only cried and called him Theon, and he corrected her, telling her that his name is Reek. Rowan, one of the bard's women, comes up to Theon and asks him about his exploits, telling him that Abel can make a song about his capture of Winterfell. She questions him on how he was able to conquer Winterfell so easily, wondering if there is a secret entrance or another way that he used to get in. Theon thinks this is another ploy from Ramsay, as he desires Rowan, so he runs away, leaving her. Outside there is a snowball fight between boys from the Rills and Barrowtown, while squires build snowmen along the battlements. Theon observes that a new stable has been built, twice as large as the one that was burnt down. He wanders through the castle and passes Rickard Risewell cuddling one of Abel's women. He observes that they have few provisions to last the winter in the keep, but thinks that Stannis is in the same situation. He eventually arrives at the weirwood, kneeling before the heart tree. There, he apologizes for something and asks for something that he is unsure of. Strength? He hears someone crying and leaves, thinking that There are ghosts in Winterfell, and he is one of them. Theon returns and sees that to command the snowmen, the squires have built a dozen snowy lords, including one resembling Wyman Manderley, Harwood Stout, Barbary Dustin, and Horsebane Umber. Lady Dustin asks him if he can show her the way to the crypts, as she cannot access them from the dungeons. As her men dig through the snow, Lady Dustin asks Theon to convince Ramsay to treat Arya better. The Northmen love the Starks and hate the Boltons, remaining loyal only out of fear. The tears of Arya Stark will upset them, and do Roose and Ramsay more harm than anything Stannis could do. Inside the crypts, they find some of the dead king's swords are missing, a bad omen, Theon thinks, as the swords are said to protect the crypt and keep the spirits of the dead from wandering. Dustin asks Theon why he loves the Starks, and Theon reluctantly explains he always wanted to be one, but never could. Dustin remarks that they are similar in that regard, explaining how Brandon Stark took her maidenhead and was enamored with her rather than with his betrothed, Catelyn Tully. Rickard Stark arranged the betrothal of his eldest son to Catelyn, a match that served his ambitions more than one to Lady Barbary, a daughter of one of his own northern vassals. After Brandon's betrothal to Catelyn, the ambitious Lord Ryswell wanted Barbary to marry Eddard, but after Rickard and Brandon were both murdered by the Mad King, Eddard fulfilled his older brother's betrothal to Catelyn, to ensure support from Riverrun during Robert's rebellion, left to marry Lord William Dustin. She blames Ned for Lord Dustin's death at the Tower of Joy during Robert's rebellion. She felt slighted that Eddard merely buried her husband in Dorne, yet went to great lengths to transport his sister's body north to be buried at Winterfell. She claims that she intends to seize Ned Stark's bones, delayed by the Ironborn's occupation of Moat Cailin, and feed them to her dogs, rather than let them be buried in the crypt. On the way back up, she tells him to repeat nothing to the Boltons. Theon swears he will not, to which she says he has been trained well, leaving him there. Chapter 42. Stannis' host departs from Deepwood Motte. Asha is chained and carried on at the back of the baggage train under guard by Alysanne Mormont. Stannis means to bring her to Winterfell to show off the Kraken's daughter as his captive, and a sign of his strength. They believe the 300-mile march through the Wolfswood should take them about 15 days to Winterfell. She bent her knee at Deepwood Motte, since others have bent the knee before, such as Balon, who rose again to fight another day. As part of her surrender, Stannis spared the rest of her Ironborn, imprisoning them at Deepwood. She listens to talk between the Northmen, seeing their pride in their king, though she predicts many, if not all, will die in a siege attempt of Winterfell. So Justin Massey takes a courteous nature with Asha, treating her well. She knows he's only after her lands after losing his, but takes his company over being left alone. After a few nights, she is brought to Stannis and tries to treat with him. She asks to be freed of her chains, and that his brother Robert Baratheon was renowned for turning his foes into friends, but Stannis refuses. Massey tells her that she shouldn't have mentioned Robert, as it angered Stannis. The snow begins to take a toll on the passage of the southern men. However, the Northmen are used to this weather and proceed quickly. Later she hears that the Queen's men, worshippers of the Lord of Light, begin to contemplate a sacrifice to appease their god and blow the storm away. Stannis does not listen to them, nor does he listen to the pleas to make camp and wait out the storm. After 15 days, the estimated time of arrival, they have only made half the distance, through 9 days of storm. After 30 days, they have yet to reach Winterfell. Morgan Little, the man who nearly slayed her at Deepwood Motte, comes to apologize, but only for calling her a C-word, not for nearly killing her. Later, they reach a small crofters' village, where they make camp and try to catch some fish. Asha realizes that Stannis is now a gaunt figure, having lost much weight on the march. They are encamped now and locked in by snow, unable to move. Worse, they have almost no provisions and are starving.
Chapter 42. Brienne fluctuates between a fever dream and semi-consciousness, as the outlords transport her severely injured body to Lady Stoneheart. While she is being treated by Jane Heddle, Brienne learns that Biter is dead, skewered through the head by a spear wielded by Gendry. Lem, now wearing the Hound Steel Dog helm, tells her that Stoneheart wants her hanged for her crimes. Brienne fully awakens in a cave, where she meets Thoros of Myr. The Red Priest is a ghost of his former self, and he informs her about the current state of the former Brotherhood without banners. Lord Beric's fire has gone out of this world. A grimmer shadow leads us in his place. War makes monsters of us all. Before long, Brienne is brought before Lady Stoneheart, where she, as well as Pod and Sohail, will be judged. Brienne cannot see Stoneheart's face, but notices her holding a bronze crown ringed by iron swords. A Northman, most likely Harwin, places Oathkeeper before Stoneheart, along with Brienne's writ signed by King Tommen. The outlaws see this as infutable proof that the Maid of Tarth is about Lannister business. Her words are wasted here, as her pleas of innocence fall on deaf ears. Finally, Lady Stoneheart speaks, needing to place her hand over her throat in order to gurgle out her judgment. Upon removing her head, Brienne is horrified to discover that the hangwoman is actually Lady Catelyn Stark, albeit now a spectre from the grave. Thoros reveals that it was Lord Beric himself who administered the kiss of life to her, finally extinguishing his own unnatural life. Stoneheart gives Brienne an ultimatum: kill Sir Jaime Lannister or be hanged. When the maid states that she will not make that choice, the thing that had been Catelyn Stark orders them hanged. Despite Sir Hyle's pleas for mercy and Podrick's stoicism, nooses are looped about all three of their necks, as they are hefted upward, thrashing and dying. Brienne screams out a word. Chapter 43. Accompanied by 6 newly reinstated warriors' son, Septa Moella brings word to the court that Queen Margaery and her cousins have been imprisoned at the Great Sept of Baelor for adultery and high treason. The Septa reveals that Margaery's maidenhead is not intact. Grand Maester Pycelle also reluctantly discloses to the Septa that Margaery has had him mix moon tea on many occasions. Leaving the throne room confident that Margaery was finished, Cersei agrees with Orain Water's request to launch his new Drommons, in case Mace Tyrell decides to march on King's Landing to save his daughter. Lord Orton Merryweather remarks that the High Septon may want to try Margaery himself, as the Faith used to do. Cersei hopes he is right. Cersei has Tommen sign some blank warrants, which she then affixes names to. Summoning Sir Osfryd, she orders him to arrest Sir Talad, the Blue Bard, Hugh Clifton, Mark Mullendore, as well as the Redwyne twins, whom she wants to be found innocent of the charges of bedding Margaery. The next morning, Cersei and Tanya are carried by a litter to the Great Sept. On the way, Tanya inquires, "What if Margaery demands that her innocence be determined by battle?" Cersei smiles and replies that she must be championed by a knight of the Kingsguard, but Sir Osmond is brother to one of her accusers. That leaves only Sir Melantriant and Sir Boris Blount. Cersei states that the former will not be feeling well when the time comes. Within the Sept, the High Septon grants Cersei permission to visit her good daughter, while Tanya goes to speak with Margaery's cousins. Margaery is beside herself, stripped of her clothes and dignity, while she is asked once an hour to confess her fornication. Cersei tells her that she has rounded up all those that Sir Osney named, lying that they will reveal her innocence. When Cersei says that a sworn brother of the Kingsguard will fight for her, should it come to trial by combat, Margaery demands that her own brother, Sir Garland, be summoned to fight in place of the grievously injured Sir Loras. Cersei would never allow this to happen, and Margaery, well aware of Cersei's intentions, tells her to leave, calling her a vile, scheming, evil bitch. Cersei is then escorted deep beneath Visenya's hill to speak with the High Septon. He tells her that 7 will sit in judgment of Margaery and her cousins, as the Faith did in yore, before King Jaehaerys I Targaryen stripped them of this power. When Cersei asks to have Sir Osney released into her custody, the priest flatly denies her. Chained to the ceiling of his cell, Osney has been brutally whipped. Infuriated, Cersei tells the High Septon that Osney came of his own free will. The holy man responds, "I have heard many men confess, but seldom have I heard a man so pleased to be so guilty. The more diligently we applied the scourge, the more Sir Osney's offences seemed to change. He would now have us believe that he never touched Margaery Tyrell." When asked now if he had carnal knowledge of the Queen, Osney points at Cersei, saying, "Hey, that one there." Furthermore, he confesses that Cersei ordered him to kill the old High Septon. Upon hearing this, Cersei bolts from the cell, racing headlong through the Great Sept, fearing what may happen should the Faith question Tanya Merryweather. She is soon overtaken by a group of Septors, who strip her and confine her to a grim cell, her screams going unheard. Cersei begins to shiver from the cold. Every time she begins to fall asleep, she is jolted awake and asked if she will confess her sins. After 2 days of this torture, Qyburn enters her cell. She begs him to take her home, but the dechained maester tells her it will not be allowed and she will be tried for murder, treason, and fornication. He reveals that Marjorie will be tried by the same court and that he delivered the blue bard to the High Septon. But despite the Fate's torture, he is still singing the same sweet song we taught him. Qyburn then informs her of the rapid changes made since her fall. The realm is now being governed by Sir Harry Swift and Pycelle. They removed Sir Osfried as commander of the Goldcloaks and Qyburn from the small council, though he still works for them thanks to his control of Varys' whisperers. Lord Orton and Tanya have fled to Longtable, while Sir Kevin has been sent for to take over the regency. Perhaps worst of all, Orain Waters unshipped his oars and sailed the fleet, possibly to join Lord Stannis, while Lord Mace Tyrell and Lord Randall Tarley are marching on King's Landing. Despite Qyburn's words that his unbeatable champion is ready, Cersei knows that only a Kingsguard can defend her in a trial by combat. She has Qyburn pen her final plea to her brother. "Come at once. Help me. Save me. I need you as I have never needed you before. I love you. I love you, love you. Come at once." Chapter 44. Aemon Frey, now Lord of Riverrun in fact as well as name, demands Edmure Tully's head, so Jaime will not accede, though he is sorely tempted since Edmure betrayed his confessions by helping his uncle, Sir Brynden, to escape the castle when he turned it over to the Lannisters. Despite a massive search for Lord Hoster's brother, Jaime knows that the Blackfish will not be found, nor will he abandon the fight. Before being escorted west to Castle Rock as a notable prisoner, Sir Edmure speaks his mind. "You'll never know how sick it makes me to see you in this room, Kingslayer. You'll never know how much I despise you." Jaime replies that he has been despised by better men than him. Later, Lady Sabelle Westerling and her daughter, the widow Jane Stark, are brought before Jaime. Jane is in mourning for her husband and defiant to her mother, but when Sabelle moves to slap her, Jaime intervenes and kindly asks Jane to leave the Solar. Jaime confirms to Lady Sabelle that House Westerling has its pardon. Her brother has been named Lord of Casmere, and marriages will be arranged for her daughters, though Jane will have to wait 2 years before marrying again, to prevent rumours that any children she has are actually Robb Stark's. Lady Sabelle asks Jaime to inquire after her son, Sir Raynaud, who accompanied Robb to the twins, and had no knowledge of the arrangement between his mother and Tywin Lannister. Jaime, suspecting that Raynaud is likely dead, as Walder Frey also didn't know of the arrangement, agrees to inquire, promising that House Lannister will pay his ransom if Raynaud is held captive. She then mentions that Lord Tywin promised a highborn marriage for him, that Raynaud should have joy of him. When Jaime states that Joy is his uncle Gerron's natural daughter, Sabelle shouts, "You want a Westerling to marry a bastard?" Jaime, desiring to strangle the woman with her own necklace, retorts, "No more than I wanted Joy to marry the son of some scheming turncloak bitch. Your daughter is worth 10 of you, my lady. You'll leave with Edmure and Sir Folly on the morrow. Until then, you would do well to stay out of my sight." He then contemplates how much Lord Gawain knew of his wife's schemes. The following morning, Jaime warns Sir Forley Prester to guard Sir Edmure well, for fear either the Blackfish or Beric Dondarrion might try to free him. The knight is aware of his orders to kill Edmure should he try to slip away. Jaime adds that he should do the same for Jane Stark, stating that she is twice as dangerous as Edmure should she escape. Jaime visits Edwin Frey, who is preparing his army to return to the twins. Edwin divulges that his father, Sir Raymond, along with his entire retinue, were hanged by Lady Stoneheart near Fairmarket. Although Edwin blames Jaime, the Lord Commander is well aware that Edwin couldn't care less that his father is dead. And although Edwin is now heir to the twins, Jaime knows that Blackwater will probably soon move to kill his brother. Jaime's only real concern is that the outlaws must be getting bolder if they are willing to kill Lord Walder's heir only a day's ride from the twins. Jaime takes his leave after inquiring about Sir Raynaud's fate. Apparently, Queen Jane's brother was responsible for losing Greywind on the Freys, and was shot full of quarrels before diving into the river. An offhand comment from Jaime about killing those responsible makes the Frey drop their smug attitude about the act. Content that he has taken Riverrun without having to take up arms against the Tullys or Starks, Jaime later agrees to allow Sir Desmond Grell and Sir Robin Rhaegar to take the Black, commanding Rath the Sweetling to escort them to Maidenpool. During Lord Emmond's speech to the people of Riverrun, Jaime speaks with a singer he took from Raymond Frey earlier, Tom of Seven Streams, and tells Jaime that he hopes to play for Lady Jenna and Lord Emmond over the winter. That night, Jaime dreams of his mother, Lady Joanna, whom he barely remembers, but the dream disturbs him when his mother cries and asks who he really is. In the morning, a nervous Maester Vyman delivers Cersei's message written by Qyburn. The old Maester asks if Jaime wishes to respond, but the King's Guard hands the letter to Peck, saying, "No, put this in the fire."
Chapter 43. Daenerys Targaryen wakes up beside Daario Naharis. She is hesitant about her upcoming wedding. Daario asks her to marry him instead, but truly, he knows that she cannot and will not. Outside, the Yunkai are massing more ships, building siege weapons to throw rocks at the city. However, no rams or siege towers are built, as the siege is intended to cause famine and disease to force Meereen to succumb. Daario introduces Dany to 3 Dornishmen who say they have specific gifts for the Queen: Quentyn Martell, Garrus Drinkwater, and Archibald Ironwood, who defected to Daario, reveal themselves to her. A parchment is presented, describing a secret alliance between Dorne and the Targaryens signed by William Darry and Oberyn Martell. That would be sealed by marriage between Viserys and Arianne Martell. Dany laughs when she learns who Quentyn is, as his mercenary nickname was Frog, and she remembers the story of a frog turning into a prince. Dany remembers Quaith's earlier prophecy. The glass candles are burning. Soon comes the pale mare, and after her the others, Kraken and Dark Flame, Lion and Griffin, the Sun's Son and the Murmur's Dragon. Trust none of them. Remember the Undying. Be aware the perfumed Seneschal. She recognizes Quentyn and the arms of House Martell as the Sun's Son she must be wary about. Daenerys refuses to marry Quentyn. The Dornishmen make one last plea before Dany's wedding, which she denies, and then goes through with her marriage to Hizdahr zo Loraq. Chapter 44. Queen Celeste arrives at Castle Black with Shireen, Patchface, Axel Florent, and others, all on their way to the Night Fort. They are accompanied by Tycho Nestoris, an emissary of the Iron Bank of Braavos. Jon warns Selyse that the Night Fort is still mostly in ruins, and advises her they may be more comfortable at Eastwatch by the sea. The Queen says that they are not safe there, and insists on going to the Night Fort. Then, One appears, startling the ladies. The giant speaks a few kind words, but mangles them. Jon tells the women he is only just learning the common tongue, as all giants speak the old tongue. Wong's laugh startles and frightens the group, causing Sir Patrick to draw his sword. Jon warns him to never draw his sword against a giant, as he is protected by guests right here, which Jon says they still honour in the north. Jon then offers to give Tycho a tour atop the wall, but he prefers to speak with Jon now, preferably in a warm room. Tycho tells Jon that the Iron Throne has ceased all debt payments to the Iron Bank. Jon thinks this must be madness on part of the Lannisters. He thinks that the Iron Bank may want to support Stannis in his war to ensure that the debt is eventually paid. Jon asks for a favour, to borrow ships and a loan to keep the Night's Watch fed until spring. Tycho says this is impossible, but after a few hours of drinking and haggling, they strike a deal. With the 3 ships added to the Eastwatch fleet, Jon counts that they now have 11 ships. He hopes to bring the wildlings down from Hardhome around the wall in order to save them, and not have them become more whites enthralled to the others. However, he's unsure if Mother Maul will be desperate enough to trust her people to the men of the Night's Watch. He discusses things further with Tycho. He asks after Maester Aemon, Gilly, and Sam, but Tycho knows nothing, and Jon can merely hope they have reached Old Town. They talk about an unknown fleet prowling the narrow sea and rumours of dragons coming from the east. Jon jokes that a dragon would warm things up. Tycho says, sternly, that his people are descended from those who fled the Dragon Lords of Valyria, and they do not joke lightly about such, so Jon apologizes. They make their way to the Common Hall, where Axel Florent asks Jon to see Val. Jon summarizes that he must know the woman is gone. He then excuses himself and leaves, pondering the dangers of the agreement with Tycho, uncertain if the Watch will ever be able to repay the Iron Bank. But Jon knows that between being bankrupt and dead, he made the right choice. He also takes another moment to marvel on the stupidity of the Lannisters. The Iron Bank is notorious for disposing royalty who don't repay their debts, and he notes, if Stannis makes a deal with the Braavosi, he will acquire enough money to hire...
numerous sellsword companies to bribe as many lords as he needs and keep his men fed, armed, and supplied. Jon muses that unless Stannis is lying dead beneath the walls of Winterfell, he may just have won the Iron Throne. He goes to sleep, but is woken by Mully, who tells him that a girl has arrived on a dying horse. Jon's thoughts instantly go to Melisandre's prophecy, and he giddily thinks that Arya may have come to him. He also thinks about plans to keep Arya safe. She cannot stay at the Wall, for Stannis will marry her off to one of his vassals, so as to gain a claim to Winterfell. And Jon doesn't know, but fears what Melisandre may want with her. Jon speculates that he might convince Tycho to make arrangements to have Arya fostered with a noble family in Braavos, or the Free Cities. When he meets her, however, to his disappointment, Jon sees that the girl in question is not Arya. She is too old. He recognizes her as Alice Karstark, having met her before when they were both children, when her father brought her to Winterfell in hope of negotiating a marriage between her and Robb. She warns him not to let Cregan Karstark take her back with him when he arrives, as he and his father Arnulf Karstark intend to force her into marrying Cregan. She also learns the truth about her father's execution from Jon, and is unsurprised to learn that Robb killed him for murdering prisoners in a fit of rage. Her father was a brooding man, and her uncles are no better. Alice asks Jon if there is still a blood feud between them after the death of her father, but he assures her that men of the Night's Watch hold no grudges. She tells him that after Jaime Lannister killed her 2 elder brothers and her betrothed at the Battle of the Whispering Wood, she and her brother Harry are the rightful heirs. However, Harry's been a captive for a year. Arnulf only declared Carhold for Stannis in the hope it would provoke the Lannisters to execute Harry. If that happened, Alice would be heir to Carhold, at which point Cregan would marry her, get a child from her, and then get rid of her. Jon offers to write to Stannis about the matter on her behalf, but Alice reveals that the Karstarks are playing Stannis false. They have long been in league with Roose, and are only waiting for his word to betray Stannis. Alice entreats Jon to protect her, as he's the only hope she has left. Chapter 45. Arya wakes up after entering into Nymeria again. She remembers being feared, but only when she dreams. Arya is still in the House of Black and White in Braavos. She has been blinded, to train her to use her other senses, recognize lies from the tone of voice, walk and work without seeing, even fight. She calls herself Blind Beth now. She goes over her list of names, but remembers that was someone else, not her, not Blind Beth. The kindly man asks her his usual questions about 3 things she has learned. Arya learns to play the lying game with the waif. This time, however, she is blind. So instead, she learns to use tone of voice to hear the lies. Arya has gotten better at speaking High Valyrian, though the kindly man insists she learns the language of Lys and Pentos as well. As she continues to learn her skills as a blind girl, the kindly man tells her that she has 5 senses and she should learn to use the other 4. An acolyte gets into a duel of staffs with her, teasing her throughout the lesson. She reminisces that she liked being the cat of the canals. She thinks about when she killed Darien, the deserter from the Night's Watch. The kindly man told her that they are not gods to judge who lives or dies. They are just servants of him of many faces. He explains that they are death's instruments, not death itself. As she goes out to beg, the waif helps her to look the part, putting on a blindfold and giving her pox-marked scars to make her look ugly. As she goes out into Braavos, past the Inn of the Green Eel, she goes over the areas where she has begged in her mind. Arya crosses the bloody bridge and makes her way to Pentos at the end of Ragman's harbour, near the edge of the drowned town. She hears that 2 Lysene pirate ships, the Good Heart and the Elephant, were driven north by a storm and found wildlings at Hardhome. The wildlings were eager to board the ships that were prophesied by the witch, and the pirates took the women and children on board, yet meant to sell them as slaves. The Good Heart was damaged in another storm and was forced to make for Braavos, where the Sea Lord seized the ship since slave trade is forbidden in Braavos. Arya regularly has wolf dreams, and it is revealed that she has also learned to enter a cat. She uses knowledge gained through the cat's eyes to impress the kindly man, telling him that she knows it has been him who is hitting her, but without mentioning the cat. Apparently, this completes her blind training, because when she opens her eyes again, she sees a candle flame, and she's never seen anything so beautiful before. Like Bran, darkness seems to improve her warging abilities, which is probably why her eyesight was taken from her.
Now, a quick word from our sponsor. As you know, the TV series Game of Thrones is based off the books created by George R.R. Martin. These books are notoriously known for how big they are, but that's where Audible comes in. We have personally listened to over 100 titles on Audible, and we highly recommend it. I personally enjoy listening to Audible while driving,
and my brother enjoys listening while working on these videos. If this sounds like something you're interested in, then use our link audibletrial.com/videobooks for a free 30-day trial. The link is in the description. In doing this, you are also supporting the channel. Now back to the video. Chapter 46. One of Rogar Ryswell's men has been found dead at the inner wall of Winterfell. Theon hears Lord Ryswell declare that he must have fallen off the wall drunk, but he suspects it might have been murder, as do some others. Roose Bolton and his host are still stuck inside Winterfell's wall due to the relentless snowstorms. They expect Stannis' forces to attack them, but have no idea how close he may be due to the storms. Tensions rise among the people inside Winterfell, with no one quite certain whether it is a good idea to wait passively for Stannis or instead to pursue him outside. It doesn't help that food is scarce and distributed quite unevenly. Holly, one of Abel the Bard's washerwomen, sits down next to Theon, who is upset that she has touched him. She asks him about the crypts, and a mistrusting Theon comes to the conclusion that she, Abel, and the other women want out of Winterfell. Theon sympathizes, but he fears the wrath of Ramsay, and prefers not to get involved. The next morning, Aenys Frey's squire is found dead and naked outside in the snow. Later on that day, another man, a crossbowman sworn to House Flint, is found dead with a crushed skull, presumably from a horse kick. Thus, the suspicions and tensions keep growing to the point that open quarrelling happens among the host's lords inside the Great Hall. Some are tired of waiting for Stannis and want to attack him. A fight nearly breaks out as Hostine and Aenys Frey blame Wyman for the deaths of their three kin, Rhaegar, Jared, and Symond. It almost comes to a duel before Rogar Ryswell and Barbary Dustin calm them down, though Roose does nothing throughout the near altercation, and Theon sees something new in Roose's eyes. For the first time, a hint of fear. Soon, the newly rebuilt stable collapses, killing 2 men and 26 horses. Roose Bolton gives orders for the surviving horses to be brought inside Winterfell. A more suspicious death is discovered, that of Yellow Dick. His namesake is stuffed in his mouth so hard that 3 teeth have been broken. This death is taken more seriously, as it cannot be confused with an accident, and he's also one of Ramsay Bolton's bastard boys. Theon considers that a hooded man whom he meets may be responsible for the murder. Theon is later ushered to see Roose by Steelshanks Walton. Roose says that Theon has been seen where all the murders have occurred. However, Theon is freed from suspicions due to his weakened physical and psychological state, as remarked by Lady Dustin and Rogar Ryswell. It is now, however, undeniable that someone has been committing murders, possibly at Stannis' behest. The resulting suspicion flames the tensions between Freys and Northmen, who are reminded of their role in the Red Wedding and all the Northmen they killed. Even Lady Dustin calls the Freys out. "Even Dustin's out of Barrowtowns." Lady Dustin parted her lips in a thin, feral smile. "The North remembers Frey." Suddenly, a war horn and drum is sounded, and the forces inside the Winterfell walls begin to believe that Stannis has arrived. Theon goes to pray in the Godswood, seeing hints of Bran's very face in the weirwood, hearing it whisper his name. Holly, Rowan, and a third washerwoman appear, claiming to have come for him. Theon believes that they are behind the murders and want to kill him now, but they deny his suspicions and insists that there will be no more hurt for him, but instead a nice quick death. But first, he must see Abel. Chapter 47. All remaining crewmen and passengers of the Solori Cohoran are sold into slavery into a Yunkai camp near Meereen. Tyrion and Penny are sold together to Jensen, an immensely fat Yunkaish, though Brown Ben Plum tries hard to buy them. Tyrion suspects this is because the sellsword knows him and wants to claim Cersei's bounty on his head, and put under the charge of his retainer called Nurse. Tyrion sees Jorah Mormont brought on the auction block behind them. The knight tried to fight off the slaves and was beaten almost to the point of death. His face is so swollen as to be almost unrecognizable. Tyrion convinces Nurse that Mormont is an essential part of their show and needs to be bought too. Jorah fought bravely, killing 3 slavers before being captured and beaten so severely, the fight went out of him. Once he heard that Daenerys had wed his daughter Zoloric. Once purchased, they are brought to Jensen's pavilion, where they meet some of his other treasures, and his most prized possession, sweets, a hermaphrodite. They are also fitted with slave collars, which Tyrion does not mind as he observes that the collars can be removed. There, they find out that the sellsword who also tried to buy them was Brown Ben Plum of the Second Sons. In the evening, Tyrion and Penny are summoned to perform a joust for the guests of Jensen.
including the Yunkayish Supreme Commander Yukaz Zo Yunkaz. The joust is well received, following which they are to pour wine and water for the guests. One of the men heard Tyrion's boast of his skill at Sybas. Tyrion plays against him and wins, angering the man. He also plays Ben Plum as his master bets on him. He wins 4 out of 5 matches and earns much gold for his master. As a reward for their great jousting performance, the Yezin announces they are to repeat it in the Great Pit of Daznek, in front of tens of thousands of people. Chapter 48. Jaime arrives at Raventree Hall, under siege by Jonas Bracken. The siege here is much smaller than the one at Riverrun, as the intentions are not to storm the castle, but rather to starve them out. The siege has been going on for 6 months, and there is not much hope of rescue for Tytos Blackwood, as it is only a matter of time. Jaime meets first with Lord Jonas, who is in an intimate position with Hildy. After she leaves, Jaime inquires as to what Jonas seeks from the situation. Jonas insists on acquiring a quarter of the House Blackwood lands, saying that they were stolen from them long ago, and that Tywin Lannister promised them to Jonas if he subdued the Blackwoods, which Jaime points out technically they have not. Jaime also chides the Bracken man, saying that they were once an enemy of the king when they had sided with the Starks, and keeping his head is more than enough compensation. Bracken protests that he will keep faith with the crown as he did with the Starks. Jonas adds that a dozen good men of his died at the Red Wedding with Robb Stark, and he bent the knee because he saw no point in fighting for a lost cause. Jaime remarks that Lord Jonas is a prudent man on hearing this, yet privately thinks Blackwood might be considered more honourable. Jaime then goes to parley with Titus Blackwood. Inside, he sees the castle's massive weirwood tree from which the castle derives its name. The tree is black and leafless. Titus tells Jaime that it is the fault of the Brackens who poisoned the tree, and in 2,000 years it will turn to stone as weirwoods never rot. As they treat, Jaime tells him that he does not have to physically kneel to him. They agree to a confession, fealty, pardon, and financial sum as well as lands. Finally, they discuss the matter of a hostage, and Jaime follows Bracken's advice and asks for Bethany, Blackwood's daughter, but Titus refuses, as she is his only daughter. They eventually agree to sending Hostor, as he is a bookish boy who may enjoy his time in King's Landing and all the books there. Jaime then leaves quickly, as he has appointments in Riverrun and King's Landing. The boy is ready to leave with him within an hour. Before departing, he meets Sir Jonas to tell him the resolution, but also informs him that a daughter of his is to attend to the Queen in the capital, as she too is to be a hostage. Jaime might have made some mistakes here, leaving both Bracken and Blackwood primed to rise up and join Aegon's cause. Jaime rides to the village Pennytree with Hostor, who tells him of the history of the lands and animosity between the Blackwoods and Brackens. In the village stands an ancient oak tree with pennies nailed to it. There, Brienne of Tarth finds them, bandages on her face, and with the sword Oathkeeper. Brienne claims that she has found Sansa and that Jaime must accompany her alone, or else Sandor Clegane will kill the girl. Chapter 49. Melisandre is conducting the marriage ceremony between Alice Karstark and Sigon, the new Magna of Then. Only a few brothers of the Night's Watch attend, along with Queen Selyse, her queen's men, and a few king's men that Stannis Baratheon left behind. Meanwhile, Jon Snow has ordered Clydas to dispatch a raven to Deepwood Motte in order to warn Stannis of Arnulf Karstark's treachery. Cregan Karstark followed his niece Alice to Castle Black a day after her arrival. Jon met him before he could reach the fortress and imprisoned Cregan and his men in the ice cells at the wall, knowing that Stannis will execute Cregan when he learns of the betrayal. Jon tries to get Cregan to take the Black and accept Alice's claim to Carhold. Cregan will not hear about it, but Jon thinks time spent in the ice cell might change his mind. At Alice and Sigon's wedding feast, a raven brings message that the relief fleet for Hardhome, delayed due to the bad weather, has now left Eastwatch by the Sea. Cotter Pike is commanding the fleet, and he left behind Glendon Hewitt in charge of Eastwatch. Jon is unsure of Glendon's loyalty due to his association with Janos Slynt and Alyssa Thorne. Axel Florent once again presses Jon to release the whereabouts of Val, as he intends to marry her, but Jon scoffs at the idea. The wedding feast comes to an abrupt end when a horn is sounded twice, announcing wildlings. Jon knows Val has succeeded in her mission, and that Torment Giantsbane has come at last. Chapter 50. Hisdar holds a feast in Meereen with the Yunkayish lords and sellsword captains in attendance, to sign the peace and celebrate the imminent reopening of the fighting pits. However, the Yunkai and its allies are still besieging Meereen. Just as in Marine, the bloody flux has been affecting the Yunkai troops as well. Dani is upset that the Yunkai are holding a slave market just outside the city, but Hisdar tells her it's only a matter of time and to let them have their show and they will have their peace. The Yunkai have brought representatives of the 4 sellsword companies serving them: the Tattered Prince for the Windblown, Gylo Regan for the Long Lancers, Bloodbeard for the Company of the Cat, and Brown Ben Plum for the Second Sons. Dani is relieved by Dario's absence, since she knows that he would be furious with Plum. An exchange of 7 hostages has been arranged in order to ensure a measure of peace during the ceremonies. Dani's 7 hostages include Hisdar's sister, 2 of his cousins, her blood rider Jogo, her Admiral Grolio, her unsullied Captain Hero, and Dario Naharis. Skarhaz Mokandik, the Shavepate, is absent as well, having been replaced as commander of the Brazen Beasts by Hisdar's cousin, Margot Zorlaric. Were he not a hostage, Dario might be causing trouble. He is unhappy about Dani's wedding to Hisdar, and he got furious when Quentin Martel revealed that his group of Westerosi Windblowns had been ordered to defect to Marine. Dario nearly slew them all in his rage, but Grey Worm intervened and stopped him, choosing instead to imprison the group of Windblowns. Brown Ben comes up to her and explains his defection, saying that it is natural for sellswords to change sides if they believe that it will improve their odds of survival. He claims the Second Sons were troubled when they learned that Daenerys could not use her dragons to help fight the Yunkaish forces. After he leaves, she asks Sir Barristan Selmy his opinion, as he was hiding and listening as always. He advises her that Brown Plum is quite truthful, and confirms that it is not wise to place trust in a sellsword. Seeking ways to make up for the loss of the Second Sons, Dani asks Barristan about the possibility of finding a rival leader in the group that might want to remove Brown Ben Plum. Barristan thinks it's possible, but doesn't know for certain. She then mentions the other 3 mercenary companies, prompting Barristan to offer to arrange a meeting with Gylo Regan, or the Tattered Prince if she wants so. Dani says that this is not the time or the place, as there are too many watchful eyes about. Barristan admits that he is not the best man for such work, and that back in Westeros it would have been Littlefinger, or the Spider, to have done this kind of work. Dani's mind turns back to the captured Westerosi Turncloaks. She realizes that by freeing one of the Windblows, she might establish negotiations with their leader, the Tattered Prince, and perhaps sway them to her cause. She first suggests and later commands Sir Barristan to send back the women Merys as a gesture of her regard, knowing their captain will get the message. She wants to contact the Long Lancers and the Company of the Cat as well. Barristan advises against dealing with Bloodbeard of the Company of the Cat. He says that he reminds him of the 9 Penny Kings, that he is much too greedy and much too dishonorable to be an asset. Daenerys feels that such men might be the easiest to sway, but decides to trust his counsel on this matter. She then summons Quentyn to speak further, at Barristan's suggestion. He still believes that the Dornish envoys are their best option for returning to Westeros, though Dani will not abandon her city. She speaks with him and brings him to the Dragon Pit to see her children. She introduces Quentyn to Viserion and Rhaegal, telling him Drogon is away hunting, and that she is a dragon as well. Dani gives Quentyn another piece of advice to leave Meereen, saying that he is not safe here, that men like Dario and Hisdar could see him as a threat and eliminate him. He boldly, perhaps foolishly, declines. Dani then retires to bed where Hisdar is waiting for her, drunk and lustful. She allows him to have his way with her before he passes out. Missandei comes in and hears the queen is unhappy and comforts her, talking of her home, Nath. Eventually Daenerys falls asleep, though she dreads the morrow, when the fighting pits will reopen and blood will be spilt.
Chapter 52. Daenerys bathes in preparation for her visit with her husband to Meereen's fighting pits. So Barristan Selmy tells her that the girl Merys, whom they set free, said that the Windblown were willing to join her cause if Dani gave the Tattered Prince Pentos. Dani cannot agree to pay this, as Illyroy is from that city and has helped her more than anyone. Her obligations are to him first. She departs with her husband and they arrive at the pits, where strong Belwas eats a bowl of fried locusts. Hisdar tells his wife that they are tasty as well, but she declines as Dani is not interested in the spicy food. There are 20,000 spectators in the pit. As Hisdar announces the fights, they chant her name, though they use the Giscari word for mother, because they cannot pronounce her Westerosi name. Dani thinks to herself that it is not her they love, but the fighting. The first fight begins with a victory for the spotted cat, and there are many more after that. Following them, the first folly of the day begins with two dwarfs jousting, one on a pig, the other on a dog. One dwarf has a shield painted in the colours of House Lannister, which amuses Daenerys. That one falls off the pig and is chased by the other on the dog when Hizdahr tells Dany that they are about to loose the lions. She tells him that this was not in their agreement, that the dwarves did not consent to this like the other fighters who died did, so she forbids that the lions slaughter the dwarfs. Up next is a bout between Barcena Blackhair and a boar. The fight goes well until the boar's tusk rips her open from the knee to the crotch. The boar then jumps on her, pulling out her entrails, and all to the displeasure of the crowd. Daenerys insists on leaving as she is disgusted and no longer wants any part in this. Strong Belwas becomes sick from his locusts, asking for a drink of milk. It is then that Drogon appears, his attention drawn by the blood and screams. His fire sears the boar before he eats it, and then Barcena. A man runs to try to kill the dragon, jabbing a spear into Drogon's neck, before the dragon kills him. Hizdahr commands the rest of his spearmen to kill the dragon. Drogon roasts two spearmen, breaks the pitmaster in two with a swipe of his tail, and tears out the innards of another spearman. As Strong Belwas is puking, Dany runs into the fighting pit in a mad state, hearing footsteps behind her. When she gets close, she fears the dragon does not recognize her and will kill her. As he blows fire at her, she rolls under the flames, and she whips him until finally he allows her to mount him. She leaps onto his back, pulling out the spear. As she whips him again, he takes flight, and she tells him to go higher, watching as Meereen grows smaller below. Chapter 51. Theon Greyjoy is with some of the Spearwives, Rowan as well as Abel. He tells them that it is madness to try to escape, as Ramsay Bolton will chase them and hunt them down with his dogs. Abel replies that Stannis must be close by the sounds of the horns, and it is unlikely Ramsay would ride out into that. Theon also begs that he not be allowed to fall back into Ramsay's hands alive, to which Squirrel replies Abel's word. Hosteen Frey barges into the halls, announcing that Little Walder, son of his brother Merritt, has been killed. Theon looks at the Spearwives, but Rowan replies that this is no work of theirs. Big Walder implicates the Manderley men, saying that the boy went out to get some silver owed to him. The dispute turns into a spar of words, and when Lord Wyman Manderley insults both the dead boy and House Frey simultaneously, Hosteen draws his sword in a blind fury and attacks Manderley, who is sliced under his chins and collapses. His knights leap to defend him, and a vicious and bloody fight breaks out. In the end, 6 White Harbour men lie dead, 2 Frey men as well as Lutton, one of Ramsay's bastard boys. Roose and Ramsay quell the tension by telling the men present if they want blood, they should turn their anger on Stannis. Hosteen replies, once they bring Stannis' head, they will come for Wyman's. Roose asks Abel to play them a song, and the Freys leave. It is then that Rowan grasps Theon's arm, telling him that the time must be now and that Abel can fend for himself. The plan is to dress the fake Arya up as Squirrel, while the real Squirrel climbs away down the hall. They find the girl in her room, where she is terrified to leave, thinking this is a trap set up by Ramsay. The girl tells the washwoman that she has been trained. She won't escape. Ramsay does not need to chop off her feet. They finally get her into Squirrel's clothes, and Theon tells her to follow Holly closely and not to run. As they get to the gate, they see some guards. Holly seduces one and kills him in the process, while Frenya struggles and kills the other. Jean lets out a scream in the process, revealing them. Frenya waits at the bottom and fights the rest of the kneelers that come to catch them, while Holly and the others get to the top of the wall. Holly then realizes that Frenya has the rope, just before being killed by arrows. Theon thinks that if they are caught now, they'll be brought to Ramsay and tortured. He then throws himself and Jane over the battlements. Chapter 53. Jon treats with Tormund Giantsbane. His 4,000 wildlings will be allowed past the wall, including mammoths and giants. They must leave 100 boys as hostages at Castle Black, and yield all valuables to pay for food. The mammoths are to go the long way around Eastwatch, while the rest are allowed to go through the gates. Jon accompanies Val to go see Queen Selyse to tell her of the bargain. The queen is excited and tells him that her husband will be proud. All the wildlings will have to do is swear fealty to the king and convert to R'hllor. This is when Jon tells her that this was not part of the bargain, and Val adds that the free folk do not kneel. Celise is quite upset about this. Val notices Shireen's facial disfigurements, noting that it is grey death. John tells her that it is not always fatal, but she is adamant that it is death, and that the baby, monster, must be taken out of the tower at once, and closer to her own person. She insists that Shireen is dead, and that the Queen and apparently John cannot see it. He then goes to the top of the wall, wondering what has happened to Mance Rayder, and if he has found his sister Arya. Up here he meets Torgan Flint, of the First Flints and Brandon Norrie, the Norrie clan chief. John tells them that the wildlings are coming through, though they are not happy about it because of past conflicts. He tells them that they must forgive crimes of the past if they are to live together. They are worried about their lands, but John tells them that wildlings are to remain on the wall in the abandoned castles. Bowen Marsh sees this agreement as a betrayal of John's vows to the Night's Watch. However, John says that he has sworn to defend the realms of men and asks him whether the people beyond the wall don't count as men. Thus, it is his intent to use all available resources to defend the realm of men against the others. Chapter 54. Cersei is still a prisoner of the faith. She wonders when Jaime will be coming for her, in addition to wondering what has happened to Loras Tyrell, as last she heard he lay dying from his wounds on Dragonstone. She only ever sees 3 people which are her jailers, Septa Unella, Septa Molel, and Septa Scholara. Her last visitor was Qyburn. She hates all 3 of them as much as those she assumes have betrayed her, blaming Osney Kettleback, Aunton Merryweather, Harry Swift, Oraine Waters, and Grand Maester Pycelle. She questions whether she should include Jaime in that group, but will not believe it. He would not abandon her, she assumes. She feels helpless and hates that emotion, and she prays endlessly to the 7 gods, since that is what they want. But it helps not. At first she fights with her guards, but they are much stronger than she thought. They keep her up endlessly, never letting her sleep. Exhausted, she comes to know that she must confess. She asks to be taken to the High Septon to confess, where she admits to extramarital affairs. She says she has slept with Lancel and the Kettleblack brothers. She insists she did these things because she was afraid for her children, and these were her only means to secure the trust of these men. The High Sparrow still means to accuse her of high treason, incest, regicide, and deicide, all crimes that Osney admitted Cersei had a part in under torture. She manages to talk her way out of the charges of murdering the previous High Septon and Robert, and bearing false witness against the Tyrell girls, and avoids the charges of incest by saying that these are lies that Stannis has made up in order to gain the Iron Throne, which satisfies the High Septon, since the Faith is eager to condemn Stannis' worship of a red demon. To get the real truth though, the High Septon means to have her tried by the Faith or trial by combat, where Cersei would be represented by a Knight of the Kingsguard. He is unsure of all the crimes she has committed, so the only way to pick the truth from the false is to let the gods decide. She is allowed a visit by her uncle Kevin, who, though angry with her for corrupting Lancel, answers her questions. He tells her that Jaime is missing after his return from Raventree Hall, having disappeared with an unknown woman, though they assume it is Brienne. There is word of sellswords appearing all over the south. They do not have the strength to deal with them, though Mace Tyrell does. However, he is unwilling to do so until the matter with his daughter Marjorie Tyrell is settled. Mace Tyrell is now the Hand, Paxter Redwyn is the King's Admiral, and Randall Tarley is the Justiciar. The Tyrells brought up an army when their daughters were seized. Although the High Septon has admitted the case against them is weak, Kevin brings worse news for Cersei. He relays Balon Swan's news of Marsilla's loss of an ear and Aerys Oakheart's death, though Cersei is insistent that Marcella's mutilation is Tyrion's doing, and she sees a chance in the open position in the Kingsguard, and asks Kevin to approach Qyburn for a replacement.
Chapter 61. Jon Cunnington and the Golden Company have landed at Cape Wrath in Westeros, and managed to seize Griffin's Roost and other small castles by taking them unawares. The taking of Griffin's Roost was quite easy. The Golden Company only lost 4 men in the attack. Any Raven trying to leave the castle was shot down, followed shortly by the castle's maester being thrown from his tower. After that, what was left of the garrison surrendered, taking his leave of the Golden Company officers by claiming to be going to pray at his father's tomb in the castle set. Jon, instead,
goes to the battlements and reminisces over the time Rhaegar visited his home and seemed impressed with Connington's land. Jon then reflects on what happened next to his house. After Aerys exiled Jon, furious at his failure to stop Robert, the lands and title went to his cousin Ronald Connington, who had been Jon's castellan while he was in King's Landing. But after the end of Robert's rebellion, King Robert stripped Ronald of his lordship and gave most of House Connington's lands to houses that had fought for him. Jon, however, is glad that he will not have to fight his deceased cousin or Ronald's son, Ronnet, who was away fighting in the Riverlands to reclaim Griffin's Roost, not wanting to celebrate his return by killing one of his own kin. Nor does he blame his cousin any longer for taking advantage of his downfall, since, as far as Jon is concerned, the one responsible for House Connington's downfall is himself. Jon's musings then turn to where he lost everything, Stony Sept. Taking over pursuit of Robert from the Tyrells after the Battle of Ashford, Jon cornered the rebel in the town and began searching for him. But the search yielded nothing, as the townsfolk were protecting Robert, hiding him, and constantly moving him. All of Connington's efforts to find Robert, offering bribes, taking hostages, threats, and pardons, got him nowhere. And the delays bought time for Eddard Stark and Holster Tully to bring a rebel army to Robert's rescue. The rebels attacked Connington's men at the same time Robert and his followers emerged from the town in a counterattack, and the ensuing battle ended in a rebel victory. For years, Jon reflected that he insisted he did all he could, until Miles Toyne disabused him of that notion by pointing out that Tywin Lannister would have burned Stony Sept to the ground to kill Robert, then offered pardons to Stark and Tully when they arrived to convince them to give up and go home. Connington, however, knew this would mean killing everyone in the town, and he both didn't want to be branded a murderer and wanted the glory of slaying Robert for himself. Jon reflects that his failure at Stony Sept led to Rhaegar's death at the Trident and vows not to fail Prince Aegon as he failed his father. Rejoining his fellows, Jon takes note of the captives, including Ronnet's brother, sister, and bastard son. Most of the castle staff swear loyalty to him. Connington pays a visit to Howden, who is trying to find where most of the Golden Company scattered along the coast by the Volantene ships that transported them from Essos to send a message to Doran Martell to inform him that his nephew Aegon is alive, in order to gain the Dornish alliance. Jon reflects that he could not have expected loyalty from these men if he had reclaimed his home while Robert and Renly still held the Stormlands. Holden also argues that they need to offer incentives to convince wayward lords to join them, as most of the gold and land will go to the Golden Company off the hands of Prince Aegon and Jon himself for marriage alliances. Jon, however, refuses. In the face of his illness and his insistence that Aegon must be free to wed Daenerys Targaryen if she ever returns home. In his chambers, Jon privately treats his grayscale with wine. If his condition became known, he fears that any lord still loyal to House Connington would abandon him. 4 days later, Prince Aegon arrives along with Duck, the first member of his Kingsguard. Jon recalls his disapproval of that choice and how he argued with Aegon that they should leave places in his Kingguard open to both warriors of great renown or the youngest sons of important lords to add luster to their cause. But Aegon refused, saying all he wanted from his Kingsguard was their willingness to die, defending him, pointing out that Jon's criteria for the Kingsguard perfectly fit the Kingslayer. Jon informs him that his men plan to take Storm's End in 10 days. He had refused the suggestions of the Golden Company officers to make an alliance with Stannis Baratheon, who holds it, arguing that Stannis is Robert's brother, a rival claimant to the throne and leagues away from them with nothing to offer. Aegon agrees to this plan and tells him that he intends for the siege to go forward with one change. Aegon will lead the attack himself. Chapter 55. Daenerys has not returned. Many fear her dead. The Dothraki are searching for her across the Worm River. Strong Belwas is still in mortal danger from the poison locust that he ate during the reopening of the fighting pits, and so Barristan Selmy does not trust the Blue Graces that are taking care of him now. Jogo, Darion O'Harris, Admiral Grolio, and Hero of the Unsullied all remain prisoners of the Yunkai. So Barristan is told by Hisdar's seneschal, Reznak, that Hisdar wishes to receive his Yonkaiish guest without Barristan there, essentially removing the duties of the head of the Queensguard. Of all of Dany's servants, only Missandei remains within the royal apartments, although she too has been replaced. The Unsullied have been slighted by Hisdar, and the brazen beasts might well be more loyal to Skarhaz Mokandik than to Hisdar. So the king lets himself be defended by pit fighters while he prepares for the peace discussions with the Yunkai. Meanwhile, disease has spread throughout Marine, both in the city itself and among the Yunkaiish men camped outside it, despite the best of Dani's earlier efforts. Due to this, the streets are extremely quiet. Barristan is in a depressed and reflective state, wondering how he lost Dani like he lost her father and brother, as well as King Robert. He remembers how he ran too slowly after Dani, pondering if Dario would have run faster. As Drogon took to the air with Dani on his back, spears and crossbow bolts were targeted at him, wounding him. In reply, he loosed his fire upon them, killing 214 people and wounding 3 times as many. Rumour has it that the Yunkai, sieging Marine, have mounted scorpions around the city in an attempt at slaying Drogon, should he return. As he thinks that she may be flying home, Missandei appears behind him. She tells him that Dani would not leave without them. She also says that Skarhaz wishes to meet with him, secretly. Barristan agrees to a meeting at the stables at sunset. There, the Shave Pate says that the sons of the Harpy poisoned the locust that Belwaz ate, intending to kill Dani, that Volantis has dispatched its fleet, and that Hisdar means to open Marine's gates for them. Skarhaz asks him to speak to Grey Worm, as he will trust Barristan and support them. Selmy agrees to conspire with the Shave Plate against Hisdar, and to attack the unsuspecting Yunkai before the fleet from Volantis can arrive to take the city, and enslave all Dani's people. He does this on the condition that Hisdar's guilt can be proven, and Barristan thinks to himself that he will kill the man personally. Barristan says that he will go speak to Grey Worm. Chapter 56. Victorian Greyjoy's fleet is anchored near the Isle of Cedars, right outside Slaver's Bay. He was sent by his brother, King Euron Greyjoy, to bring Daenerys to him, but Victarion means to take her to wife himself. Victarion's shield hand was hurt fighting Talbot Seri in the Battle of the Shield Islands, and the wound has festered. Maester Kerwin has had little success treating the wound. Victarion learnt that the strong Volantene fleet is on their way to Marine 2, while his own fleet was scattered on their way and only half have come back together. The 54th ship to arrive, the Grief, has happened upon the Red Priest Makoro, who was swept overboard the Silasori Quoran when Tyrion travelled her to Marine. He claims to have seen in the flames that Victorion would die unless the priest helped him. Makoro succeeds in healing him, and Victorion has the Maester killed and makes for Marine. Chapter 57. Yezzan Yo-Kazak is dying of the bloody flux. A healer explains to Sweets that the only help for Yezzan is good clean water. Nurse also got the bloody flux and died the night before, after Tyrion gave him dogtail soup with silver mushrooms in the broth. Tyrion asks Scar, a soldier slave in Yezzan's ownership, to send 2 men to get fresh water for Yezzan. Scar refuses because he will not take orders from a slave, even though he himself is a slave. He tells Tyrion to get the water himself with Penny. Tyrion asks for the mule and the cart to get the water. Scar refuses, but gives them Jorah Mormont to help get the water. The 3 of them travel through the camp to the nearest well, south and west of a trebuchet, the Heradian. On the way, Tyrion sees defences being built to defend against the possible return of Drogon, although Tyrion knows that most of these will prove useless against dragons, because a dragon's eyes are its only weak spot, and not the underbelly or throat, as old wives' tales claim. While waiting at the well, they hear the latest news and rumours from other slaves, who are discussing the events at Daznak's pit. It is argued whether Daenerys Targaryen flew off on the dragon or died trying. Tyrion states that she did not die because her body was not found. He briefly thinks on the moment when he almost revealed his identity to her, only to stop out of fear Barristan Selmy would prejudice Daenerys against him out of contempt for House Lannister. After getting the water, they are supposed to return to their camp, but Tyrion leads them to the tents of the Second Sons instead. He knows that right now, while Yezzan is on the verge of death, is the best time for them to try and escape the grasp of the slavers. When they get there, Tyrion is recognized as the dwarf that Brown Ben Plum wished to buy, so they are brought to the captain. There, he reveals that he knows that Ben Plum knows who Tyrion really is, and that Tyrion knows that Ben is a Westerman of House Plum, and that the dragons were fond of him. He implies that he knows more about Plum's lineage than even Plum himself, and that Plum may have more Targaryen blood than he thinks. Ben Plum then recognizes Jorah Mormont, and Tyrion convinces Ben to let him and Mormont join the Second Sons instead of killing him in order to win a lordship from Cersei Lannister. Tyrion suggests they play a game of Savas as they continue talking. Chapter 58. Tormund Giantsbane, along with over 3,000 wildlings, pass through the wall at Castle Black. The price of their entry, which was negotiated between Jon and Tormund, is that the wildlings will yield all valuables so that they can be sold for food, as well as 100 boys as hostages. Initially, 2 girls are included in the 100 hostages, although Jon spots them and they are replaced by 2 new boys. Tormund voluntarily includes his own son as a hostage as a sign of good faith. Jon decides to take him on as his own squire. While watching the wildlings enter the wall, Jon and Tormund speak of many things. Jon mentions Melisandre burned the horn of Joram that Mance and the wildlings were supposedly going to use to break down the wall. Tormund tells Jon that although they did find that huge horn in the Skirling Pass, it is not actually the true horn of Jorman, or they would have used it when they assaulted the wall. Jon, confused, tries to decide whether it was Mance that lied to him or Tormund lying to him now about the authenticity of the horn. The rear guard of the wildlings with Tormund includes a warg who was accompanied by his boar. Ghost and this boar seem to be on edge around each other, and it is mentioned that they should be restrained while the wildlings are staying at Castle Black. Most of the wildlings will be relocated in the coming weeks. Later, Jon receives a letter from Cotter Pike saying that he is stranded at Hardhome and calls for help. He also reveals that the Braavosi captains on loan from Tycho would only allow wildling women and children aboard their ships, and that the Woods Witch has taken to calling them slavers. This explains Arya's report that the wildlings from Hardhome had been captured by slavers as told in The Blind Girl. He also says there are dead things in the water, lending a great deal of urgency to his message. Chapter 59. Sir Barristan attends Hisdar Zolaric's court under the unease that Daenerys Targaryen's absence brings. The Brazen Beasts now have a new commander, the king's cousin, Margaz Zolaric. Reznak keeps a strong voice in court, counselling the king. Hasdar is now acclaimed as a hero after his fight against Drogon. Sir Barristan notices the presence of Quentyn Martell and his 2 Dornish companions at court, remembering Prince Lewin Martell, his Kingsguard colleague, and also Quentyn's uncle. He considers the possibility that the poison locusts that Strong Belwas ate might have been meant for Hisdar, as part of a plot to direct Daenerys into marrying Quentyn, given that another of the prince's uncles was notorious for poisoning those who got in his way. Before he makes up his mind on the matter, 3 wise master envoys from Yunkai arrive, along with their sellsword Bloodbeard, to talk with Hisdar. They show Admiral Grolio's severed head as a gesture of intimidation, claiming his death as payback for the death of Yunkaius Zohanzik, who was trampled to death during the panic when Drogon attacked the fighting pits. Barristan reminds King Hisdar that Yukar's death was accidental, while the Yunkai representatives free 3 of the 6 remaining hostages. They demand that the dragons be destroyed as a condition for the release of the last 3 hostages. Barristan is also suspicious of Hisdar's lack of reaction, given that all 3 of the Westori kings he served under, Aerys, Robert, and even the supposedly weak Jaehaerys, would have responded to such an insult by ordering every member of the Yunkaish delegation killed. He also believed Bloodbeard is trying to start violence in order to get the plunder the peace has denied him. As the court is ended for further deliberation by the King's Council, Sir Barristan decides to counsel the Dornishmen. Despite appearing weak, the king has taken notice of Quentyn, and Sir Barristan considers it dangerous for them to remain in Meereen. He advises them to return immediately to Dorne, going so far as offering the coin for the trip, and reveals that there was an attempt at poisoning either Daenerys or her consort during the fighting pits reopening. Quentyn's shocked reactions reassure Sir Barristan that the Dornishmen had no part in the poisoning, but he still counsels Quentyn and his companions to leave Meereen and return to Dorne, for he considers his prospects of marriage unpromising and his situation dangerous. Chapter 60. Garrus Drinkwater reports after having spoken to Beans, Books, and Oldborn Bill. In exchange for some gold, the 3 members of the Windblown agreed to tell the Tattered Prince that the 3 Dornishmen would like to meet. Despite successfully delivering the message, Garrus insists the group should heed Barristan Selmy's warning, leave Meereen for Volantis, and ultimately return to Dorne. Quentyn wants to leave for Westeros as well, but fears arriving empty-handed, as he worries he will disappoint his father and Lord Ironwood, and face mockery by the Sand Snakes should he do so. Quentyn tells his companions they can leave without him, but they choose to stay. Denzo Dan finds Quentyn to discuss terms for the meeting. Denzo tells the Dornish prince to find a door marked with a purple lotus near the spice market at sunset the next day. Quentyn agrees and tells Denzo that the tattered prince can bring 2 men, as he will be accompanied by Drinkwater and Archibald. The 3 Dornishmen leave to meet the tattered prince an hour before sunset, bearing weapons. On their way, Archibald and Garrus point out that they might face violence or other retribution from the tattered prince for their betrayal. Quentyn agrees it is possible, but they continue walking. The 3 then discuss waiting for Daenerys' return and the possibility of killing Hizdahr to allow Quentyn to marry her. Quentyn fears that his friends have lost sight of why they are in Meereen for Daenerys' dragons, and points out that he has Targaryen blood and can therefore tame at least one of the remaining 2. Garrus balks at his plan and points out that dragons will not care about his lineage. The prince argues the plan is necessary to grant meaning to the deaths of Cletus and William, and to please his father. The 3 eventually find a door marked with a purple lotus and enter a large but dilapidated building. An older woman greets them and takes them to a dim cellar, where Pretty Merys, Danzo Dahan, Kago Corpsekiller, and the tattered prince await them. Quentyn is wary as the prince is wearing mail and has brought 1 more man than they had agreed upon. Quentyn expresses his displeasure at the extra bodyguard, but the prince points out that Merys is not a man and remains resentful of the Dornishman's betrayal, as it resulted in the imprisonment of several of his best men. To persuade the prince to join their side, Quentyn promises to double the amount being paid to the Windblown by the Yunkai once they arrive in Dorne, but the tattered prince is unmoved. Quentyn then reveals that he plans to steal one of the 2 remaining dragons in Meereen, and the prince names Pentos the price of his allegiance. Chapter 62. Asher Greyjoy is still a prisoner of Stannis Baratheon at the Crofters village between the lakes, being guarded by Alysanne Mormont. While they thought they would be only 3 days from Winterfell, the snows have kept them stranded for 19 days. Food has become a major concern. The supply of fish from the lake has been diminishing. They have already been relying on their dying horses as a source of food for a while now, and foraging has brought little result. Some men have even begun to resort to cannibalism. 4 men from House Peasbury were caught eating parts of a dead man from House Fell. There are growing tensions between the Queen's men that Stannis brought with him from Dragonstone and the other people present, both local Northerners and the King's men that Stannis brought from Dragonstone and the Stormlands with him. Fueling those tensions, Sir Godry Faring, the Giant Slayer, Sir Corlys Penny, and Sir Clayton Suggs are about to burn the 4 cannibals in sacrifice for R'hllor, hoping to stop the snowfall. Northerners Artos Flint and Big Bucket Wool express dislike of the sacrifice. Arsha has noticed that Clayton Suggs is a cruel man and fears that he may eventually turn against her. Stannis himself has been retreating to a tower roof with a perennial flame for 4 days, since his squire, Brian Faring, was given a funeral burning after dying from the cold. He returns now, along with Queenman Sir Richard Horpe and Carhold Castellan Arnulf Karstark, whose men joined theirs 8 days past. There are rumours that Arnulf may be given Winterfell in Stannis' behest if they are successful at retaking the castle. Stannis authorises the sacrifice and watches it until its end. Sir Justin Macy remains close to Arsha and protects her from the worst of Clayton Suggs' threats. He also reveals that he is no longer a true believer in R'hllor, and hints that he knows more than he is telling. Justin offers to guard Arsha for a while, relieving Ali Mormont from that duty. The 2 of them eat some roasted horse in the hall. Stannis' knights are, however, lost by a lack of options, knowing that they are likely to die soon no matter what they do, since they have no food, nor are they in any condition to fight Roose Bolton's forces at Winterfell. Talk is tense and frustrated, and eventually Justin leaves the hall. Attempting to follow him, Arsha finds Clayton Suggs, who threatens her, but the 2 of them are surprised to find that riders are coming to Stannis' encampment. Assuming that this is an attack from the Bolstons and Freys, Clayton commands Arsha to warn the others while he bravely attempts to hold off the riders. But there is no immediate danger. for the riders are not hostile. It is instead the group of Tychos Nestoris, representative of the Iron Bank of Bravos, with 2 men of the Night's Watch and 7 Ironmen that he ransomed from Sibel Lock. Asha recognizes Christopher Botley among them. The group has come by way of Winterfell, where they found Crowfoot Umber beating drums and blowing horns, and have brought Theon and Jean from Winterfell. Jean's nose is black from frostbite, and no one has referred to her by name yet, so it is not clear whether Tycho's group knows that she is not Arya Stark. Asha fails to recognize Theon, who looks decades older than she knows him to be. Theon, however, reveals his identity to Asha, much to her shock. Chapter 63. Victorian Greyjoy continues on his way to Meereen. Despite his crew's unease at Moqorro's continued presence, Victorian insists that the Red God will help them on their journey. Though his arm and hand are now burnt, they are stronger than ever. He says, 2 gods are with me now. No foe can stand before 2 gods. The Iron Fleet captures a number of trading ships. Giscari Dawn, Dove, 2 unnamed ships that he renames as Ghost and Shade, an unnamed Fat Galley, an unnamed trading galley, an unnamed fishing ketch, and a slaver galley named the Willing Maiden. Moqorro's prophecies are instrumental in the capture of these fleets. As a show of his appreciation, Victarion burns 7 Lyseni bed slavers as a tribute to both the drowned god and R'hllor. After the sacrifice, favourable wind rises for the Iron Fleet, which now numbers 60 ships with the new additions. That night, Victarion allows Moqorro to inspect the dragon horn given to him by his brother Euron. Moqorro reads the Valyrian glyphs displayed on the horn to Victarion, telling him that the horn's name is written as I am Dragonbinder. Moqorro goes on to explain that no mortal man can blow the horn and live. However, he states that, who blows the hell horn matters not, the dragons will come to the horn's master. You must claim the horn with blood. Chapter 64. After a gathering of 11 faceless men, Arya is interrogated by Plagueface and deemed ready for her first assassination. Arya disguises herself again as Cat of the Canals and returns to Brusco's. While selling seafood at the Purple Harbour, Arya observes her target, an old man who sells insurance for captains, shipowners, and other merchants. When the kindly man suggests that the man might not be paying out for claims as he should, Arya determines that a family member of a client has prayed for the man's death at the House of Black and White. Arya eventually decides she will kill her target with poison, which the waif then helps her prepare. The kindly man informs Arya that she will need a new face for this job, since Cat of the Canals would be easily recognized. He and the waif lead her down into a chamber deep under the House of Black and White. The walls are covered with the mask-like faces, which Arya realizes are the faces of people who have died at the House of Black and White. The face chosen for Arya is that of a young girl who was abused to the point of permanent disfigurement, and who came to the temple seeking death. Arya's blood is used to soften the leathery mask into living skin, which then bonds to her head and becomes her new face. The kindly man warns Arya that she will suffer the nightmares of the girl whose face she has taken, but only for a time. His promise proves to be true, and that night Arya dreams of the abuse that was suffered by the girl at the hands of her father. The target is always accompanied by 2 guards, and the kindly man has forbidden Arya to kill anyone other than her target. So Arya must stalk the man for several days to find an opportunity. She eventually dispatches him by slipping a poisoned coin into the purse of one of his clients, knowing the old man selling insurance will bite into the shipowner's coins to test their legitimacy. Knowing that the target's heart would then soon give out after consuming the poison, the kindly man is pleased by Arya's success, and he raises her to the status of an acolyte. He gives her a black and white robe to wear while at the temple and restores her face. However, the next day she is to take a new face and leave for her first apprenticeship with someone named Isambero. Chapter 65. Cersei is forced to walk from the Great Sept of Baelor to the Red Keep as atonement for her confessed sins. It is the only way to escape the Sept, as her uncle Kevin will not oppose the faith, and Cersei does not have enough friends in the Sept to risk a trial like Marjorie Tyrell. Her only hope is a trial by combat. Cersei feels fear at the thought of being paraded through the streets naked, remembering the violence the small folk caused during the riot, but reassures herself that no harm will come to her. When morning arrives, her jailers arrive with a group of silent sisters who strip Cersei naked and shave her of every hair on her body. Cersei is then led by an escort of warriors' sons, among them her cousin Lancel, much to Cersei's disgust, to the courtyard, where Cersei finds herself standing close to the spot where Eddard Stark was executed. As the Septors accompanying her announce her sins to the watching crowd, Cersei muses first on how Joffrey undid all her plans and the work of Varys and Littlefinger, had he done as he was told and sent Ned Stark to the wall. The Lannisters would have had peace with Robb Stark, a hostage in the form of Sansa, and the freedom to deal with Stannis and Renly Baratheon. But instead, Joffrey demanded Stark's head, and after that, everything fell apart. Cersei's thoughts turn to memories of how her father, Tywin, did away with his grandfather's mistress after his death, having her stripped naked and marched through the streets of Lannisport. But Cersei insists to herself she will not be broken and humiliated so easily. She is then forced to strip before the crowd and walk to the Red Keep. At first, Cersei walks with dignity, ignoring the insults and worse, such as rotten vegetables and a cat carcass, the crowd throw at her. But as the walk continues and the insults grow worse, mocking her faded beauty and signs of age on her body, Cersei struggles to maintain her composure. As she walks, Cersei begins to hallucinate, seeing faces of others in the crowd, her father frowning, Ned and Sansa Stark, along with Sansa's wolf staring accusingly at her, Tyrion laughing at her, and finally, the face of Maggie the Frog intoning her prophecy. Queen you shall be, until there comes another, younger and more beautiful, to cast you down and take all you hold most dear. At this, Cersei breaks down in tears and runs for the Red Keep, collapsing as soon as she staggers into the courtyard. Kevan Lannister orders her covered up and removed, at which point Cersei is picked up by an 8-foot-tall giant of a man, clad in the armour and white cloak of a Kingsguard knight. Qyburn appears and introduces Cersei to his champion, Sir Robert Strong, and she is most pleased. Chapter 66. Tyrion has made an agreement with Ben Plum to join the Second Sons. He signs a number of agreements that he will pay about 50 higher-ranking members of the company 100 gold dragons. This amount increases for the higher-ranking officers, and for Plum himself. He must sign a contract for 100,000 dragons, along with land and a lordship. After this, he signs the Register of the Second Sons using his blood as ink. After this, he is told to go and find armor for himself and Penny. He returns to where Penny is sleeping to find her still distraught over the abandonment of the hog and the dog that were part of her show. Tyrion is hiding from her that the two animals have almost definitely been slaughtered by Yazin Zo Kazak's men. While they are looking for armor, they find Jorah Mormont outfitted in a random assortment of armor, which he claims is of decent quality. When Penny tells Tyrion that she dreamt that she was jousting with her brother again, Tyrion slaps her, trying to force her to quit her mooning and to realize that they must wear armor or likely die. Finally, Tyrion says that he will take care of making sure that the Second Sons turn sides again, since Tyrion and Jorah both agree that they are on the losing side of the coming battle. Chapter 67. Sir Barristan meets with Skarkaz Mokandik again, and they go through with their plan to seize Hisdar and the city, and have it ruled by a council until Daenerys' return. They decide that their word for going ahead with the plan will be Grolio, in reference to the hostage that was slain by the Yunkai. Skarkaz reveals that he was present in the throne room when Bloodbeard and the Slaver Lords made their insult, and that he and every one of the brazen beasts present would have killed the Yunkaish delegation in an instant had Hisdar given the command, raging that the Yunkaish would never have dared to do such a thing to Daenerys. The Shavepate goes on to explain to Sir Barristan that Hisdar's horrified reaction to Grolio's severed head was a sham, and the slavers couldn't care less about Yukaz Zoyanki's death in the pit. The whole thing was arranged so as to give Hisdar a pretext to kill the Queen's dragons before Volantis' fleet arrives. Despite Skarkaz's objections, Barristan insists that after Hisdar is deposed, they will order the Yunkai return their remaining hostage and withdraw their armies from Meereen, only going forth to do battle if they refuse. Selmy is also confident he can overcome Hisdar's guards, as they are only pit fighters, and Barristan believes men like that, who fight for the adulation of the crowd and only when they are called to, are no match for a knight of the Kingsguard, who must always be alert and ready to fight and die at a moment's notice to defend their monarch. Barristan and Skahaz also dispute over trying to rescue the remaining hostages, Jogo, Hero, and Dario, as the Shave Pate believes it is too dangerous to try. He is also particularly scathing about Dario, believing it would be better in the long run for Daenerys if the Stormcrows' captain were to die. Though he is aware Daenerys is in love with Dario, Barristan privately agrees, as he is well aware from history that the Targaryens have a propensity for choosing poorly in matters of the heart, choices that almost always lead to disaster. Prince Rhaegar loved his lady Lyanna, and thousands died for it. Daemon Blackfyre loved the first Daenerys and rose in rebellion when denied her. Bittersteel and Bloodraven both loved Shiera Seastar, and the Seven Kingdoms bled. The Prince of Dragonflies loved Jenny of Oldstones so much he cast aside a crown, and Westeros paid the bride price in corpses. All three of the sons of the fifth Aegon had wed for love, in defiance of their father's wishes. And because that unlikely monarch had followed his heart when he chose his queen, he allowed his sons to have their way, making bitter enemies when he might have made fast friends. Treason and turmoil followed, as night follows day, ending at Summerhall in sorcery, fire, and grief. Skahaz also mentions they have hostages of their own, and they can easily retaliate in kind if the Yunkai harm any of their hostages. But like his queen, Barristan refuses to harm the cupbearers due to his own aversion to killing children. Though disappointed, the Shave Plate agrees and promises that everything will be ready for the plan by nightfall. For the rest of the day, Barristan makes his rounds about the pyramid and trains with his boys. He thinks to himself that some of them might be ready for knighthood soon. However, as he wrestles with what he is planning to do that night, he decides it would be worse for the boys if they were knighted by a knight without honor, just before his death. He lectures the boys about honor and thinks that someday maybe they will understand. He also warns Missandei not to leave the Queen's chambers, but refuses to answer her questions about his intentions. He also reflects on his own failures, one in particular, that he didn't defeat Rhaegar at the tourney at Harrenhal. Had he won, he would have crowned Ashara Dane, who he was enamored with, as Queen of Love and Beauty, and wonders that if he had, would Ashara not have killed herself from grief over a child supposedly fathered on her by a Stark. Barristan considers that his greatest failure. During the night, after bathing and donning his armor, Sir Barristan goes to confront Hisdar in his chambers. The brazen beasts let him past without incident. Barristan, using the pretext of delivering a message to gain entrance, tries to question Hisdar, demanding to know if he is in league with the Sons of the Harpy, and if he had anything to do with the assassination attempt on Daenerys. Hisdar's denial of the accusations do not convince Selmy, and when the old knight draws his sword, Hisdar calls for the pit fighter Karaz, one of his guards, to defend him. Despite Barristan's effort to convince Karaz to surrender, the pit fighter attacks him. However, Karaz's inexperience of fighting opponents wearing armor is his downfall, and Selmy kills him quickly. Barristan tells Hisdar, who desperately begs for his life, that he means to take Hisdar to a cell, where he will be imprisoned until Daenerys returns. Suddenly, a cupbearer informs them that Reznak wishes to see the king. Barristan, surprised as he and Skahaz had planned to imprison Reznak as well, asks why, and is told the dragons, Viserion and Rhaegal, have been loosed upon the city. Chapter 68. Quentyn goes ahead with his plan to steal the dragons, with the help of the Windblown Company. They make it to the pit where Rhaegal and Viserion are kept. There, however, they use the code word dog on the brazen beasts, who are actually part of the scheme to overthrow the king that very night. A fight ensues, and the 4 guards are slain, although Quentyn is almost slain by a spear. They enter and find that Rhaegal has also broken his chains since he was last in the pit, and that Viserion has created a cave for himself in the ceiling of the pit. Viserion is first attracted to Pretty Meris, as he is looking for Daenerys, but then tries to exit the pit. Throughout this encounter, Quentyn tries to dominate the dragons like he had seen Daenerys do with Drogon. But when he strikes Viserion with a whip, Rhaegal spews fire on him, setting him aflame. Chapter 69. Jon means to lead men to Hardhome to rescue the wildlings and men of the Night's Watch trapped there. Queen Selyse and Melisandre discourage him and want to leave them to their fate. However, Jon is determined to lead a rescue mission. While planning the mission with Tormund Giantsbane, Jon receives a letter from Ramsay Bolton. Ramsay claims that King Stannis is dead after a 7-day battle, that he captured Mance Rayder and flayed his spearwives, and that he wants his bride back, along with Theon, Melisandre, Val, Mance's presumed son, and Queen Selyse and her daughter. This changes everything, and Jon decides to send the bulk of the Night's Watch to Hardhome, with Tormund in command, while he will go to Winterfell himself and make Ramsay answer for his words. Jon knows that doing so will break his vow to not interfere in the wars of the Seven Kingdoms, so he is prepared to go alone. He asks if anyone will ride with him and gets an overwhelming roar of support from most of the wildlings, though not from his black brothers. Yarrick and Bowen Marsh leave the hole with their men. Jon doesn't mind, as he appears to have more than enough men to go with him, and none of the Night's Watch will have to break their vows. When Jon is on his way to inform Queen Selyse, he hears the giant Won-Won roar and a man scream. When he arrives, a bleeding Won-Won is smashing dead Sir Patrick against a tower wall. Jon tries to calm the people who come running. When Wick Whittlestick slashes at Jon's throat with a dagger, just barely grazing him. While Jon is still trying to understand, Bowen Marsh and the others plant daggers in him, all of them saying, "For the Watch." By the time the 4th dagger slashes him, Jon passes out. Chapter 45. The Cinnamon Wind passes through the Red Wind Straits on her way to Old Town. Before they reach their destination, they undergo a customs inspection. The Ironborn now control many of the outlying towns and fortifications surrounding the Arbor and along the Mander nearly to Old Town, having sacked Ryamsport and taking Vinetown and Starfish Harbour. They have also been raiding ships in the area. Sam learns that even Old Town is at risk until Lord Paxter Redwine can bring the fleet back from Dragonstone. Meanwhile, Lord Leighton Hightower has not left his tower in years. While his sons struggle to protect the great city, his youngest son, Sir Humphrey, has sailed to the free cities to hire sail sails or persuade his half-sister, Lynesse, to loan him some of the Archon of Lys's ships. As Sam prepares to disembark from the Citadel, he considers whether it will be safe for Gilly at Hornhill, since it will only have a small regiment of guards left. Fortunately, Sam knows that Gilly will be safe aboard the Cinnamon Wind, at least until he can learn more of the situation in Old Town. Upon reaching the Seneschal's court, Sam is forced to wait a long while before he will be admitted to speak with the Seneschal. His patience running thin at the delay, Sam is approached by Alleras, who informs him that it will take a penny to get past the Acolyte. But when Alleras introduces himself, Sam is taken aback when he learns that the boy is called the Sphinx. Samwell then tells Alleras the story of how he reached Old Town, leaving out only the secrets he has sworn to keep. After hearing all that has transpired, especially Maester Aemon's plea that the Citadel learn of Daenerys, Alleras tells him to forget the Seneschal. The Archmaesters will believe little of what Sam has to say, but there is one who will, Archmaester Marwyn. At the Isle of Ravens, Sam recognizes Leo Tyrell, but before words can be said, Marwyn the Mage appears and ushers Sam and Alleras into his chambers. Marwyn first describes how Valyria used dragon glass for various magical means. Noticing Sam's interest in the obsidian candle, Sam then repeats what he told Alleras, stating that Maester Aemon was convinced that Daenerys was the promised one in the prophecy, not Prince Rhaegar or Stannis. To this, Archmaester Marwyn reveals how fickle and treacherous prophecy can be, but he is still intrigued. He makes it clear to Sam that Maester Aemon may have been killed by the Archmaesters had he spoken his mind to them. When Sam inquires why, Marwyn replies, "Who do you think killed all the dragons the last time around? The world the Citadel is building has no place in it for sorcery or prophecy or glass candles, much less for dragons. Ask yourself why Aemon Targaryen was allowed to waste his life upon the wall, when by rights he should have been raised to Archmaester. His blood was why. He could not be trusted, no more than I can." Commanding Alleras to look after Sam, Marwyn makes known his plan to travel to Slaver's Bay, as Maester Aemon had intended. He intends to take the Cinnamon Wind, hoping to reach Daenerys prior to the Grey Sheep, as he calls the other Archmaesters. He advises Sam to work rapidly towards his chain, and to never mention anything of prophecies, dragons, or Daenerys to anyone in the Citadel. Marwyn quickly departs, and Alleras reveals to Sam that their meeting was not happenstance. The mage knew Sam was coming, supposedly from the dragon glass candle. Chapter 72. Lord Regent Kevan Lannister is hosting a small council meeting in the Red Keep's throne room. Neither Queen Margaery nor Cersei are present, nor is Tommen, as Kevan thinks it is kinder to let him spend as much time as possible with his mother before her trial and possible execution. The Lord of Griffin's Roost, Ronnet Connington, stands before them, insisting that he is loyal to King Tommen and uninvolved with whoever claims to be his uncle Jon Connington and the Targaryen pretender he has brought with him, who have landed with the Golden Company in the Stormlands, attacking towns and villages as they march on Storm's End. Ronnet begs to prove his loyalty in battle, but the new hand of the king, Mace Tyrell, refuses, and orders Ronnet kept in his quarters for the moment. In addition to sending the men-at-arms Jaime sent to accompany Connington south, all former thugs of Gregor Clegane's, to the Night's Watch. Kevan has begun to resent the demands of Mace Tyrell as Cersei did, but he realizes he cannot openly oppose them. Tyrell and his bannerman Randall Tarly have both brought armies to King's Landing, while the Lannisters' standing army is still in the Riverlands. Tyrell insists that he will deal with Connington and his boy after Margaery's trial, but both he and Tarly show much reluctance about it. Kevan, however, chides them. Tyrell then asks why Tommen can't declare Margaery's innocence without a trial, but Kevan insists that defying the faith will send them straight into the arms of Connington or Stannis Baratheon at a time when the Ironborn are attacking the Western Lands as well. Mace Tyrell retorts that Paxter Redwine will drive the Ironmen back and that Stannis has to face both Roose Bolton and the cold climate of the North. He also dismisses the threat Jon Connington and the exiles of the Golden Company pose, but Kevan is unsure. He still remembers when Aerys appointed Connington to the role of Hand, and while Tywin Lannister's assessment of Connington as unsuitable for the post proved true after his failure to kill Robert Baratheon at the Battle of the Bells, Kevan believes age has surely made Connington wiser, more cautious, and more dangerous. The small council all agree that Connington and his pretender must be crushed, lest Daenerys Targaryen receive word and leave Meereen to join forces with them. Pycelle suggests that they buy off the Golden Company, but new Master of Coin, Harry Swift, dismisses this idea. Thanks to Cersei's economic mismanagement, the treasury is nearly empty, the Iron Bank of Braavos still demanding its money. Pledges for new loans from Mia received no favourable response, and their hopes of replenishing the treasury with the fabled wealth on Dragonstone following Sir Loras's capture of the island have proven in vain. Mace Tyrell reacts angrily to that, arguing that Loras searched the castle and found no trace of gold, gemstones, or dragon eggs. Kevan diffuses the argument by suggesting Stannis likely took everything of value with him when he fled. Kevan also suggests that Harry's try Pentoshi Magister moneylenders, or else go to Braavos and deal with the Iron Bank in person. Next, business turns to the forthcoming trials. Kevan says that Cersei has chosen trial by battle, with Sir Robert Strong to represent her as her champion. Kevan also assures the council that even if Cersei proves her innocence, she'll be sent back to Castle Rock afterwards, and play no further part in ruling or Tommen's education. The meeting adjourns, intending to reconvene in 5 days' time, and leaving for later decisions about an inheritance involving House Rosby and 6 claims, as well as the preparations for Marcella's upcoming marriage. Mace Tyrell makes plain his scorn for the marriage, particularly after Marcella's injuries, and suggests a better match for her. Kevan muses that Mace likely has his son, Willis, in mind. He dismisses the idea, warning that reneging on Marcella's betrothal now could be all the cause Doran Martell needs to side with Connington. Harry Swift suggests that they get the Dornish to deal with Connington and his pretender. Kevan agrees that it would save them a lot of trouble. After Tyrell and Tarly are gone, Pycelle asks Kevan for guards, fearing that Mace Tyrell means to do him harm for his part in Cersei's claims about Margaery. But Kevan dismisses his concerns. It is snowing heavily in King's Landing, and Kevan retires to his study for a time to warm up. He muses on the possibility of raising his son Lancel to the King's Guard to end his newfound piety, before his thoughts turn to Cersei, the charming and sweet girl once was. He believes, had Aerys accepted Tywin's offer and wed his son to Cersei, Rhaegar would never have looked twice at Lyanna Stark, and perhaps many now dead would still be alive. He then thinks on Cersei's walk of shame and how similar it was to what Tywin did to their father's mistress, but Kevan reassures himself it was necessary. The faith had to be appeased, and left unchecked, Cersei would have corrupted Tommen as she did Joffrey. Kevin then goes to Cersei's chambers, where he has dinner with her and Tommen. Cersei is very calm and guarded after her walk of atonement, which Kevin thinks a good sign. She makes a humble request that Tanya Merryweather attend on her once more after the trial, and that her son be brought to court as a companion for Tommen. She also asks after her brothers, but Kevin has no news of Jaime or Tyrion. He also says that he has imprisoned the remaining Kettleblack brothers for their crimes of fornicating with a queen. If they confess, he will send them to the wall. If not, they will face Robert Strong. A messenger then announces that Grand Maester Pycelle is asking for Kevin's presence. Kevin arrives at the Maester's chambers and enters to find a white raven sitting on the window ledge, a sign from the citadel that winter has come. Kevin turns to leave and is hit in the chest by a crossbow bolt. He calls out for help, but then sees Pycelle sat at his table, already dead. For one moment, Kevin calls out to Tyrion, thinking his nephew responsible, but a familiar voice tells him otherwise, as the real killer emerges. Varys. Varys explains to the dying Kevin that he bears the man no ill will, that Kevin is simply a good man in service to a bad cause, but he was becoming too successful in uniting the realm behind Tommen and undoing the damage Cersei had caused. The eunuch adds that Cersei will suspect the Tyrells, with help from the imp, for Kevin's murder. The Tyrells will blame her, someone will blame the Dornish, and the alliance shoring up Tommen's hold on the Iron Throne will crumble, as Aegon makes his presence known at Storm's End and the realm flocks to the side of the Targaryens. Kevin insists that Aegon was killed during the sack of King's Landing, but Varys explains otherwise, that Aegon had been groomed since birth to be king, taught not just in skill at arms and ruling, but what it means to go hungry, and most importantly, that it is his duty to rule, not his right. Chapter 70. It is raining heavily in Meereen, for which Barristan Selmy is grateful. Otherwise, the fires caused during Viserion and Rhaegal's rampage might have consumed the entire city. There is no sign of the two dragons. They do not like the rain any more than men. Quentyn Martell is dead. It took 3 days for him to die. Out of respect for the prince, Sir Barristan had him placed in the Queen's bed, the same one he crossed half the world to reach. Missandei is the only one he could get to help tend Quentyn, for none of the other cupbearers were willing, and the Blue Graces never responded to his summons. He suspects the Pale Mare has carried them off. Missandei asks what is to be done with Quentyn's body, and Barristan replies that they'll find a way to send him back to Dorne, though unsure how. He advises Missandei to get some sleep, and she urges him to do the same, as she noted that he doesn't sleep very much. Barristan privately thinks it is not just needing less sleep than a younger man, as Grand Maester Pycelle once told him, but having reached the age where he fears to close his eyes in case he never opens them again. Barristan does not consider dying in his sleep a death worthy of a knight of the Kingsguard. For a brief moment, he wonders if Daenerys is dead, but then dismisses the thought, though he notes that each time it becomes harder to convince himself his queen is still alive. At dawn, Scarhaz comes to speak with him. The Shavepate is already aware that Quentyn is dead, and he informs Barristan that the Green Grace, who Barristan sent to treat with the Yunkai to make them release the hostages, has not returned to the city. In addition, while the city is secure, an angry mob is gathered outside the pyramid, demanding Hizdar's release, and that both dragons be destroyed. And since his arrest, the Sons of the Harpies have resumed their nightly murders with a vengeance. Barristan is shocked to learn they have killed 29 in the night, in contrast to 9 the previous night and 3 the night before. However, despite Scarhaz's insistence, Barristan still refuses to kill the hostages in retaliation. The Shavepate tells Barristan, who is now the Queen's Hand, as head of a council ruling the city, that the council is waiting for him. Barristan does not want the position, but in the absence of Daenerys, he doesn't trust any of the others to rule. Grey Worm and the captains of the Stalwart Shields, Mother's Men, and Free Brothers, along with strong Belwas, are present. Barristan informs them of Quentyn's death. Most of the council express contempt for the prince's actions, and many want his companions, who are at present imprisoned, executed for unleashing the dragons on the city. The fighting pits are to remain closed for fear that the noise and smell of blood will attract the dragons, though Marcellin suggests reopening the pits in the hope it lures Drogon back, and Daenerys with him. For the time being, the pits are packed full of livestock, from which the dragons are feeding regularly, and thus far there has been no further evidence of either Viserion or Rhaegal eating people. The council are convinced that the Yunkai are never going to accept any terms beside the killing of both dragons for the return of the hostages. When asked what he will do when the terms are refused, Barristan replies, "Fire and blood." They quickly grasp his meaning. He intends to do battle with the Yunkai-ish army. A lengthy discussion regarding the battle plan follows, particularly regarding the deployment of troops, targets to attack, how best to use the Unsullied, and other such concerns. However, all agree that if they can destroy the slavers, the sellsword companies will abandon their paymasters, and the dragons may make their presence known in the fight, though Barristan cannot say if they will help or just kill indiscriminately. Though he does note that if they come, it will help break Yunkai-ish morale. When the council adjourns, Barristan goes to the cell where the two Dornishmen are being held and informs them of Prince Quentyn's death. Garrus Drinkwater angrily blames Daenerys for it, causing a fierce argument between him and Selmy, who bluntly dismisses Garrus's claims Quentyn came for love, and asserts they came because Quentyn's father wanted the backing of Daenerys before daring to defy the Iron Throne. But Archibald Ironwood angrily tells Garrus to shut up before more can be said. Barristan then makes an arrangement with the two Dornishmen. In exchange for a ship back to Dorne and Quentyn's bones to return to his father, Barristan wants them to go back to the Windblown Company and tell the Tattered Prince that they will give him what he wants, namely Pentos, if he can free and protect the hostages. During the attack, the Green Grace returns, telling Barristan that the Yunkai have refused his offer, and that the only price they will accept is the death of the dragons. As they speak, the Shape-8 runs in and tells them that their trebuchets have begun flinging not rocks, but corpses into Meereen. Chapter 71. Daenerys is walking back south through the Dothraki Sea, following a small rivulet that she thinks will flow into the Scar-Hazadan. She has spent her time flying Drogon, but couldn't make him fly her back. Instead, they have been staying at his lair, a small cave in a hill she named Dragonstone, as reference to the place where she was born. She gets sick on the way and has a number of hallucinations as she lies in the grass, bleeding and dying. These include visions of Quaithe, Viserys Targaryen, and of Jorah Mormont, and seem to revolve around the idea of forgetting who she is. Finally, a single Dothraki scout approaches her, but does not see her. The scout freezes as Drogon approaches, and then flees. Daenerys calls out for Drogon, as he flies over and mounts him. Drogon catches and devours a horse, and Dany joins him. This is how Khal Drogo, former co of Khal Drogo, accompanied by 50 of his warriors, find her.
So that's the end of A Feast for Crows and A Dance with Dragons. However, George has released 11 sample chapters for The Winds of Winter, and here is a summary of each of them.
Starting with Theon 1. Though reportedly isolated and secluded at the Crofters village, Stannis is actively preparing for the looming battle against the Boltons. Stannis received the Braavosi banker Tycho Nestoris, and the two signed a contract. Stannis is planning on sending the banker back to the wall so he does not get caught up in the fighting. Stannis is made aware of Arnulf Karstark's planned treachery due to the message Jon Snow gave the banker. Stannis has Arnulf, his son Arthur, and 3 grandsons arrested and plans to execute them, though whether their death will be quick, beheadings, or by fire, depends on their willingness to confess. Stannis is preparing his position to battle the coming vanguard of Roose Bolton's army, led by Hostine Frey. Stannis is sending Sir Justin Macy to escort Arya Stark, actually Jane Poole, though this is unknown to Stannis, back to the wall to reunite the girl with her brother Jon Snow in gratitude for Snow warning him to amass the Northern Mountain clans rather than march straight into Arnulf's trap. Stannis also orders Massey to go with Tycho to Braavos, where Massey will use the gold given to him by the Iron Bank of Braavos to hire sellsword companies until he has a force no less than 20,000 strong, and then sail back to Westeros. Stannis gives orders that if he is slain in the coming battle, Massey is still to do as instructed, with the intention of using the army to place Shireen on the Iron Throne. Stannis also plans to have Theon Greyjoy executed, hoping to gain favour with his northern allies by exacting justice for the murders of Bran and Rickon Stark. Asha Greyjoy tries to convince Stannis to execute Theon before a werewood heart tree. Next sample chapter is Ariana 1, who is travelling towards Ghost Hill with her companions. Her new sworn sword, Daemon Sand, her bastard cousin, Elias Sand, Jane Ladybright, Sir Joss Hood, Sir Gerald Shells, and Nate. Ilaria Sand has left Sunspear to go back to Hellholt, her father Harmon Ola's seat, with Loreza. Doria Sand remains at the Water Gardens, hidden among all the children, and Obella Sand is dispatched to Sunspear as a cupbearer. Ilaria's sand snakes are now scattered, so as to better to survive the carnage. Ariana and her group travel for 2 days and 2 nights, and Ariana starts to reminisce. She thinks about how she and Damon Sand, once so close, grew apart after Doran Martell had refused to let Damon marry Ariana. She thinks about Spotted Sylvia, Dre, and Garen, and about how one of them must have betrayed her. She misses her friends, and she misses Arius Okard as well, more than she expected. She believes he charged into Ario Hotar's axe because he could not live with what he had done. All of Ariana's friends have suffered because of her plot, except for Darkstar, Sir Gerald Dane, who fooled Ariana with his good looks. Obara has been sent to hunt Darkstar down, and Ariana is convinced that her cousin is up for the task, especially since Ario is with her. But Damon warns her that Darkstar could kill Obara just as easily, when she confides in him. The second day of their journey, they move at a more sedate pace, and Ariana commands Damon to tell her all he knows about John Cunnington, but all he can tell her is information Ariana has already learnt from her father. What Damon tells her does leave her thinking, and that night in her tent, she reads the letter John sent to Prince Doran, informing him that Aegon Targaryen, Elia Martell's son by Rhaegar Targaryen, is still alive, and asking for the help of Dorne. But Prince Doran has his doubts. Ariana knows as well. He was expecting a dragon to return to Westeros, but this is not the one he was hoping for. They have not heard anything about Daenerys Targaryen and Quentyn Martell, and Prince Doran worries. 2 Dornish armies have amassed, and one word from Ariana will make them march. On the 3rd day of their journey, they reach Ghost Hill, where they sup with Lady Nymelia Tolland and her 2 daughters. And here, Ariana learns that Griffin's Roost, Rain House, Crow's Nest, Mistwood, and Greenstone have fallen to the Golden Company with certainty, and there are rumours about Tarth, Cape Wrath, and half the Stepstones having fallen to them as well. Lady Valanna Toland also tells that there are elephants in the Rainwood, and Ariana takes this to mean that Quentyn has not yet returned. Lady Nymelia and Valanna go on to discuss the fighting on the Stepstones. Lady Nymela's youngest daughter, Tiora Toland, has a different opinion. She has dreamed about dragons, and everywhere the dragons danced, people died. That night, Ariana tries to seduce Sir Daemon, but he resists, so they talk instead about whether or not Aegon could truly have survived. Ariana voices Doran's wishes, but her answers to Daemon's questions do not truly reflect her feelings inside. She wishes that Quentyn had returned, but cannot stop thinking how silly King Quentyn sounds, nor how silly Quentyn riding a dragon would be. They continue their voyage on a ship called the Peregrine, where Ariana and Daemon discuss Viserys Targaryen, the Beggar King. Ariana wonders why Daenerys allowed Viserys to be killed by her own husband, Khal Drogo. Perhaps Daenerys realized that once her brother was crowned and wed to me, she would be doomed to spend the rest of her life sleeping in a tent and smelling like a horse. When she tells Daemon that Daenerys is the Mad King's daughter, wondering if she has the taint as well, Daemon answers, "We cannot know. We can only hope." Barristan 1. The Yunkaya's troops are shooting dead men into Meereen with 6 trebuchets, but despite their size, they fail to get the corpses far into the city. Barristan rides through the Western Market Square, remembering the time Daenerys took Meereen. The market has again become a scene of carnage, this time from the Pale Mare. He rides Daenerys' silver, hoping that the horse's presence will inspire the warriors of Meereen to be brave, since Daenerys is gone. In addition, Barristan knows the horse has grown used to the presence of her dragons, who are now loose in the city. Tumco Lu, Larrick the Lash, and the Red Lamb ride with Selmy, carrying the banners of the Kingsguard and House Targaryen, and a war horn to sound the commands. The Stormcrows and 5,000 Unsullied have gathered as well. Even the last few Dothraki who remain in Meereen have come to fight, and Barristan is surprised to see many pit fighters have gathered at the market square as well. They have always loved Hisdar Zolaric more than Daenerys, yet it seems that freedom means something to them after all. The brazen beasts man the city walls to free up as many Unsullied as possible. Barristan reflects that if they lose the battle, it will be Skarhaz Mokandik and his men who will have to hold Meereen against Yunkai until Daenerys' return. At every gate, a force has gathered, the stalwart shields at the eastern gate, the Mother's men at the south gate, and the Free Brothers and Simon Stripeback at the north gate. Barristan is certain that the Yunkai have more men than they do, and he feels that this attack he is planning goes against his instincts. Barristan's plans hinge upon the greed of the tattered prince. Barristan gives a speech to the men assembled at the Eastern Market Square. He repeats their plans for all to hear, and reflects that if he falls, Jockin will have the command, and Grey Worm after him. The realization that some of the men fear the Pale Mare more than they fear their enemies make Barristan speak once more to his squires about how every warrior is afraid before battle. He admits they are too few to win the battle, and their goal is to create chaos so the Unsullied will have enough time to form a spear wall. He is interrupted when the harpy on top of Meereen's Great Pyramid takes fire, their signal. The portcullis goes up, and Barristan dons his helm, ready for the battle. Tyrion 1. We join Tyrion playing Savas with Brown Ben while they wait for Sir Grandfather's army to sally forth and try to break the siege of Meereen. These two share banter with others of Brown Ben's staff about what's the worst thing about waiting for the battle to start, punctuated by the sound of the trebuchets as they fling more plague corpses into Meereen. Brown Ben muses that the two dragons are wild cards which could attack anything on either side during the battle. They assume Dany will return on the third dragon and speculate about rescuing the three hostages, Dario, Hero, and Joggo, and delivering them to Meereen, thereby changing sides a second time, but claiming that they only pretended to change sides before as to learn the Yunkai plans. Tyrion thinks Dany will welcome him into her cause because he killed her most dangerous enemy, Tywin. Just as Tyrion is about to win the Savas game, Jorah bursts in with news of the black sails in the bay, Ironborn ships, flying dragon banners. Victorian 1. Victorian Greyjoy and the remnants of the Iron Fleet approach Meereen in the hope of winning both Daenerys and her dragons to their side. Victorian charges Wolf One Ear to lead the commandeered ships they have acquired during their voyage, to strike the first blow against the slavers. A relentless Victorian thinks about taking the Sea Stone chair, the Iron Throne, and the world with Daenerys using the dragon horn. To accomplish this, Victorian gives 3 oarsmen the job of blowing the magical horn, Dragonbinder, which is supposed to give its owner control of the dragons. He promises the men vast rewards if they survive the gig, but thinks to himself that they'll probably die. He then commands Moqorro to go pray, who replies that he sees dragons in the flame. Arya 1. A girl named Mercy wakes up after having dreamed of wolves and blood, and being watched by a tree. She is in Braavos, where the day is hidden in a chilly fog. She is going to perform in a play tonight at the gate, where an envoy from Westeros will come and watch a performance. Isambaro, the king of the murmurs, will not tolerate her being late. After scrubbing and shaving her head, so as to better keep the wigs on her head, Mercy rushes to the gate, where she finds Big Brusco painting the sign for tonight's play. The Bloody Hand, written by fellow Forel. The Bloody Hand features characters such as the Fat King, played by Isambaro, the Boy King, and the Demonic Dwarf, played by Bobino. Mercy's character is a young, sweet maiden who will be raped and murdered by the dwarf. Isambaro reminds them all that there will be many important people in the audience tonight, so they must impress them. An hour before the show starts, Mercy spends her time helping the murmurs with their costumes, sticking the horn back on the stranger, finding Isambaro's crown in the privy, finding needle and thread so the gown of the queen can be sewed back up, lacing up Bobino's fake cock, which is to be used for the raping scene, finding Isambaro's boar spear, helping Big Brusco into his boar costume, checking the knives used for the play, and pouring wine for Lady Stork. By then, the pit is already very full. The Westerosi envoy has arrived as well, accompanied by the Black Pearl of Braavos. Mercy's friend, Deanna, tells her that the Black Pearl descends from a Targaryen king, but Mercy states that the term Brown Pearl would be more fitting, due to her skin color. They speak about the signal of the envoy, and Deanna points out that the envoy's guards have lions for their sigil. Then, Mercy sees a familiar face. She points him out to Deanna, telling her she thinks he is fair to look upon. Mercy goes in search for him, pretending toward the other murmurs that she is off to practice her lines for the play. It is the first time she has had lines in a play, and everyone expects her to be nervous to get them right. The man Mercy is looking for is found guarding the entrance to the envoy's seating with another lion guard. The guards are discussing the length of their stay, claiming, if he returns without gold, the queen will have his head. Mercy approaches Rayford as the play begins. When they turn out not to understand Braavosi, Mercy speaks to them in broken common tongue, telling them that Isambaro said to please the lords. His companion is disgusted by the thought of sex with a girl so young, but Raffet sees no problem. Mercy takes him back to her little room a few blocks away from the gate, warning him they have to hurry, otherwise Mercy will miss her rape in the second act. She teases him that he could be a murmur, and that she could teach him a line to say. Once in her room, Mercy slides her finger down the inside of Raff's thigh, but when Raff insists she unlace him, Mercy tells him he is bleeding. Raffet does not understand, but he starts to bleed heavily and calls for Mercy to get a healer. Mercy insists that the healer will only help those who come to him. When Raffet tells her that he cannot walk and she will have to carry him, Mercy happily thinks to herself, "See, you know your line, and so do I." "You think so?" Arya Stark asks Raffet, which is the same line he gave to Lomi before killing him. Arya takes the blade out from her sleeve and kills him, whispering, "Vala Maguris." Knowing that this will be the end of Mercy, Arya realizes she will miss Deanna, Izimbaro, and Bobino, but that there is no time to think about that now. Mercy still has some lines to say in the play, and she must not miss her own rape. Barristan too. His gut feels twisted from nervousness as he rides through the gates. He knows that the feeling will go away when time slows down in the chaos of battle. Dany's horse is easily outpacing the lads and the rest of the cavalry. Selmy is pleased because he intends to outrun the widower and strike the first blow. The Yunkai are totally unprepared and Barristan closes in on the Heradian, the largest of the trebuchets. The Stormcrows take up the cry, "Dario!" and "Stormcrows fly!" Barristan thinks that he will never again doubt the valor of sellswords. There are only 30 yards between the horse and the Yunkai legions by the time any defense is mounted. The air fills with arrows, a squire for the Stormcrows is killed, and a bolt pierces Barristan's shield. There are 3 horn blasts and the pit fighters emerge from the gate behind them. Barristan glances back to see the pit fighters. There are about 200 of them, but they make enough noise for 2,000. One woman stands out wearing nothing but greaves, sandals, a chainmail skirt, and a python. Barristan is a bit shocked and, watching her breasts bouncing around, thinks that this day is sure to be her last. The pit fighters are mostly shouting, "Lorak!" and "Hizda!" but some do call out, "Daenerys!" Lorak is hit in the chest with an arrow, bringing Barristan's attention forward, but the squire keeps the banner held high and shakes it off. Barristan has reached the Heradian, but a Giscari legion 6,000 strong has lined up to protect the huge trebuchet. They are 6 ranks deep. The first rank kneels and holds their spears pointing out and up. The second rank stands and holds their spears out at waist height, and the third rank holds the spears out on their shoulders. The rest have small throwing spears and are ready to step forward when their comrades fall. Barristan knows that a maester's chain is only as strong as his weakest link, and identifies the companions of the Yunkaish lords as the weakest of the imminent foes, certainly weaker than the slave legions. In particular, Barristan targets the little pigeon and his herons. The slaves chosen to be herons were freakishly tall before they were put on stilts, and wear pink scales and feathers and steel beaks. But Barristan sees that they will be blind because of the dawn rising over the city, and like to break ranks easily. So Barristan turns away from the legion guarding the trebuchet at the last minute and heads for the herons. He cuts the head off of one of the herons and his lads join the fray. Dany's horse knocks a heron into 3 others and they all fall over. In a moment, the herons are scattering and running away, led by the little pigeon himself. Unfortunately for the little pigeon, he trips over the fringes of his bird armor and gets caught by the red lamb. The little pigeon begs for mercy, saying that he will fetch a large ransom. The red lamb just says, "I came for blood, not gold," and knocks in the little pigeon's head with his mace, splattering blood all over Barristan and Dany's silver horse. The Unsullied begin marching through the gates, and Barristan sees that the Yunkai have missed their chance to effectively launch a counterattack. As he watches more of the slave legions get slaughtered, mostly those who were chained together and could not retreat, he wonders where the sellsword companies, like the treacherous Second Sons, have gone. The Unsullied finish lining up outside the gates, implacable even when one of their own number falls, with a crossbow bolt to the neck. Tumco draws Barristan's attention to the bay, asking, "Why are there so many ships?" Barristan remembers that yesterday there were 20, but now there are thrice that many. His heart sinks when he reasons that the ships from Volantis must have arrived, but then sees some of the ships are crashing together. He asks Tumco, whose young eyes can see more clearly, to identify the banners. Tumco says, "Squids. Big squids. like in the Basilisk Isles, where sometimes they drag whole ships down. Barristan replies, where I'm from, we call them krakens. Realizing that the Greyjoys have arrived, his first thought is, has Baelon joined with Joffrey or the Starks? But he realizes that he's heard that Baelon is dead and wonders if this has something to do with Baelon's son, the boy who was a ward of the Starks. He sees that Iron Men are coming ashore, fighting the Yunkai, and says surprised, they are on our side. The sellswords did not come to meet his charge because they were already preoccupied with the Ironborn. Barristan is almost gleeful. It's like Baelor Breakspear and Prince Maekar, the hammer and the anvil. We have them! We have them! Elaine 1. Sansa is reading her Little Lord A Tale of the Winged Knight, until Maya Stone announces that Harry the heir will be here soon. Elaine needs to make Harry Harding agree to their betrothal. I hate that Harry, Sweet Robin says. He calls me cousin, but he's just waiting for me to die so he can take the Eyrie. He thinks I don't know, but I do. Robert wants Elaine to marry him instead, but Elaine argues that his bannermen won't abide by it. Elaine goes searching for her father and describes the surrounding scenery, alluding to a detail that could be of significance: the scattered pages on Baelish's Solar and the arrival of the much speculated about tapestries of King Robert. Alongside her walk, she reflects on the upcoming tournament, which was her idea, with the purpose of empowering young Lord Arryn and give him security by reproducing his favourite story about Sir Artus Arryn. Baelish had found the idea clever, and preparations were made for the youth of the Vale to attend a tourney where 64 knights would compete, one of the 8 spots in Robin's Winged Knights. Aside the positive impact on the Little Lord's morale, this is also a political move that will tighten Peter's control of the Vale and keeping the nobles in check, which accounts for why he accepted it readily. Most contestants are in the castle, and some knights are in the yard training, while others are courting Miranda Royce. Elaine rescues Randa from her admirers. The two run into Sir Lyn, and Sansa mentions the newly married Lord Corbray's impending fatherhood, coming from a marriage arranged by Baelish, which leads to the startling discovery that Lyn is infuriated at losing his place as heir and resentful of Peter for this. Resentment he doesn't hide to the girl. Elaine concludes that the man could, in reality, be Baelish's foe, pretending to be his ally by pretending to be his foe. A discovery that could have potentially negative consequences for the Lord Protector and his plans. Next, the Mad Mouse, Sir Shadrick, into whom Elaine bumps right after leaving the yard, has definitely identified her as Sansa Stark. Elaine doesn't find Peter before the Waynwood party arrive, so has to race to the gates with Miranda. Once there, she greets Lady Anya Warenwood, who introduces herself, her grandson Roland, her younger son Wallace, and her ward Harold, to whom Elaine has a nervous yet hopeful reaction, wishing him to like her as it's crucial for her father's plan. Sir Harold looks every inch a lord in waiting, clean-limbed and handsome. She admires his features, and so she behaves graciously and charmingly, but also notices that, unlike the gallant flirter Sir Roland and the eager Sir Wallace, he doesn't look pleased to meet her. Indeed, he ends up insulting her rudely when she offers to escort him to his place in the castle, saying that there's no reason as to why it'd please him to be escorted by Littlefinger's bastard, which almost has Elaine in tears. Stone-faced, she begs her leave as she goes to search for Baelish. On the path, she finds Lortha Brune, who cheers her up by calling him Harry the Arse, and she gives him a quick hug. Finally locating her father in the vaults, Peter had been having a meeting on the Vale's food stores. Elaine shares her distress over Harry's ill-mannered words. He called me your bastard, right in the yard, in front of everyone. Although he is quick to reassure her by citing realistic reasons for Harry's behaviour, and tells her she still needs to charm him, entrance him, bewitch him, Sansa is not sure if she can. When nightfall comes, Elaine rules the festivities with constant requests for dancing and knights vying for her attention. Elaine is rewarded when Harry comes to her table as the dancing is underway and pleads her forgiveness for his rude comments. She hesitates in accepting his apology, but grants his request for a dance. After struggling to think of what to say to capture his interest, she settles on an interesting choice to ask about his bastards, in order to see if Sir Harold would lie. While he doesn't lie, Harry does show considerable insensitivity towards the girl who bore his first child, Sissy, commenting that she has grown as fat as a cow. Elaine's teasing manner and her sharp play of words finally attracts Harry's true interest in her as more than a pretty girl with a large dowry. I hope you joust better than you talk. For a moment, he looks shocked, but as the song was ending, he burst into laugh. "No one told me you were clever." Having been successfully disarmed, Harry asks Sansa for her favour to wear in the tourney. Elaine, however, withholds this token, telling Harry that it is promised to another, without knowing who yet. Ariana too. The princess is currently travelling through the Stormlands to meet both Lord John Cunnington and Prince Aegon with Daemon Sand, Elia Sand and her escort. Ariana is very cautious and skeptical of Aegon, gathering information on his intentions and troop strength. She has brought 5 Sunspear ravens with her to keep Prince Doran informed. She has no intentions of seeking a marriage alliance with Aegon and to leave the ultimate decision up to her father. As they travel, Ariana sends her men into inns and taverns to seek out news. Most of what comes back is lies. The Griffin's men have been raiding and plundering the area. The plan is to travel to Mistwood and then Griffin's Roost. The going is quite slow, and Ariana is amused by the arguments between both the Maester and Scepter accompanying her. Doran used to remark that the differences between Scepters and Maesters are similar to the differences between Dorne and the Stormlands. While en route to Mistwood, Ariana contemplates whether Quentyn reached Daenerys and married her. She considers that Dany is still a young maiden and recalls that Quentyn is quite unremarkable looking or dashing, and unlikely to impress someone Dany's age. Still, Ariana thinks Dany will want Dorne enough to marry Quentyn. Ariana is shaken out of her daydream after realizing that her cousin, Elia, has been missing for a while, and goes to look for her. The search finds Elia in a cave, trying to catch a fish in a stream. Ariana is furious, but Elia becomes petulant because she doesn't think that she did anything wrong. She shouts that Elia could have died in the cave, and the word die echoes 3 times against the walls. Ariana makes her promise to behave, as she is supposed to be pretending to be one of the princess's maidservants. She confides in Elia that she often wished Oberyn had been her father instead of Doran. On the walls of the cave, they find carvings left behind by the children of the forest. Later, she asks Daemon what her father was thinking sending Elia with them. Bemused, Sand answers, vengeance. They arrive at Mistwood, which isn't flying its banners, and head into the castle and are met by 2 men of the Golden Company, young John Mudd and Chain. They won't tell Ariana much, but eventually she gets Chain to admit that the half-maester is at the Roost and Connington is on the march, though doesn't say where. Despite their earlier talks, Elia continues to misbehave. Ariana catches her kissing a servant named Feathers who was twice her age. Elia protests that she was just kissing. Ariana reminisces privately about losing her virginity to Daemon at the same age. The 2 women argue over who would be the more attractive hostage, and Elia promises to behave again. Chain accompanies them on their 8-day march in drizzling Rainwood. He is more forthcoming without young John Mudd's presence. He regales Ariana with many sellsword tales and lets slip that Connington is marching on Storm's End. Ariana thinks that's a preposterous plan, as she considers the various castles of Westeros and believes that Storm's End would be the most difficult to capture. The Rainwood is described in great detail with several kinds of trees, including weirwoods. The Golden Company's spymaster, Lysono Ma, meets the party and begins to lead them. Ariana does not care for him and describes him as looking like a Targaryen. They debate who is the better claimant, Aegon or Daenerys. Ariana contemplates whether Connington is worthy of Dornish assistance and believes he will need the Dornishmen to take King's Landing. She thinks of Savas and how the Golden Company has its elephants, but no dragons. She has ravens and sends them to her father. Ariana and her party finally arrive at Griffin's Roost. She is very put off by the crudeness of the sellswords in the castle, who are evasive when she asks them questions. Ariana is informed by Howden Halfmaester that Connington has not only already left for Storm's End, but that he has also taken it. Tyrell and Tarly soldiers are currently marching for King's Landing to try and take it back. Ariana is stunned by Connington's success. She does not think much of Mace Tyrell's chances. Again, the men offer little information on how it was achieved, but rumours indicate it was bloody. Ariana is told that Connington and Aegon want to meet her at Storm's End, but Daemon is wary and urges her not to go into danger, but to send himself in her place. Ariana rebukes him, saying that she must be her father's heir and go to meet this dragon. Tyrion too. Tyrion is in the encampment of the Second Sons, awaiting his battle orders with the other men. The battle has already begun, and the dragons Rhaegal and Viserion are flying overhead. The Ironborn have arrived in Slaver's Bay. Tyrion can hear the clash of warships, and a fire ship has blocked the mouth of the river. Tyrion reflects on his first battle at the Green Fork. He remembers this battle more clearly than the Battle of the Blackwater. The Second Sons are preparing themselves for battle, and Tyrion is reminded of Bronn when he observes Snatch making jokes. Despite his previous assertions that he did not care whether he lived or died, Tyrion has come to realize that he does care. Back in the tent, Penny is arming herself for battle too. Penny helps him with his own armor, as he reveals the foolish strategy of the current Yunkai Supreme Commander. While reminiscing about the Battle of the Green Fork, Penny kisses him. This angers Tyrion, so much so that he is prepared to kill her if he had a weapon. His murderous rage is disrupted by the sounds of Rhaegal circling over the bay, while ships are clashing. Viserion has the attention of the sellswords as he roasts and consumes the corpses being thrown by the wicked sister. A messenger arrives from the Supreme Commander of the Yunkai, Gozerac Zoaraz. He demands that Brown Ben Plum bring his company to the bayshore to defend the slaver ships. Inkpots points out that Brown Ben is away with Malazar, the girl general, and he is the only one who can command the Second Sons. The messenger departs, and Tyrion and Jorah Mormont attempt to persuade the sellswords to turn their cloaks again. Brown Ben returns and calls a meeting with his captains, which Tyrion and Jorah attend. Malazar has commanded the Second Sons to defend Wicked Sister. Barristan Selmy is making for the Harridan, and Marceline's freedmen have defeated the Long Lancers, destroying the Ghost in the process. Another messenger from Moraz Zozerizian arrives to inform the Second Sons that Bloodbeard and 2 Giscari legions are defending the Harpy's daughter from the advancing Unsullied. The Second Sons are to sweep behind and take the Unsullied in the rear. Zern is the new Supreme Commander, Gorzak having been slain by the Prince of Tatters. The Windblown have turned their cloaks. The messenger recognizes Tyrion as an escaped slave of Yezzan Zokazik and orders the Second Sons to surrender him. Jorah responds to this by killing the messenger. He falls on the Sivas table, knocking the White Dragon to the floor, which Tyrion picks up. Brown Ben Plum declares that they have always been Queen's men, and joining the Yunkai was just a ploy. The Forsaken. Aerion Dampier awakens in a grim dungeon and is forced to drink shade of the evening by his brother, Euron. Aerion dreams of his dead brother, Yuri, of Euron on a throne of skulls, and of gods impaled on the Iron Throne. Aerion remembers that after the Kingsmoot, he intended to raise the small folk of the Iron Islands, but he was quickly abducted by Euron's mutes. After the taking of the shields, he was held in the dungeon of Oakenshield Castle and visited by Falia Flowers, the bastard daughter of Lord Humphrey Hewitt. Despite Aerion's warning, Falia insisted she will become Euron's salt wife and a sister to Daenerys Targaryen, who is to be Euron's rock wife. While sailing on the Silence to the current dungeon, Euron admits to having caused the deaths of Harlon, Robin, and King Balon. At the second dungeon, Aerion is joined by mutilated priests, including Septons, a burnt red priest who quickly dies, and warlocks, one of whom repeats the word pre. In another vision, Aerion sees Euron as a kraken-like figure on the Iron Throne, accompanied by a shadow in a woman's form. Aerion and the other priests are eventually brought from the second dungeon to the stone hall above. It is filled with hanging corpses, men who lived on an isle near the Arbor. Euron's men prepare for the arrival of the Red Wind Fleet and ships of House Hightower. On the deck of the Silence, Aerion sees Euron armoured in Valyrian steel and believes Euron's claim at the Kingsmoot to have visited Valyria. Euron orders the priests to be bound to the prows of ironborn longships, with Aerion on the Silence. Once at sea, Aerion is joined by Falia, who is tied next to him. She is naked with her tongue cut out and pregnant with Euron's child. Aerion tastes salt on his lips. And that's it for the 11 release sample chapters of The Winds of Winter Explained. While we wait for the release of The Winds of Winter, check out our playlist on every chapter of A Song of Ice and Fire Explained. Welcome to A Feast for Dragons. This video will combine both A Dance with Dragons and A Feast for Crows into one book, with the chapters arranged in chronological order. Special thanks to Andrew Walker, Brandon Beefish, Hannah Hosking, and Zach Louv for compiling this chapter list. A link to their website is in the description. Please go check it out. Now, for those of you who don't remember, the events of A Feast for Crows take place in King's Landing, Dorne, and the Iron Islands. Meanwhile, the events of A Dance with Dragons take place at the same time in the North and Essos. Let's begin with the prologue chapter of A Dance with Dragons. The skin changer, Varamir, has been gravely injured during his flight from the battle beneath the wall and is plotting to take over Thistle, a wildling woman, by walking into her body like Bran does to Hodor. She struggles and eventually manages to escape his control. As he dies, Varamir half regrets trying to take over Thistle's body, but also half regrets failing to take it over. He awakens in the body of one of his wolves. Later, his pack discovers Thistle, now a white, who, despite being dead, sees him through her dead, pale blue eyes. Now, this chapter sets up some pretty interesting things. Firstly, Jon can survive being stabbed to death by walking into Ghost, long enough for Melisandre to resurrect his body if that is possible. Secondly, Varamir's mentor, Hagon, describes 3 abominations that a skin changer must never commit. Eating the flesh of man while inside an animal, Bran has done this. Mating with a beast while inside one, Bran has not done this. And seizing the body of a human, Bran has also done this. What's interesting to note is that Varamir, the second most powerful skin changer in our story, couldn't take over another human being, while Bran does it easily, and he is only a child, making Bran infinitely more powerful. So, if Varamir could control 6 animals, it makes you wonder how many animals or people Bran could control one day. Prologue Chapter 4, A Feast for Crows. Pate sits with his fellow students Molander, Alleris, Armin, and Rune at the Quill and Tankard in Old Town. He yearns for Rosie, the pretty daughter of a serving maid, a 15-year-old girl, whose maidenhead can only be had for a gold coin. The other students discuss dragons, and whether they are still any in existence. Pate is waiting for an alchemist who promised to meet him there that evening. The alchemist has offered to change iron into gold, requesting that Pate steal a particular iron item in exchange for some gold, and said he would be back in 3 days to make the exchange. Molander and Armin continue their argument about dragons. Molander says that sailors' tales speak of dragons in Essos, often accompanied by a young queen. Alleris keeps splitting thrown apples with his arrows. After the last, he brings up the Targaryens, telling the others that Viserys Targaryen's sister, Daenerys, is still alive. Molander drunkenly toasts her, only to be shushed by Armin. Lazy Leo appears then. Molander bristles at his appearance. Armin asking more diplomatically whether Leo wasn't confined to the Citadel for 3 more days, but Leo shrugs this off with a quip on the meaningless of time. He asks them to buy him a drink, since he lost his money gambling and eating elsewhere. He offends them each in turn, then attempts to mollify them by confirming that Daenerys is alive and has hatched 3 dragons, as the tales come out of Qarth. Archmaester Marwyn even gives them credence. Leo says, Marwyn, called the Mage, is widely considered unsound, partly because of his practice of speaking to small folk and other unwholesome people. After the others scoff, Leo adds that there is a dragonglass candle burning in Marwyn's chambers. The group breaks up after that, most of the students returning to the Citadel. Pate remains with Leo, hoping that the alchemist will still come by. Leo needles Pate a few times about Rosie. Pate wishes he could kill Leo, but Leo is a Tyrell, with relatives in positions of power. He sees the sun rising and realizes that the night is over and the alchemist has not come. He leaves with a warning to Leo to leave Rosie alone, and wanders through Old Town in the early morning. The alchemist finds him and tells Pate that he didn't want to intrude on him and his friends. He has asked Pate to steal something from Archmaester Walgrave. Pate opened the box under Walgrave's bed and found an Archmaester's iron key, which supposedly opens every lock in the Citadel. After wrestling with his conscience, he took it, as well as a sack of silver coins. He asked the alchemist for his gold dragon coin, and the alchemist bids him to follow him someplace more private. They go through several winding streets and end up in an alley. The alchemist gives Pate the coin, but the boy hesitates before offering up the key. He asks the alchemist's intentions, which he will not say, and asks to see his face, which is nondescript, but book readers suspect he is Jaqen H'ghar. After giving the key to the alchemist, he turns away, feeling lightheaded, and collapses, dead on the cobblestones a few moments later. Chapter 3 opens with Jon's wolf dreams, which are becoming more vivid and frequent. He wonders if either Bran or Rickon survive in their wolves, setting Jon up to do the same after being stabbed. Jon visits Stannis, who has just been rejected by Lyanna Mormont and the rest of the North. Only House Karstark has declared for Stannis. Jon reveals he is sending Gilly and her babe south with Sam. which Stannis obliges after learning Gilly was born of incest. Next, Stannis asks for the Night's Watch castles, which Jon refuses, and instead offers to have his own officers command the abandoned forts along with Stannis' men as a garrison. Stannis resists and threatens Jon before allowing him to leave. Melisandre follows Jon out of the meeting and warns him of the daggers in the dark. Now, a quick word from our sponsor. As you know, the TV series Game of Thrones is based off the books created by George R.R. Martin. These books are notoriously known for how big they are, but that's where Audible comes in. We have personally listened to over 100 titles on Audible, and we highly recommend it. I personally enjoy listening to Audible while driving, and my brother enjoys listening while working on these videos. If this sounds like something you're interested in, then use our link audibletrial.com/videobooks for a free 30-day trial. The link is in the description. In doing this, you are also supporting the channel. Now back to the video. Jon assures her he is aware of his enemies, to which Melisandre replies, "You know nothing, Jon Snow." Chapter 1 has Aeron Greyjoy, who in the chapter is referred to as the Prophet, drowning men at a beach on Great Wick. This is a practice in which a worshipper of the drowned god is held below the water until he drowns. The priest then resuscitates him using CPR. Through this initiation, the person is stronger. What is dead may never die, but rises again, harder and stronger. Gorman Goodbrother appears to bring Aeron to Lord Gorald Goodbrother. Aeron initially declines, but relents, when the messenger tells him the king, Aeron's brother, is dead. During the journey, Aeron remembers his brothers. His father married 3 times. The sons of his first wife died young. The eldest son from his second marriage was the strongest and fiercest of the remaining. Aeron admired Balon, although they were not close in their youth. When they arrive at Lord Goodbrother's hall at Hammerhorn, Aeron demands that everyone in the hall be sent away so that he and Gorald Goodbrother can speak privately. Lord Goodbrother insists that his maester will stay as well. Aeron disagrees and prepares to leave, but the maester stops him by informing him that Euron Greyjoy has occupied the sea stone chair. Aeron is shocked. He remembers his brother, but with little love. Goodbrother wants advice on whom to support, but Aeron wants to pray first and leaves for Pebbleton. Again, Aeron thinks back to his youth. He was not a very religious man, but rather a drunken sod. This changed when he fell overboard in a sea battle during Balon's rebellion. He almost drowned and became a devoted follower of the drowned god. Aeron has discussed the succession with Balon, though Balon wanted his daughter, Asha, to succeed him. Aeron did not agree with having a woman rule the Iron Islands. Theon is a weakling and probably dead. Balon's eldest brother, Euron, is ungodly and Aeron hates him. Thus, Aeron makes up his mind. It must be Victorian. A few days later, Aeron has arrived at Pebbleton and starts to preach. Asha has also claimed the throne. Now, Aeron's followers and a number of lords look to him for advice on whom to support. During his preaching, he finds his inspiration. The Iron Men should elect the king in a Kingsmoot, as they did in the old days. Every captain is to go to Naggers Hill on Oldwick, the ancient place where the old kings were chosen. Aeron hears his followers take up his call and knows he has done the right thing. Chapter 2. Prince Doran has been living at the Water Gardens for nearly 2 years now, watching the children play in the pools while trying to deal with his gout. Captain Erio Hotar hears the approach of Obara Sand, eldest of the Red Viper's bastard daughters, and bars her from disturbing Prince Doran's rest. Deadly as she may be, she is no match for the captain, but the prince calls her into his presence before they come to blows. Obara demands justice for her father, imploring Prince Doran to marshal the Dornish army and give half to her so she might march on Old Town and burn it to the ground, and the other half to her half-sister, Lady Nym, to march up the King's Road. Doran tells her that his brother was not murdered, but died in single combat, and that Lord Tywin has promised them Sir Gregor's head. Unappeased, Obara mocks her uncle for his weakness, and stalks off after he tells her to await his word in Sunspear. Fearing an uprising in Sunspear incited by the Sand Snakes, Prince Doran tells Hotar that he must return to his seat at the Palace of the Sun. The captain reminds him that Princess Marcella is there, and that Sir Eris Oakheart sends letter to Queen Cersei. Hotar thinks that he and the Kingsguard will eventually cross swords, and when that occurs, the captain will kill him. The next morning, the prince and his retinue begin the journey back to Sunspear. But along the way, they come upon another of the sand snakes. The beautiful Lady Nim is far more tactful than her older half-sister, but no less resolved to seek justice for her father. Scoffing at Obara's demand to go to war, Lady Nim tells her uncle that she needs only her sister, Tywin, and the two will assassinate Cersei, Jaime, Tywin, and King Tommen, stating that his brother was only to take the measure of Joffrey's court and not seek revenge for Elia, despite the 17 years that have passed. Nymeria responds in parting, "My sisters and I shall not wait 10 and 7 years for our vengeance." Arriving in Sunspear, the prince's retinue is accosted by townspeople, calling for vengeance for the Red Viper. In the old palace, Princess Arianna greets her father and tells him that Tywin Sand awaits him in the throne room. The third of the Sand Snakes is embroidering when the captain encounters her while bearing Prince Doran to his high seat. Tywin offers her uncle the cloth she is knitting, which shows her father mounted on a sand steed, so that he will not forget Oberyn. Prince Doran responds, "I am not like to forget your father." That is good to know. Many have wondered. Tywin counsels her uncle to wed his son Tristan to Marcilla now, and then crown the princess as is the Dornish way. This would incite the Queen Regent and High Garden to march on Dorne, where the prince's armies could bleed them in the high passes and treacherous deserts. When she calls her uncle fearful, Doran advises her, there is a difference between fear and caution. Tywin raises her hand to touch her uncle, but Hotar brings the butt of his long axe down on the marble floor and cautions her. The Sand Snake replies that she meant no harm and loves her uncle. After she takes her leave, Maester Caliot rushes to the prince's side to make sure he was not pricked by one of Tywin's needles. Shortly after, Prince Doran commands Hotar to round up and confine all the Sand Snakes, including Alara's 4 young daughters. Obara, Nymeria, and Tywin are locked up in cells atop the Spear Tower, but with no blood spilt. The younger Sand Snakes are restricted together with their mother to the Water Gardens. When Hotar tells him that the common folk will howl when they find out, the Prince of Dawn replies, "All Dawn will howl. I only pray Lord Tywin hears them, so he might know what a loyal friend he has in Sunspear." Chapter 3. Cersei dreams that she rules from the Iron Throne, and courtiers are playing her tribute. But the pleasant dream turns into a nightmare when Tyrion appears and ridicules her, making the great lords, proud ladies, and young knights snigger at her as well. She notices she is naked and hastily tries to cover up, but this makes her wound herself on the spikes and blades of the Iron Throne, and soon she is engulfed in a mortal combat with the throne that is trying to rip the flesh off her. She is woken up by her frightened maid, Senelle, with armed men who have arrived to deliver the news of Lord Tywin's murder. Cersei is still drowsy and believes this to be part of her nightmare, and expects Tyrion to crawl from under her bed to laugh at her. She now recognizes Jocelyn Swift, Sir Osmond Kettleback, and Sir Boris Blount, and notices Lannister guards. She wonders whether the news can be true, insisting that her father is surrounded by guards, day and night. So Osmond tells her the guards were on their posts, but a secret passage has been found behind a hearth in the Hand's Tower, and Jaime has gone in to inspect it. Cersei is worried about Jaime's safety as well as of Tommen's, but she is told that guards supervised by Sir Loras Tyrell have been assigned to watch over the king. This stirs up her resentment against the Tyrells, and she wonders whether the murder was their doing, yet does not dare to speak this aloud. She commands Sir Osmond to escort her to the Tower of the Hand, and Sir Boris to make certain that Tyrion is still in his cell. She doesn't believe Tyrion would dare raise a hand against their father, but needs to be certain. Outside, the sun is beginning to rise, while the stars can still be seen, making Cersei think that the great star of the west has fallen. Sir Osmond tells her that Lum, one of the guards, found the body in the privy. She already feels the hole left by Lord Tywin, and decides to act swiftly as she suspects there will be attempts to push her aside, as always. She wonders whether Stannis Baratheon is behind the murder. She enters the tower and thinks that not crying makes her the only true son her father ever had. Climbing the many stairs to the Hand's chambers prompts her to think about tearing the tower down. As she enters the hall, she finds the room full of guards and servants, whispering among themselves. Cersei resents their presence and the fact that she was not called first. She orders Sir Mirren Trant to show the people out and is informed that her father's body has been brought to his bed. When she enters the bedchamber, guards are present again, as well as her distraught Uncle Kevin, kneeling by the bed and trying to pray for his brother. She notices how small the door to the secret passage behind the hearth is, making her think of Tyrion again, then settling for Stannis or the Tyrells as more likely suspects. She knows about the rumours of secret passages in the Red Keep, and that Maegor the Cruel supposedly killed the builders of the castle to keep them secret. She thinks of other yet undiscovered secret passages to other bedchambers, and has a vision of Tyrion using one to get to Tommen. Cersei has a look at her father's half-naked body. While reflecting on how he looks much older and smaller than when he was alive, she already notices a smell emanating from the corpse. She is furious that the quarrel that killed Lord Tywin has been left in his stomach and orders it to be removed. Cersei wonders whether she should act desperate and claw her own face, as she heard Catelyn Stark did when her son Robb was killed before her eyes, and wonders how Lord Tywin once received news of his own father's death. She commands that the bells must toll for her father, just as they did for King Robert. She asks for Pycelle and wants him to prepare the body, but is told Grand Maester has already been there and left again. This angers her more because of Pycelle's uselessness in old age, and she calls for Maesters Balabar and Franken instead. Cersei asks about Jaime and is again told he's down in the secret passage, inspecting the depth of a shaft found there. She is worried about his safety, thinking of his lost hand and how the murderer might await him in the dark. Qyburn is shown in, offering his service as Maester. He informs her that he treated Jaime's hand, and she remembers that he came down from Harrenhal with her brother. She notices that he doesn't have a Maester's chain, receiving the answer that it has been taken away by the Citadel while his knowledge is still there. She orders him to remove the quarrel and prepare her father's body for the Silent Sisters. Qyburn asks her what he should do with the girl. Cersei has not noticed the second body in the bed before, and takes a look at her naked body, observing the golden chain around her neck, and that her face is as black as Joffrey's was when he died. She demands to know what the girl is doing here, receiving the unsatisfying answer that she has been found where she is, and that she's Tyrion's whore. She thinks that Lord Tywin never used whores, and defensively tells a guard how Tywin treated his own father's mistress after his death, parading her naked through the streets of Lannisport. Qyburn suggests that Lord Tywin might have been questioning the girl. Cersei eagerly seizes on this notion, but has a vision of Tyrion mocking it. And what better way to question her than naked? Her body is disposed of by the Kettlebacks, and Cersei remembers the girl's name and that she came to her the night before Tyrion's trial by combat, asking that promises made to her by Tyrion and allegedly Cersei be kept, including a manse in the city and a night to marry. Cersei made it clear that she would get nothing until she told them the whereabouts of Sansa Stark, making her leave in tears. She orders the Kettlebacks to carry Shay's body through the secret passage, but wants to have the chain around her neck delivered to herself. As Sir Osfryd is about to step into the tunnel, Jaime emerges from it. She rushes towards him, asking whether he has found the killers, but is told that the shaft ends in a chamber where half a dozen tunnels meet, some of them closed with locked iron gates, and Jaime needs to find keys first. He suggests that the killers could still be hiding in the maze he just left. Cersei again envisions Tyrion climbing through the walls like some monstrous rat. She says she wants the murderers found and the whole tower to be demolished if need be. Jaime hugs her to console her, and she has a rush of desire for him. She whispers in his ear, asking him to take over as Hand of the King, to complete their father's work. But he pushes her away, declines the offer, makes a joke about a hand without a hand, and says that she shouldn't ask him to rule. Cersei feels the rejection like a slap, realizing that it has been noticed by everyone present, and that the whole castle will know soon. She angrily says that she didn't ask him to rule, as she is going to do that herself as the Queen Regent until Tommen comes of age. Jaime replies that he doesn't know whom to feel worse for, Tommen or the Seven Kingdoms. She slaps him. They are both admonished by Sir Kevan to take their indecent behaviour out of the room where their father's body lies. Jaime apologizes for his sister, pointing out that she is forgetting herself while grief-stricken. This makes Cersei want to slap him again, and regret her impulse to ask him. She wonders whether to abolish the position of Hand altogether, remembering how Jon Arryn and Eddard Stark meddled in her affairs, the latter forcing her to get rid of King Robert before she could deal with his brothers, and how Tyrion sold Marcilla to Dorne, made Tommen a hostage, and killed Joffrey. Cersei settles on her uncle Kevan as the next Hand, as she considers him loyal and prudent, while unambitious to challenge her as the real power behind the Iron Throne. She thinks that she needs men supporting her, and that the current small council will not do, with Grand Maester Pycelle too old, and Lord Mace Tyrell and his bannermen Lord Paxter Redwyn, and Lord Mathis Rowan not to be trusted. She also can't rely on Jaime, who has lost his courage with his hand. She again considers the possibility the Tyrells were involved in the murder, as Lord Mace must have known he can never rule the Seven Kingdoms as long as Tywin Lannister is alive. However, she realizes she has to proceed carefully against the Tyrells, with the city full of their men and Loras Tyrell now a knight of the Kingsguard. The thought of the engagement of Tommen and Margaery Tyrell still makes her furious, and she questions Margaery's virginity. Cersei intends to use Varys to find out more on this front. The thought of Varys makes Cersei aware that the eunuch isn't present, while he is usually around when something important happens in the Red Keep. The only explanation for his absence is that he was involved in the plot, preempting his own downfall as Lord Tywin never had any love for him. She thinks that Varys might have known about the secret passage and acted on behalf of Stannis. She orders Sir Meryn to find the Master of Whisperers and bring him to her. Sir Boros returns red-faced and puffing, announcing that Tyrion is gone, his cell open with no sign of him anywhere. Cersei is appalled, thinking her nightmares are coming true. She points out her orders to keep the imp under guard day and night. Sir Boros says that a jailer called Rugen has gone missing while 2 others were found asleep. She orders for them to be killed. Cersei's paranoia of Tyrion breaks out fully and reflects that he has already killed her mother, her father, and her eldest son, and will try to murder her too, remembering the prophecy she once received about her little brother killing her. She gets queasy, and Sir Boros tries to sustain her, but she recoils from his touch, thinking he might be one of Tyrion's creatures. She envisions Tyrion grinning at her, feeling his hands closing in around her neck the very moment she thought she was rid of him.
Chapter 1 is Tyrion 1, where after discovering that his wife, Tysha, wasn't a whore, has murdered his father and fled to Essos. Tyrion doesn't care about anything anymore except finding Tysha and getting revenge on Cersei by crowning Marcilla. Tyrion finds himself in the home of Magister Illyroy Mopatis, who hosted Daenerys and Viserys all the way back in A Game of Thrones. Tyrion spends a day wandering Illyroy's home, finds poisonous mushrooms, and threatens to murder a courtesan assigned to him by Illyroy. "It might please my lord to strangle you. That's how I served my last whore. Do you think your master would object? Surely not. He is 100 more like you, but no one like me." This time, when he grinned, he got the fear he wanted. Tyrion has dinner with the Magister, who tells him he can drink himself to death if he pleases, or find a new purpose. Mopatis claims that Westeros is in need of a savior, not Stannis, but someone from across the sea. When Tyrion asks who, Illyroy replies, "A dragon with 3 heads." This chapter mostly sets up Tyrion's desire to murder his sister, and maybe Jaime as well, claim Castle Rock for himself, and find Tysha by asking everyone he meets, "Where do whores go?" Chapter 4. Brienne travels to Duskendale, seeking the whereabouts of Sansa as she was charged to do by Jaime. Having found few leads in King's Landing, Brienne asks nearly everyone she can along the roads and villages, but never mentions Sansa by name. Upon the road beyond Rosby, she comes upon a camp with Illithur the Penniless and Creighton Longbow, 2 hedge knights who offer to share their meal, mistaking her for a man at first. Sir Illithur later remarks on how Brienne bears a shield with the sigil of House Lothston, a disgraced family who once held Harrenhal. Brienne was given the shield by Sir Jaime, who had taken it from Harrenhal. When she tells the 2 that she lost her own shield, Illithur figures out by her size that she must be Brienne, murderess of King Renly. The Maid of Tarth denies having killed Renly, and the hedge knights agree to travel with her to Duskendale. After passing a large group of poor fellows, or sparrows, lowly holy men bound for King's Landing, bearing the bones of Septons killed around the Riverlands, they catch up to a merchant guarded by a couple of men and another hedge knight named Sir Shadrick. Joining forces along the dangerous road, Shadrick tells Brienne in private that he knows that the maid she seeks is Sansa Stark, and that he seeks her as well, but for a purse of gold offered by Varys. Brienne is disturbed by the fact that the knight knew whom she was speaking of when describing Sansa's description to the merchants group. When the party stops at an inn, the Old Stone Bridge, for the night, Brienne slips off on her own, swearing to herself that she will not fail Jaime, having already failed King Renly and Lady Catelyn. Chapter 10. Marillion is singing day and night,
Because his cell is open, his songs can be heard throughout the castle. Although Marillion has a beautiful voice, Sansa does not like the sound of his singing. She asks Peter if he cannot silence the singer. Littlefinger explains to Sansa that they need Marillion. With some persuasion, Marillion has confessed to the murder of Lysa. In return for his confession, Littlefinger has spared his life and his voice. Peter tells Sansa she has to corroborate Marillion's confession. Sansa knows that Marillion did not murder Lysa and therefore hesitates. She has no pity for the singer as he has tried to rape her, but she is afraid that people will see through her lies. The next day, Nestor Royce and his son arrive at the Eyrie to investigate the murder of Lysa Arryn. Although she is afraid, Sansa tells the Royces that Marillion killed Lysa Arryn. Her fright and tears only make her more convincing. Then Marillion is let in. He confesses that he killed his mistress because he could not bear the thought of seeing her married to Peter. The Royces never liked Marillion and seem not to question his confession. They agree that Marillion will be confined to the sky cells. Eventually he will fall or jump to his death. Nestor then informs Peter that his cousin is gathering other lords to have Peter removed as Lord Protector of the Vale. Littlefinger already knows this and is unconcerned. As a reward for his services, he presents Nestor with a grant that makes him and his descendants hereditary lords of the Gates of the Moon. The Gates of the Moon are a secondary castle that has always been in the possession of the main Aryan line. Nestor has been appointed Castellan, but now acquires the castle in his own right. According to Peter, Lysa had decided to give the castle to Nestor, but was murdered before she could sign the order. When Nestor Royce and his son leave, Littlefinger explains to Sansa that Nestor will now be on his side. If Peter is removed as Lord Protector, the grant for the castle will be challenged because it was signed by Peter and not by Robert. That night, when Sansa goes to sleep, Robert creeps into her bed as he has been doing since his mother died. He asks Sansa if she is his mother now. Sansa says yes because she knows this lie will soothe him. Chapter 4 has Bran travelling through the haunted forest, in search of the three-eyed crow with Jojen and Mira Reed, Hodor and Cold Hands, who leaves them to deal with foes. Mira waits till he is gone before pointing out that Cold Hands doesn't breathe, eat, drink, or sleep. The group continue to trust him. Bran enters summer and finds an abandoned village for shelter. As they rest, Jojen refuses to eat, despite his weakness, telling his sister that this is not the day he dies. All four of them are near starving, but they refrain from lighting a fire at Cold Hands' instruction. Sleepless, Bran enters Summer, who finds the corpses of 5 men and a wolf pack that found them first. The pack leader is Varamir inside his wolf, but Summer, Bran, easily defeat him, making his pack theirs. The dead are men of the Night's Watch. Bran awakens to a fire. Cold Hands has killed a pig for them, but readers of the book know this to be a lie. Bran, Mira, and Jojen are feasting on the dead Night's Watchmen, who were the deserters from Craster's Keep. Bran asks Cold Hands about his black hands, and he tells Bran that the blood runs into a man's extremities and congeals once he is dead. Mira demands to see his face, which he refuses. Bran notes that he could not pass beyond the wall. Mira asks who the three-eyed crow is, and Cold Hand replies that he is a friend, a dreamer, a wizard, and the last Greenseer. Mira asks Jojen if he has dreamed this, and he says that they have come too far to go back now. Chapter 6. Nearing Braavos by ship, Arya recalls how she originally wanted Captain Ternesio Terrace to sail for the Wall. She had no such luck, but concluded the Free Cities would be a good place to land, considering that Syrio Forel came from Braavos, and possibly Jaqen H'ghar as well. During the voyage, many of the sailors, and even the captain, have tried to get her to learn and remember their names, and many seem afraid of her. The captain's youngest son, Denyo, is telling Arya some of the history of Braavos and the Titan that guards its port. The Free City honors all gods and even has temples devoted to them, and was founded by the Moonsingers when they brought the people to Braavos to escape. The Dragons of Valeria. The Titan of Braavos is a massive statue and has arrow slits and murder holes strategically placed to attack any boat that tries to pass beneath without leave. Furthermore, the Free City of Braavos is protected by the Arsenal, a massive fleet of ships and their fortified port. The captain has his oldest son, Yorko, row Arya to shore, so as to get her off prior to customs coming aboard. As Yorko navigates the 100 Isles of Bravos, he points out many of the sights, before dropping her off at the quay in front of the House of Black and White. Arya disembarks, assuring Yorko that she will remember his name, and enters the temple of the many-faced god. Within, the temple is quite dark with dozens of odd statues. Arya notices several people in alcoves who are either dead or dying. Soon, a robed man with a kind voice tells her that the House of Black and White is a place of peace. He asks her name, but despite Arya's use of nicknames, the man keeps asking until she admits that she is Arya Stark. When the man asks if she fears death, Arya answers no. The man removes his cowl to reveal a decaying, horrible visage, but she sees through the illusion. Impressed, the kindly man asks if she's hungry, and Arya thinks, yes, but not for food. Chapter 5 has Tyrion being smuggled out of Pentos and travels with Illyroy to the Rhoyne, where they will travel down the river to meet Daenerys in Volantis. Tyrion asks Illyroy about his motives for helping Daenerys, and his reasons are clearly untrue, and Tyrion suspects as much. We learn Varys and Illyroy grew up together in Pentos as thieves, until Varys was brought to King's Landing by the Mad King, and Illyroy married the daughter of the cousin to Pentos. Later, Tyrion asks how Illyroy managed to persuade the Golden Company to break their contract with Mya and support Daenerys, a Targaryen, when the Golden Company have spent their entire history warring with the Targaryens to place a Blackfire on the Iron Throne. Illyroy claims that the Golden Company just want to return home, and Daenerys offers them that. Tyrion recounts the story of Hugor Hill, and originally intended to become High Septon before he met Tysha. Illyroy, likewise, lost favour with the Prince of Pentos when he married a Lyseni bedslave called Sarah, and made her his second wife. She died from the Grey Plague, but Illyroy never regretted loving her. Chapter 2 has Daenerys dealing with the Sons of the Harpy killing one of her unsullied soldiers. We also meet Renzak, who supports peace with the Meereenese nobility, and Scarhaz, who proposes killing one member from each of the Meereenese nobility as retribution. Scarhaz and Reznek represent war and peace, respectively, throughout the Dany story. Dany holds court, and we learn that King Cleon of Astapor wants Dany's help in attacking the Yunkai, but Dany refuses. Then Hizdahr proposes opening the fighting pits for the 6th time. Dany refuses, but is friendly with Hizdahr. Lastly, shepherds ask Dany to pay for lost cattle eaten by her dragons. Dany agrees, but one shepherd remains behind and reveals the charred bones belonging to a child. Chapter 7. Cersei arrives at the Great Sept of Baelor for Tywin's wake, and is worried since Tommen seems to have a cold and the current High Septon was appointed by Tyrion. She wonders if she should have him removed. Tommen and Cersei both notice the stench that is emanating from her father's corpse. After the service, the procession of mourners come to offer condolences to Cersei. First is Felice Stokeworth, who mentions that her sister is ready to give birth and the family would like to name the child Tywin. Cersei is offended and brusquely forbids her. Next is Lancel, who is still looking half dead, professes his newfound faith. Cersei heads him off by saying, "Atonement is best achieved through prayer. Silent prayer." The only mourner to please Cersei is Tanya Merryweather, who promises that all her friends in the Free Cities have been notified to watch for and seize Tyrion. When Mace Tyrell comes before her, he mentions that his uncle Garth is on the way to assume the duties of Master of Coin. Cersei, not wishing to see another Tyrell on the small council, immediately backpedals that Guilus Rosby has already accepted the post. This upsets Tyrell and his mother, as Tywin had wanted Garth to assume the position. The Queen of Thorns then brings up the terrible smell in the Sept, and Cersei wants nothing more than to get rid of the clever old woman. But Lady Olenna states she will not depart until Margaery is wed to Tommen. Leaving the Sept, Cersei rides back to the Red Keep with Guilus Rosby, asking him belatedly to be her new Master of Coin, which he accepts. Back in her rooms, Qyburn pays her a visit, revealing that he discovered in the under-jailer's sleeping cell a gold coin that dated back to the Gardener Kings of the Reach. Cersei again suspects the Tyrells had a hand in Tyrion's escape and Tywin's murder. Qyburn then asks if he may experiment on the dying Cregor Clegane in the Black Cells, since he is more adept at the nature of death than any of the maesters from the Citadel. Cersei agrees with his request, but tells him to bring her Cregor's head when he dies, as her father had promised it to Dorne. Finally, Kevan meets with her for dinner, as she had requested. Cersei asked him to be Tommen's hand. Kevan first admonishes her for making Mace Tyrell look a fool in front of half the court. He then informed her that he would rather help his son, Lancel, take control of Castle Darry. He offers to take up the position as hand, provided Cersei removes herself from King's Landing and returns to Castle Rock. Cersei is infuriated, and a fierce argument takes place during which she threatens Kevan. Unfazed, Kevan counters her to name Randall Tarley or Mathis Rowan as Tommen's hand. As both men are Tyrell vassals, she could drive a wedge between them and Highgarden. But the suggestion makes her even more angry, and she accuses him of abandoning Tommen. As he departs, Kevan reveals that he knows who Tommen's father really is. Chapter 8. Standing a planned 7-day vigil over his father's funeral bier, Jaime finds himself with a lot of time for thinking. He feels that he is as much to blame for his father's death as Tyrion or Varys. He also finds himself wondering what happened to the eunuch. His thoughts then turn to the day that Prince Rhaegar rode for the Trident. Jaime had begged not to be left behind to guard the king, but Rhaegar told him that Aerys feared Lord Tywin more than he did Robert, and he meant to keep Jaime at his side as insurance. Mounting up, Rhaegar's last words to Jaime were, "When this battle's done, I mean to call a council. Changes will be made. I meant to do it long ago. But, well, it does no good to speak of roads not taken." Finally, Jaime recalls his recent questioning of the chief underjailer, which was a complete farce, as Jaime knew far more than the man did, since he helped facilitate Tyrion's escape. When Jaime learned that the 2 jailers who were put to sleep were killed by Boris Blunt and Osmond Kettleblack, he reprimanded them, warning them never to act on his sister's orders to kill anyone without consulting him first. Sometime in the middle of the night, Cersei visits him with the news of Kevan's refusal to becoming her hand, as well as remarking that Kevan knows about their relationship. She implores Jaime to reconsider being hand, but Jaime rejects her again. She departs with, "Very well, if it is a battlefield you want, battlefields I shall give you." Next morning, the mourners arrive anew, but the smell is so nauseating that Tommen gets sick. Jaime takes him outside to console him, advising him to go away inside, something Tommen understands from when Joffrey would torment him. Cersei then joins them, as does Mace Tyrell, and Jaime asks the Lord of Highgarden to have dinner with his sister. When Mace departs, Jaime tells Cersei to get the wedding over with, and then send Lord Mace to besiege Storm's End once again. Cersei likes the idea, hoping Tyrell might lose his life this time. Chapter 5. Down in the library beneath Castle Black, Sam is trying to find any information on the others for his Lord Commander, Jon Snow. Returning to the surface, Sam considers how hard Jon has been working the men of the Watch. He meets Dolores Ed, Pip, and Gren, and they mention how much Jon has changed, acting differently and barely spending any time with his friends, although he never misses a day practicing his sword work. We learn that Stannis has plans for Val, Dalla's sister, seeking to use her to forge an alliance between the Wildlings and the Northmen. Thus far, only the Karstarks, who have no other choice, have agreed to ally with Stannis. Sam arrives at Jon's Solar, and Jon shows him a letter he plans to send to King Tommen, which declares that Stannis is aiding them in their battle, but the Night's Watch is not sworn to his cause. They discuss how Melisandre means to sacrifice Mance Rhaegar for his king's blood. Jon states, "Mance's blood is no more royal than mine own." He reveals to Sam that he is sending Gilly and the boy far away from the wall. Sam tells Jon that he has uncovered little on the others, but one book mentioned Dragonsteel swords as being effective against them. However, neither is sure if Dragonsteel and Valyrian steel are the same thing. Jon breaks the news that he is sending Sam to the Citadel so he can become a Maester and replace Aemon. Sam will travel by sea from Eastwatch along with Gilly, the baby, and Maester Aemon. The thought of becoming a Maester frightens Sam, bringing back memories of his father's wrath when he had mentioned training at the Citadel to him when he was a boy. His father had chained him by the neck in a cell and left him there for 3 days, telling him, No son of House Tarly will ever wear a chain. Lastly, John commands Sam to never call himself Craven again. The next morning, as the party prepares to set off for Eastwatch, where they will join up with Darien, Gilly begs John to find a good wet nurse for the other baby. Chapter 7 has John summon Gilly and force her to take Mance's baby away with her to Old Town and leave her own baby here at Castle Black. Gilly refuses, but like Maester Aemon told him to kill the boy, John informs Gilly that on the day Melisandre burns Mance's baby, hers will also die. Next, John talks with Sam about the others, and how little they actually know about their ancient foe. After that, John informs Sam that he will be sending him along with Gilly and Maester Aemon to Old Town, where Sam will become a maester. Sam leaves and John inspects the castle, learning 2 of Stannis' men were seen riding south. The next morning, John awakes to see off Sam, Gilly, and Maester Aemon as they depart for Eastwatch. Next, John begins giving out command of castles to his men. That includes Janos Slynt, who was given command of Greyguard. But Slynt refuses. The next morning, John gives Slynt one last chance to reconsider, which Slynt disregards, and so John executes him. Chapter 9. Brienne reaches Duskendale. She finds the gates barred for the night. The area surrounding it is littered with corpses of both Northmen and men from the Reach. The gates open at morning, and the captain tells Brienne that his sister can paint over the black bat of Lothston on her shield. After finding and telling the sister what sigil she wants, Brienne heads to the Dunfort to speak to the Lord. Since Lord Riker is in the field, she meets with a Castellan, Sir Rufus Leake, and a maester who tells her that many came before her, asking if Dontos Hollard and Sansa Stark had come to Duskendale. The Duns Fort's maester tells the story of the defiance of Duskendale, which seems to have been the incident that finally sent King Aerys over the edge, either of his own initiative or from the urgings of his wife Sorella. Denys Darklan took Aerys hostage. When Tywin Lannister, who was Hand, surrounded the Dunfort, Lord Darklan threatened to kill Aerys. When Aerys was captured, Simon Hollard killed one of his Kingsguard, Sir Gawain Gaunt. After Barristan the Bold slipped into the Dunfort and rescued the king, Aerys had nearly every member of the Darklan and Hollard families killed or attained. Dontos, who was young at the time, survived because Barristan asked Aerys to stay his hand. The Castellan tells Brienne that Duskendale would have been the last place Dontos would have fled to. Despairing that she will never find Sansa, Brienne bumps into a skinny boy whom she also saw back at Rosby on a piebald Rosny, but he runs away. Visiting the Seven Swords Inn for dinner, Brienne meets a pious dwarf who tells her that he overheard a man called Nimble Dick in Maidenpool bragging that he had fooled a fool, seeking passage for 3 across the narrow sea. That night, Brienne dreams of Renly's death, but when he topples after the shadow killed him, the body is that of Jaime. The next day, Brienne picks up her shield, painted with the sigil that Tansel had painted for Sir Duncan the Tall. Proceeding past fishing villages on the way to Maidenpool, Brienne camps by the ruins of the Hollard Castle and hears a rider. Fearing it may be Sir Shadrick and that a battle might ensue, she discovers the boy who seems to be stalking her. It turns out to be Podrick Payne, who asks to stay with her, hoping if she finds Sansa, it may lead the boy back to Tyrion. Chapter 8 has Tyrion arrive at the Royne and meet Howdon Halfmaester and Rolly Duckfield, who take on supplies from Illyroy before leaving with Tyrion. Illyroy tells them Tyrion's name is Yolo, but Tyrion quickly changes it to Hugor. Illyroy packed extra gifts for the lad young Griff and seems to genuinely care about him. Tyrion travels on horseback with Howdon and Duck and discuss tales of river pirates and the Shrouded Lord. Tyrion and Howdon test each other's book knowledge while Duck recounts the events that led to his knighting at the hands of Griff. They ride until they reach a pole boat called the Shy Maid on the Little Royne. On board is the lad young Griff and his father Griff. The older man reads a letter sent to him by Illyroy, telling of Tywin's murder by Tyrion. Griff is mistrustful, and Tyrion is convinced he is no ordinary sellsword. He can read, and is a knight, having knighted Duck himself. Tyrion promises to serve Daenerys faithfully, but questions if Daenerys really has 3 dragons. Griff tells him to guard his tongue or lose it. Chapter 9 has Davos brought before Godric Borel, Lord of Sweet Sister. He was captured by Godric's men while trying to find passage off the island to White Harbour. Salador San's fleet had been smashed by storms since heading south from the Wall, until San, frustrated by Stannis' continued inability to make good on his promises, abandoned his cause, leaving his old friend Davos on Sweet Sister after Davos refused to journey south with him. Davos conceals this fact from Borel. Borel informs Davos that Lysa Arryn and Tywin Lannister are dead. We also learn that a shipload of Freys have reached White Harbour, with Lord Wyman Manderley of White Harbour having pledged his allegiance to King Tommen. The news dismays Davos, but he hides his reaction and asks Borel to help him get to White Harbour. Borel tells of his meeting with Ned Stark during Robert's rebellion. Ned was attempting to reach Winterfell so he could call his banners and join Robert's rebellion, while avoiding Gulltown, which was loyal to the Mad King. Stark had arrived at the Three Sisters after crossing the mountains to the Fingers, where he convinced a fisherman to carry him to White Harbour. The fisherman drowned, but the fisherman's daughter delivered Ned to the sisters. Lord Godric asserts Ned left her with a bag of silver and a bastard son. She named him Jon Snow after Jon Arryn. Borel's father decided to let Ned go on his way instead of handing him over to the Targaryens, after telling Ned, "If you lose, you will never hear." Dabod listens and replies, "No more than I was." Chapter 10, Jon 3, has Melisandre preparing to burn Mance Rayder in a cage, made out of wood, despite Jon's pleas for King Stannis to spare him. Seeing the cage, Mance's courage fails him, and he begs for mercy, denying his kinship, his name, and shrieking of witchcraft. Melisandre burns the Horn of Juruman as well, so that the wall can never fall. As the cage burns, Jon orders his bowmen to shoot Mance with arrows, a fitting end for a man of the Night's Watch. Melisandre proclaims to the assembled wildlings that Stannis is their true king. Azor Ahai reborn, Stannis draws Lightbringer, and promises all who serve him food, land, and justice. The gates of the wall are opened, and most of the captive wildlings enter to kneel before Stannis, feeding the fire with fragments of weirwood, pieces of the old gods to feed Rahol's fires. Bowen Marsh thinks it is wrong to let thousands of wildlings south of the wall, and would prefer to seal the gates and let the wildlings defend the northern side. Many in the Night's Watch perceive that Jon has taken Stannis' side in the Game of Thrones. Jon denies this, but says that the outcome of the struggle is unclear following the death of Tywin Lannister. Jon shares a cup of wine with Clytus, telling him that Maester Aemon had shown him a passage in the Jade Compendium describing Lightbringer as both bright and fearfully hot. He notes that although Stannis' sword radiates light, it produces no heat. Chapter 11, Daenerys 2, has more murders by the Harpies' sons. This time, they attacked fully armed, Unsullied. 9 dead, including one of Missandei's brothers. Dany orders an investigation, allowing Skahaz to torture a wine cellar, and has the Unsullied restrict themselves to patrolling the walls. Dany imposes a blood tax on the great families of Meereen to fund a new mixed force of freedom and shave pates to control the city, under the control of Skahaz. That night, Dany offers Missandei the chance to return to Nath, but the girl feels safer with her. Dreaming of Dario Naharis, Dany hopes that the Cell Sword will remain loyal to her. Dany goes to take a bath on her terrace, when she is surprised by the voice of Quaithe, speaking via magic. "Hear me, Daenerys Targaryen, the glass candles are burning. Soon comes the Pale Mare, and after her, the others, Kraken and Darkflame, probably Victorian Greyjoy and Moqorro, Lion and Griffin. This is Tyrion and probably Jon Connington, the Sun's Son and the Murmur's Dragon, Quinton and Aegon? Trust none of them. Remember the Undying. Beware the perfumed Seneschal," who Dany thinks is Resnek, so it's definitely not him. After telling her to remember who she is, Quaithe is gone. As the sun rises, Dany breaks her fast and prepares for court. At court, she gazes suspiciously at Resnek. Hizdahr pleads for the 7th time for the reopening of the fighting pits. This time, he cunningly presents former fighters who themselves willingly ask to be returned to combat. She promises to consider all they have said and then ends the session. Later, Barrister Selmy tells Dany how he escaped from Joffrey's guards in King's Landing, and defends Eddard Stark when Daenerys angrily denounces him as a traitor. Barristan argues that Stark was against having her killed, and the murder of Princess Rhaenys and Prince Aegon. But Dany replies, Lannister or Stark, what difference? She then asked to see her dragons, Rhaegol and Viserion, who have been chained up in a pit since the killing of the shepherd's daughter. But Drogon could not be taken and was last seen flying north to the Dothraki Sea. Chapter 12, Reek 1. Big Walder and Little Walder enter a cell. In the dungeons of the Dreadfort, cowering before them is a weak and foul-smelling man, who knows his name is Reek, but once had another name. Reek is so weakened and mentally ravaged that he is terrified of the 2 8-year-old Freys. He remembers his attempt to escape with the bedwarmer Kyra, but that had been a ruse by Ramsay Bolton for his own amusement. Kyra had died horribly at the hands of Ramsay's dogs, and Reek has lost several of his own fingers and toes from flayings at the hands of Ramsay's bastard boys. The Frey boys bring Reek before Ramsay, who is with Arnulf Karstark and Hother Umber. Ramsay taunts him in front of his guests. The reader learns that Reek is Theon Greyjoy when Arnulf Karstark recognizes him as Stark's ward. In his degraded state, Reek thinks of Ramsay as merciful and kind. Ramsay promises him a bath since they ride to war, and he needs Reek's help to bring home his virgin bride, Arya Stark. Chapter 11. Arsha is at 10 Towers waiting for her supporters to arrive. The feast is almost over. There are many Harlaws in the hall, but not enough of the other houses. Arsha knows she lacks support. She tells Three Tooth to find food for her crew and her prisoners. Then she goes to her uncle Roderick Harlaw, Lord of Harlaw. She finds him in the book tower, reading. Roderick's love for his books has earned him the nickname The Reader. In Arsha's name, Roderick has sent summons to the captains to gather at 10 Towers. The captain of Harlaw have come, but few others. Roderick informs Arsha that Aeron Greyjoy has called for a king's moot, an assembly of all captains to choose the king. Roderick assures Arsha that her cause is hopeless, since no woman has ever ruled the Ironborn. Even Roderick's support does not mean his vassals will support her. Their fealty is for war purposes only. In a king's moot, they are allowed to vote as they please. Roderick counsels Arsha to stay away from the king's moot on Oldwick. Besides her lack of support, he is afraid that Euron Greyjoy will kill his competitors. Roderick offers to give her 10 Towers instead. His heir, Harris Harlaw, does not need 10 Towers and will protect her. Arsha declines the offer and walks back to the hall. She encounters Christopher Botley on the way. When they were young, Triss was in love with Arsha. She liked him in the beginning, but became bored with him and was glad when he was sent away. Christopher, though, has never forgotten her and wants to wed Arsha. He is the legitimate lord of House Botley, since Sorwin Botley, his father, has been killed by Euron for refuting his claim to the throne. His titles have been given to Christopher's uncle, who supported Euron. Arsha sharply refuses Christopher's advances by reminding him that they are not children anymore and that she is his queen, not his wife. Chapter 12. Cersei is regretting her concession to the Queen of Thorns to allow Tommen and Margaery to sleep in the same bed on their wedding night only. When Jaime arrives to speak to her, he asks if she still means to burn down the Tower of the Hand after the wedding, but she is determined to see it destroyed, and hopefully smoke out a few rats in the process. We begin to notice changes in Cersei, including weight gain and overindulgence in alcohol. Tommen's wedding is a modest affair compared to his brother's, and the ceremony goes over well enough. Afterwards, Kevin comes over to Cersei and mentions that Sandor Clegane is reported to have joined Beric Dondarrion's outlaws. The Queen is already aware of this, having heard that outlaws have pillaged salt pans and savagely raped townswomen. The reports mentioned that they were led by a huge man in a hound's head helmet. Cersei suggests that Lance will hunt down the hound, but her uncle scoffs that his son is not the man to deal with Clegane. When she then suggests that he go after Clegane himself, Sir Kevin responds curtly, "When a dog goes bad, the fault lies with its master." Talking to Jaime, she wonders if Margaery is really a maiden, and he tells her that Mace Tyrell will be marching on Storm's End in a few days, while Garland Tyrell will take half the Tyrell host to Brightwater Keep. and then onto Highgarden, including Lady Ellery Tyrell and Lady Olenna. During the reception, Cersei recalls her visit to a woods witch when she was younger, and the old hag's words, "Queen you shall be, until there comes another, younger and more beautiful, to cast you down and take all you hold dear." Drinking heavily during the feast, she begins to wonder if Margaery is the one in the hag's prophecy, which also mentions the Valanclaw. When Tommen chokes on his wine accidentally, Cersei flees the hall for some air. She is met outside by Lady Tanya, who informs her that one of Cersei's maids is a spy reporting to Margaery's cousins. Cersei assumes it is Senelle and promises to reward Lady Merryweather if this is true. Asking why the beauty from Maya would reveal this to her, Tanya responds that she wants what is best for her husband and son, and Cersei could provide advancement for her family. Back inside, Cersei refuses to dance with anyone, but takes note of the attractive bastard of Driftmark, Orain Waters, with silvery hair, a mark of House Valerian which is descended from the freehold of Valyria, like the Targaryens. He almost resembles Prince Rhaegar. Toward the end of the night, Cersei leads everyone outside to watch as the pyromancers set the Tower of the Hand on fire. As the green flames of wildfire consume the tower, the Queen Regent compares the beauty of the spectacle to Joffrey. As the others begin to depart for bed, Cersei remains behind to watch the fires burn, arm in arm with Sir Osmond Kettleblack. Chapter 13. Slipping through the shadow city of Sunspear during the night for a rendezvous with Princess Arianna, Sir Aerys Oakheart considers how unlikely it is for an Oakheart to even be in Dorne. Hailing from the Reach, the Oakhearts have long been enemies of Dorne. The Kingsguard Knight left Marsilia playing Cyvasse with Prince Trystane, and under the protection of the prince's sworn shield, Sir Gascoigne. Aerys recalls his recent meeting with Prince Doran, who advised him that Marcilla would be safer at the Water Gardens. All her guards and Sir Aerys would accompany them there, but Doran asked him not to write to King's Landing about the move. When he arrives to meet Arianna, he swears he'll do no more than tell her it has to end, but her nakedness overwhelms him. After their passion is stated, Aerys is once again consumed by guilt, but Arianna has a response for every one of his doubts. The knight feels he has dishonored himself enough already. Arianna reminds him that he told her he loved her. Aerys responds that he swore a vow. However, Arianna brings up several Kingsguard who broke their vows, most famously Lucamore, the Lutzi, and Terrence Toyne, and even Prince Aemon the Dragon Knight, though Sir Aerys doesn't believe the latter story. She finishes with, "It is not our love that dishonored you. It is the monsters you have served and the brutes you've called your brothers." When Aerys tells her that King Robert was no monster, he can't help but think that she is right about Joffrey. Although he considers Tommen to be Joffrey's opposite, he can't disagree with Arianna's persuasive words that Marcilla would be a better ruler. They talk about Christian Cole, the Kingmaker, Lord Commander of Viserys' first Kingsguard. At the time of Viserys' death, Sir Cole convinced Varys' son, Aegon II, to claim the throne. This led to the war between Aegon and his elder sister Rhaenyra, whom Viserys had long groomed as his successor. Arianna reminds Aerys that in Dorne, the eldest child rules, and had it not been for Christian Cole, Targaryen inheritance might have been rewritten. She then explains to him the real reason that Marcella is being moved to the Water Gardens, to keep her away from those who seek to crown her. Aerys tells her that the Water Gardens are not a prison, but she warns him that Hotar will see that Marcilla does not leave, claiming he is terrible when aroused. Still unable to convince Aerys that her suggestions are correct, Arianna hugs him and begins to tremble. Once again, she manipulates him by asserting that if the Sand Snakes can be imprisoned for wanting to crown Marcilla, she could too. She mentions that there are no secrets between Tyene and herself, and then she tells him her father has never considered her worthy. Prince Doran tried several times to marry her off to old men of high birth, and when she was 14, she discovered a letter her father had written to her brother Quentyn, a ward of Lord Anders Yorenwood for years. In the letter, Doran wrote, "One day you will sit where I sit and rule all of Dorne, and a ruler must be strong of mind and body." So Aerys argues that this couldn't be true, but when she asks him where Prince Quentyn is now, and his response is with Lord Anders Ironwood in the Boneway, Arianna tells him that is what her father wants everyone to believe. she has gotten word from some of her friends that Quinten is across the Narrow Sea, and she is sure that he is hiring the Golden Company, who recently broke their contract with Mia. The Golden Company has never broken their word since Bitter Steel reformed them nearly 100 years ago, and since most of their members are exiles, the only reason they would change allegiance would be to return home to Westeros. And Anders Ironwood's ancestors fought in 3 of the Blackfire rebellions, a fact that convinces Arianna that he seeks to crown Quinten as the next Prince of Dawn. Arianna's final persuasive words are, "So your 2 princesses share a common cause, sir. And they share as well a knight who claims to love them both, but will not fight for them." So Aerys then swears to defend Marsilia's right to rule, and to protect Arianna from anyone seeking to steal her birthright. When he asks her what she would have of him, Arianna purrs, all my love, my sweet love, and forever. But first, Marsilia. Chapter 14, Drawing Near Maidenpool. Pod Payne can't seem to remember if Brienne is a knight or a lady, frequently calling her, "my lady," "sir." Brienne has taken up his training, abandoned since Aaron Santagar was killed by the mob in King's Landing. They soon come up upon a farmer, his wife, and their cart of eggs bound for Maidenpool. As they ride together, the farmer tells Brienne that the town has been mostly rebuilt, thanks to the hard hand of Randyll Tarly. The Maid of Tarth hopes she can slip through town without encountering the Lord of Hornhill, as she owes him a debt but bears no liking for him. At Maidenpool's gates, the captain informs the farmer that he will take his eggs and wife, forcing Brienne to draw her sword. Outnumbered by the gate guards, she is spared fighting by the appearance of Hyle Hunt, a knight highly placed in Lord Tarly's army, and a man whom Brienne despises. Hunt begins to mock her, and Brienne warns him that she will sort him out in a melee someday, just as she did Red Ronnet Connington during the melee at Ashford. She asks him the location of the Stinking Goose, but Sir Hyle takes her to see Lord Randyll first. The commander of Mace Tyrell's vanguard is dispensing his harsh brand of justice when they come upon him. When she is brought before him, Lord Tarly asks her if she killed Renly, and then states he should ship her back to Tarth. But Brienne reveals the king's document that Jaime has given her, and she informs Tarly that she is seeking Sansa. He responds that Sansa is not in Maidenpool, nor would she be in the Vale, as Brienne has also assumed, since Lysa Arryn is dead. Brienne is shocked to learn that Sansa's aunt is dead. She heads off to the tavern, sending Sir Hyle off when he attempts to apologise for his actions at Highgarden. Later, awaiting the arrival of Nimble Dick at the Stinking Goose, she recalls the hurtful game Hyle and his friends played at her expense. Brienne had gone to Highgarden to answer Renly Baratheon's call to banners, expecting to be ridiculed. But unbelievably, many of the young knights she met, Big Ben Bushy, Edmund Ambrose, Red Ronnet Cunnington, Hugh Beesbury, Richard Farrow, Owen Itchfield, Mark Mullendore, and Hyle Hunt, were exceedingly kind to her, going above and beyond the others to win her favour. Wary of their intentions, Brienne was still vulnerable, thanks to Hope, but she soon learned the truth. Randyll Tarly called her before him to reveal what he had learned of their game through his son Dickon. The knights involved had a burgeoning wager on who could claim her maidenhead. Tarly ended their game, but told her that the fault lay with herself, claiming her being here encouraged them, and that a war host is no place for a maiden. When Dick Crabb finally arrives, Brienne offers to buy him drinks. Nimble Dick soon launches into his story, egged on by a steady bribe from Brienne. He explains how he offered to help a fool make it across the narrow sea. The fool claimed he had 2 girls with him, but couldn't chance the ports in Maidenpool. So Dick took his coin and took him and the girls along the shore to an old, now unused smuggler's cove. Up past Cracklaw Point, Nimble Dick agrees to take her there for a large sum of coin, pointing out that he is from the area and warns Brienne of the Whispers, a keep built by a mythical ancestor of his, Sir Clarence Crabb. Chapter 13, Bran 2. Cold Hands has brought Bran, Hodor, Jojen, Mira, and Summer to a steep snow-covered hill. When his elk died, they butchered it for food. Bran initially refused, but gave in and ate their friend who carried them so far north. But now the food is gone, and they're all weak from hunger and cold, especially Jojen. They have to make their way up the hill, but the others are close by. The ravens urge Bran on, so they start up the hill. Mira has to carry Jojen. 80 yards from the cave, whites burst from the snow. Bran falls from his basket, and whites attack Cold Hands as well. Bran is surrounded by dead men emerging from under the snow. Summer saves Bran, who enters Hodor's mind to fight off whites. Bran's body is nearly disemboweled, and Bran wonders if he dies whether he'll live in Hodor or Summerskin before returning to his body to nearly die. Bran wakes up inside the cave. Cold Hands cannot follow them due to the ward on the wave against dead things. They go deep underground, past roots and across a floor of bones, till they reach a skeletal body sitting on a throne made of roots. We're meant to believe this is the three-eyed crow, the last Greenseer. But when Mira asks are they going to see the three-eyed crow, Leaf replies, the Greenseer, hinting that he might not actually be the person Bran is looking for. Chapter 14 has Tyrion as Hugo aboard the Shy Maid, where he has been banned from drinking wine as they journey down the Rhoyne. Septa Lemore bathes naked every morning to Tyrion's delight, but he notes she has stretch marks from childbirth. Duck trains purple-eyed young Griff with swords. Though Tyrion is dressed in motley and plays the fool, Griff has charged him with writing down all he knows of Dragon's Law from his extensive reading. Later, Tyrion joins Howden as he educates young Griff on geometry, languages, and history. Afterwards, Tyrion and Howden play a game of Cyves. Tyrion has yet to beat Howden and challenges him to a wager for information. Howden takes the bet and loses. We learn later the information Tyrion won allowed him to figure out who young Griff really is. Chapter 15 has Davos arrive in White Harbour and notice that the city is newly fortified. He is initially hopeful to persuade Lord Wyman Manderley to ally with King Stannis, until he sees the Lion Star, a warship bearing King Tommen's standard, docked at the harbour. Davos goes to a shady tavern and listens to gossip as he tries to work out what the Manderleys will do. He finds out that the Freys brought the bones of Sir Wyndle Manderley to White Harbour and proposes of marriage for Lord Manderley's granddaughters, and that Wyman's other son, Sir Willis Manderley, is held captive by the Lannisters. Davos knows there is little hope for his mission, but decides he has a duty to try. Approaching the Newcastle, he shows them his seals as King Stannis' hand, demanding to see Lord Wyman Manderley. Chapter 16 has Daenerys host Xaro Zondox, the Carthene merchant from A Clash of Kings. After viewing a dance by his naked male and female slaves, they discuss Dany's situation since she left Qarth. Xaro is aware of the Sons of the Harpy and fawningly tells Daenerys that he fears for her safety, but scoffs at her attempts to abolish slavery and tells her that the 13 are willing to trade with the city in slaves. He offers her 13 galleys if she leaves for Westeros immediately. Dany tells him she will have her men inspect the ships and refuses his feigned advances to her, most likely because he is gay. She also learns that Pyat Preet and his warlocks from the House of the Undying sailed for Pentos after she left that city. The next day at court, she refuses the desperate pleas of Lord Gale to defend Astapor against Yunkai. The envoy spits at her refusal, claiming that Astapor will die without her help, and is thrown out by strong Belwas. After assembling her council to hear the report from Admiral Grolio, she decides she cannot abandon Meereen to Yunkai. When she summons Xaro to tell him, his flattery vanishes. He tells her she will die screaming and that he should have killed her in Qarth. She has him thrown out of the palace. But the next day, an emissary gives her a bloody glove. The Carthene have declared war. Chapter 15. Sam is trying his best to keep both Gilly and himself calm. During the tumultuous sea trip to Braavos, the Night's Watch ship Blackbird will take them only so far as Braavos, and then Sam will need to find Tender there, bound for Old Town. Sam is hopeful that the others making the journey with him will find happiness when they reach their destination. Gilly and the babe at Hornhill, Maester Aemon back at the Citadel, and Darien in his new role as a recruiter. The old Maester tells them the story of his sea trip to the Wall, how he travelled with Lord Commander Sir Duncan the Tall as his honour guard, along with Brendan Rivers, Lord Bloodraven himself, who was sent by Egg to serve out the remainder of his life in the Watch. As the trip progresses, Sam finds that nothing he says can console Gilly, and that Maester Aemon's health deteriorates. Daemon has nothing but scorn for the wildling girl, but Aemon tells Sam to look closely at the baby to find the source of Gilly's grief. When Sam realizes that the baby is actually Darla and Mance Raider's, not her own, he can't believe what Jon did. Maester Aemon states, "What threats the Lord Commander made, what promises I can only guess." And while Sam understands that Jon did so to save the baby from Melisandre's fires, he remains shocked at what cost this will have for Gilly. Chapter 17 has Jon inspect the Night's Watch food stores. Bowen Marsh informs him there is not enough to feed the Watch, the Wildlings, and Stannis' men through the winter. Jon orders a cut in rations, knowing it will make him unpopular, and tells Marsh they will find a way to feed everyone. Jon is summoned to meet with Stannis. Rattleshirt taunts Jon, showing off his new red ruby. Stannis tells Jon he plans to leave the wall and take the Dreadfoot, unawares. Arnulf Karstark claims the castle is lightly garrisoned. Jon bluntly tells him that his plan will fail, earning scorn from the Queen's men. Stannis silences them and orders Jon to explain. Jon tells him several things. Firstly, unless Stannis wins Morris Umber, who is offering an alliance in exchange for certain conditions, a pardon for his brother Hothor Umber, who was fighting under duress for the Boltons, to his cause. Umber will cut Stannis' host to pieces as it crosses his lands. Second, the Dreadfort will learn of Stannis' coming long before his arrival, and Jon has seen the Dreadfort and knows a small garrison could hold out against thousands. Thirdly, with the imminent fall of Moat Caitlin to House Bolton, the combined armies of Ramsay and Roose Bolton will outnumber Stannis 5-1 and will easily destroy him as he lays siege to the Dreadfort. In addition, the northern lords Stannis seeks to rally to his cause have suffered generations of wildling raiders and will not be pleased to see his wildling conscripts crossing their lands. Stannis orders everyone outside except Melisandre and Jon. Stannis again offers Winterfell to Jon, but Jon reminds him that Sansa is currently the rightful heir and that he cannot forsake his vows. Stannis says he plans to give Winterfell to Arnulf Karstark, and Jon rebukes that the Karstarks abandoned his brother Robb Stark. Jon promises a source of more men to Stannis, if Stannis will let him keep the Wildlings to occupy more of the forts at the Wall. Stannis agrees, and Jon tells him of the petty lords of the mountains: House Flint, House Wool, House Nori, and House Little. Jon counsels Stannis to march through the mountains, win the mountain clans to his side, then emerge to attack Deepwood Motte and defeat the Ironmen to rouse the North to his side. Stannis agrees that it is a plan likely to succeed and impress the Northmen. Jon also warns that the clansmen are deeply devout to the old gods, warning Melisandre that her presence won't be welcome. Melisandre surprises Jon by telling him she will stay at the Wall. Jon ruefully reflects on how he has acquired 1,000 wildlings whom he cannot feed. Chapter 18, Tyrion 5, has Tyrion and his companions aboard the Shy Maid continue down the Rhoyne. As they encounter heavy amounts of fog in the Sorrows, severely hindering their visibility, Ysilla insists that it is not a common fog. Tyrion is initially unconcerned and begins to make japes, but he quickly begins to reevaluate the situation as the surroundings grow more and more eerie. The Shy Maid floats past the ruins of a palace, and Tyrion remembers the brief joy he once had with Tysha. Fearing an attack from the fog, Griff orders young Griff to accompany Septa Lemore to safety below deck. Tyrion reveals that he knows the boy Riff is in fact Aegon Targaryen, although Tyrion is uncertain how he survived the events following the Trident. He also comes to the conclusion that Griff is the late Jon Connington, Rhaegar's close friend and former Hand of the King. Tyrion also reveals his Lannister roots to the party, but there's no time to discuss loyalties or intentions. The Shy Maid is under attack by Stonemen. Tyrion helps to ensure the safety of the now revealed young prince on board, but the dwarf is knocked into the water, dragged down by one of the Stonemen. Chapter 16. An honour procession flanks Lord Tywin's casket as it heads west, led by many of the Lannister bannermen. Jaime Lannister falls in with his uncle Kevin, and they discuss the raid on Salt Pans. Jaime cautions his uncle not to try and take on Sandor Clegane or Beric Dondarrion, and that he would have made a good hand. Kevin rejects him coolly, and lets Jaime know he knows about the relationship of the twins, Jaime and Cersei. As Jaime returns to King's Landing, he looks upon the encamped Lannister army, which will soon board the Red Wind fleet to lay siege to Dragonstone. He finds his sister in her solar as Grand Maester Pycelle delivers news that Sir Bronn has named Lolly's bastard newborn Tyrion. Jaime realizes that his sister may have Bronn killed for this jape, and he recalls the look on her face the night of Tommen's wedding, when the Tower of the Hand was aflame. This called to mind the madness of King Aerys and the way he would become aroused by fire. Jaime recalls Aerys' rape of his wife the evening he had Lord Chester burnt alive. Jaime had the guard of the Queen's bedchamber when she was screaming for her husband to stop. When Jaime said that they were sworn to protect her too, his partner that night, Sir Jonathan Darry, replied, "We are, but not from him." Jaime asks to speak with Cersei alone, and asks her why she keeps Lady Tanya around all the time, knowing that she is a spy for Margaery. Cersei responds that Tanya is more her spy, considering that the Queen Regent can do more for the Merryweather family. Jaime cautions that she doesn't truly know the woman, but Cersei remarks that she may make Tanya's husband the Hand. After Jaime asks her about the rumour that she plans to name Aurene Waters her new Master of Ships, he recommends that she would be better off naming Paxter Redwyn, but Cersei will not put any Tyrell vassals on her small council. Cersei also defends her choice of Qyburn, a disgraced and twisted maester, to join the council. Cersei's growing paranoia and brutality are becoming more evident, and Jaime retorts, "You are seeing dwarfs in every shadow, and making foes of friends. Uncle Kevin is not your enemy. I am not your enemy." However, Cersei throws him out of her solar in fury. In the White Sword Tower, Jaime speaks with Sir Loras Tyrell, asking him what he knows of certain famous Kingsguard. Loras is well versed, but when Jaime mentions some lesser known Kingsguard, the Knight of Flowers does not recognize their names. Jaime points out that all of them served well, perhaps even better than the famous knights. Loras remarks that the great Kingsguard knights will always be remembered as heroes. But Jaime reminds him that the most infamous will also be remembered, and then there are those who are not easily classified, of which he offers an example, Criston Cole, the Kingmaker. Chapter 17. After yet another group presents her with a dwarf's head that is not Tyrion's, Cersei walks together with Qyburn to meet the small council. The new Master of Whisperers indicates that he has prepared the skull in an ebony box for delivery to Prince Doran, but no mention is made that it belongs to Gregor Clegane. Pycelle is near apoplectic upon hearing that Qyburn has been raised to Lord and has replaced Varys on the council, and Cersei makes it clear how unfit she considers the old Grand Maester. Cersei has finalized her appointments, placing men she considers to be meek and loyal and giving them the titles used in the Free Cities, thinking that she will have no masters with her in the small council. She now has a small council consisting of Orton Merryweather as Judicator, Master of Laws, Aurene Waters as Grand Admiral, Master of Ships, her Uncle Kevin's father-in-law, Sir Harris Swift, as her Hand. This last appointment she considers as a shield against any threat that Sir Kevin may present. The council first discusses the unrest in Sunspear and Prince Doran's letter that he imprisoned the Sand Snakes. Cersei notes that they are sending Balon Swan to Dorne with Gregor's head, as has been promised, but she does not mention that Balon will have another task as well. We also learn that Tyrion's High Septon has died in his sleep, and the council brings up the continuing influx of sparrows into King's Landing, stirring up the populace with their preaching of doom and demon worship. But Cersei cares not, nor does she care who becomes High Septon. The next topic is a letter by the Lords Declarant in the Vale of Arryn, but the Queen Regent decides not to intervene directly on Littlefinger's behalf, but only send a letter warning these lords that no harm must come to Lord Peter. When the subject of rebuilding the fleet comes up, Cersei is adamant against making any pact with the Ironborn, stating, "Their turn will come once we have dealt with Stannis." Aurene Waters will get his fleet of Drummonds, however, and Cersei will find the coin by deferring the crown's debt to the Faith of the Seven, and to the Iron Bank of Braavos, until the end of the war. Pycelle warns her against this route, cautioning that it would be foolish to make an enemy of the Iron Bank, but the decision is made regardless. The council also discusses the prudence of making someone pay for the Red Wedding so as to appease all the sparrows, and in the meantime offering whomever succeeds the sure-to-die soon Lord Walder Frey a chance to rid himself of unwanted brothers, half-brothers, and nephews. On the topic of the North, the council indicates that Stannis may soon be confronted by Roose Bolton's army, once his bastard son attacks Moat Caitlin from the north, allowing the Lord of the Dreadford passage through the neck. Cersei mentions that Waymond Manderley has taken Davos Seaworth captive after the latter was sent by Stannis to treat with him. Lord Manderley seeks the favour of the Iron Throne, and the Queen will recommend that he can achieve that favour if he beheads Stannis' hand. When Sansa is mentioned, Cersei shocks the council into silence with a violent tirade about how she plans to deal with the girl once she is found. In the awkward silence that follows, Cersei also remarks that Lord Bolton possesses Arya Stark, and that her marriage to his bastard should appease the North, keeping to herself the fact that Arya Stark is really a steward's whelp, provided by Littlefinger. Next, they debate the fact that the Night's Watch might be joining its might to Stannis, especially now that Jon Snow is their Lord Commander. The council decides to warn the Watch that the Crown will stop sending men to the Wall, but Qyburn suggests that they do send 100 men. Cersei picks up on Qyburn's reason for suggesting ostensibly an act of goodwill, and interrupts to indicate that the men sent will really be assassins ordered to remove Ned Stark's bastard. Back in her apartments, Cersei learns from Tanya that Dorcas fancies Osney Kettleblack, and also hints that she herself likes dangerous, scarred men. Cersei tries to learn the name of Tanya's old flame, but the Myrish woman is evasive. When Osney arrives, Cersei butters him up with an offer to join the Kingsguard and a chance to bed her again, provided he accomplishes a couple of tasks. First, Cersei wants him to seduce and hopefully bed Queen Marjorie. This will enable Cersei to execute her lawfully. Second, she plans to send him to the Wall as punishment for his treason with Marjorie, but in reality, he'll lead a group of men to assassinate Jon Snow. She assures him that the men would not be required to serve in the Watch after they complete their task, and promises him a lordship should he accomplish both missions. Later that night, Cersei asks Lord Tanya to remark to Marjorie that she has a secret admirer, but not to let out Sir Osney's name unless the girl probes. Chapter 18. Victorian has left the defence of Moat Cailin to Ralph Kenning and sailed the Iron Fleet to Oldwick for the Kingsmoot. When the fleet arrives at Naga's cradle, Victarion has them blockade Euron's silence. The first to greet him on the shore is Aeron, and later that night the priest is at his side for the feast. Several captains pledge their voice to Victorion's claim, but Baelor Blacktide seeks a king who will end the wars, saying, "Balon was mad, Aerion is madder, and Euron is maddest of them all." Soon, the captain finds his niece, advising her not to lay forth a claim, because a woman has no place ruling the Ironborn. Asha stands by her claim and notes that the Dampier may have underestimated the appeal of the Kingsmoot, since the Drum will present his claim and there is talk of Mairon Voldmark being presented as heir of the throne by Tarrell, the thrice drowned. While it is apparent that Aeron's intent was to legitimize Victarion as Balon's successor, their chant is interrupted by the arrival of Euron. Victarion notes Euron does not seem to have aged in almost 3 years that he has been gone. Aerion confronts Euron with the accusation that no godless man may sit the sea stone chair, but Euron cows his brother into leaving the hole. Asha then accuses her uncle of the death of her father, but Euron denies he had anything to do with it. When a fight nearly breaks out between Asha and one of Euron's men, Victarion steps in and demands that Euron leave. After his departure, Victarion and his niece walk outside, and Asha asks why Euron was banished by her father, for he refused to ever speak of it. Victarion eventually tells her that Euron impregnated Victarion's wife. Victarion wanted to kill his brother, but Balon forbid it and sent Euron to exile. Later, Victarion killed his wife with his own hands. Asha offers to set aside her claim if Victarion will name her his Hand of the King and end the war. She feels that the Ironborn have overextended themselves and tells her uncle that she has reached an agreement with Lady Sibel Glover, and that their people may keep Sea Dragon Point and the Stony Shore in return for the release of Deepwood Motte, Torrhen Square, and Moat Cailin. Victarion is not receptive. Asha replies that she then will claim the throne. Chapter 19. Aeron is wading in the ocean, berating himself for running from Euron. He considers Naga's bones, where the Grey King ruled for 1,000 years and warred against the Storm God. At dawn, Aeron has his drowned men sound the drums and war horns to announce the onset of the Kingsmoot on Oldwick. The prophet wishes for Victarion to win the claim, and hopes Euron will make a mistake and declare early. The first claimant is Galbert Farwind, who rules a small barrier island far to the west of the Iron Islands, where skin changers are said to live. Aeron sees madness in the Lord's eyes. He offers to lead the Iron Men to a bountiful land beyond the Sunset Sea. Few of the gathered captains shout his name. Next up is Eric Ironmaker, who once might have made a great king, but age and his immense weight make him an easy target for Arsha to dismiss by asking him to stand up from his chair. The following claimant is another famous Ironborn, Lord Dunstan Drum, who asks the gathering, "Where is it written that our king must be a kraken?" But the Drum's downfall is the cheap loot he offers to swing the vote of the captains. Victarion steps forth next and asks for Aerion's blessing. His speech is short and concise, and he offers to continue the rule his brother Balon set. His offerings are generous, and many captains give him their voice, but it is Arsha who interrupts the shouts of "Victarion!" and declares that her claim is best, as she is Balon's daughter. She tells the Ironborn that war is bleeding their people, and to continue it would be folly. She offers peace with the Northmen, and prosperous land on the western shores of the north. When she opens her chests to show the scant spoils of her warring in the north, the dolment of support she receives is staggering. Fearing that a woman will win the Kingsmoot, Aeron is shocked back to reality by the harrowing bellowing of a horn. All eyes turn to a giant war horn bound with ancient Valyrian glyphs being sounded by one of Euron's mongrels. After sounding the horn several times, the giant mute nearly falls over, his lips bloody and blistering. Euron steps forward and announces that he has sailed further and braved more than any other Iron Man. He offers not only peace and land, but all of Westeros to the Ironborn. When Arsha asks him how he means to do so, her uncle responds that he will use dragons to conquer the Seven Kingdoms, as Aegon the Conqueror did, using the dragon horn he found amongst the ashes of old Valyria. When he tells the crowd that the horn can bind dragons to his will, and that he knows where 3 dragons can be found, he receives the overwhelming cheers of "Euron, Crow's Eyes, Euron, King!" Chapter 19 has Davos held for 18 days in a large, airy, well-furnished chamber with guards at the door and a view of the city's streets. Marlon Manderly takes Davos to treat with Lord Wyman Manderly at his merman's court. Davos asks Lord Wyman to ally with Stannis. He is resisted. However, by envoys of House Frey, Rhaegar, Jared, and Sidmund, who have come with the remains of one of Lord Wyman's sons, Wendell Manderly, the Frey envoys lie to the court saying that Robb Stark transformed into a wolf at the Red Wedding, and killed Wendell and several Freys. Davos asks for Jared's name before calling him a liar before the court. So Jared challenges Davos to a fight after the accusation, but Wyman prevents violence. The Freys continue to besearch Robb's name, and although Wyman and the other non-Freys appear to disagree with their words, they do not prevent them from speaking. A young girl, Wyla Manderly, Lord Wyman's granddaughter, vocally supports Stannis and seems to sway the court. However, Lord Manderly threatens to send her to the Silent Sisters and then calls for Davos's head, and the chapter ends with Davos being dragged off to the Wolf's Den. Chapter 21. At a hidden well at Shandystone, in the Desert of Dawn, Arianne and her most trusted companions are awaiting the arrival of Marcilla and her sworn sword. Although Arianne has the utmost trust in Garren, Dray, and Sylvia, she is still unsure about Gerald Dane, the Darkstar. She considers his cruel nature and the mystery surrounding him. She is worried that Aerys may be wary of him, but if this would happen, and they would to come to blows, who would win? Garren warns Arianne that he does not like the man, but she reminds him that they may need his sword and eventually his castle. Later, Darkstar tells her that this scheme to crown Marcilla will not work as she has planned. He then unsheaths his sword and reveals that you incite a war with steel, meaning they should kill Marcilla. When Aerys and Princess Marcilla arrive, Arianne introduces the girl to her companions. Marcilla recalls the Great Knight, Arthur Dane, when she meets Darkstar, which seems to upset the Knight of High Hermitage, because in his mind, people always remember his cousin for his famous sword. Aerys draws Arianne off alone and reveals that Tywin Lannister is dead. They set off at night for the Greenblood, where they will take an orphan's barge west along the river. Marcilla is confused, having been told nothing by Aerys, especially the fact that everyone keeps calling her your grace. Ariana tells her some of their plan, that they intend to crown her queen because her brother Tommen was being controlled by evil counselors. During the trip, Marcilla asks Garin why they call him an orphan of the green blood when he has a mother and father. He explains that it is a metaphor for their mourning the loss of their homeland and the mother, river, the Rhine. They built barges along the Greenblood and hammered them together as they did in their ancestral land, for they were never comfortable in the Dornish deserts. As Arianne is considering her plan to crown Marcilla at Helholt, where Ilaria Sand's father, Harmon Ula, rules, they reach the river and spot the barge that Garin's people promised would be waiting. But as they get closer, Arya Hotar steps from the cabin with a dozen crossbowmen. Arianne yells for them to flee, while Dre recommends they yield. But Ares Oakheart charges the boat, intent on protecting his two princesses at all costs. Hit with several bolts, he reaches the deck, but falls to Captain Hotar's long axe. As Arianne falls off her horse screaming, "No!" she hears Marcilla shrieking, and Hotar commanding horsemen to chase after Darkstar, who fled. Arianne notices Marcilla on her hands and knees, her head in her hands and blood streaming down her ears. Then she is brought before Hotar, pleading to know how her father discovered what she planned. The captain of the guard responds, "Someone told. Someone always tells." Chapter 20. On the way to the cove where Nimble Dick led the fool and his two companions, Pod catches Dick looking through Brienne's saddlebags. She knew something like this might happen, and warned Pod to keep an eye on him, but having no recourse but to follow Dick, Brienne and Pod continue on their path to Cracklaw Point. Dick tells them some of the history of the region, to pass the monotony of their journey. Brienne's mistrust of Dick has made him take notice, and she considers how easy it is for her to suspect others after the mistreatments she has suffered in her life. She remembers getting her revenge on several of her false suitors during the melee at Bitterbridge, but this has done little to stay her natural distrust. As they pass the Dire Den, Lord Brune's castle, Pod takes note of a rider a couple miles behind them. When Brienne learns that Dick may have known Lord Brune, she considers the possibility that Dick is a deserter from the war. After passing through many a treacherous bog and forest, they finally arrive at the ruins of the Whispers. Brienne commands Pod to watch their horses as she and Dick investigate the ruins. When they find a recently put out cook fire, Brienne realizes their quarrel is still around. The trap is soon sprung, and the fool turns out to be Shagwell of the Bloody, murmurs. Shagwell kills Nimble Dick with his brutal Morningstar, then informs Brienne that Uswick rode south to Old Town with some of the murmurs, while Rorge headed for Saltpans. He also reveals a rumour that the daughter of Lord Stark has last been seen with Sandor Clegane. When Shagwell's two companions attack, Brienne's strength and size are too much for Pike and Timon, who fall quickly to her strokes with Oathkeeper. Squaring off against Shagwell, the fool is struck in the head by a stone thrown by Podrick. Brienne forces the fool to dig a grave for Dick, but upon completion of it, the former brave companion attacks her. She quickly dispatches him as well. After killing him, she leaves 2 gold dragons on Dick's grave, and is then surprised to hear a laugh from the ruined wall. It is Sir Hyle Hunt, the rider who Pod had spied, sent by Randall Tarley to stay at Brienne's side in the off chance that she finds Sansa. Chapter 23. Sansa is now completely in the role of Elaine Stone, and she has considerable influence in the Eyrie. On the balcony of her room in the Maiden's Tower, she surveys the armies of the Lords Declarant camped outside the Gates of the Moon. Lord Gilwood Hunter arrived first, and immediately blockaded supplies from reaching the Eyrie. Though they are not yet under siege, the situation looks dire from her standpoint. Lord Robert, even more irritable than normal because there are no eggs or bacon, tells Elaine that he still hears Marillion singing every night. Elaine assures him that the bard is dead, although she has not seen the body, but she herself no longer hears singing. When Littlefinger arrives, he informs them that the Lords Declarant are on their way up to the Eyrie for a parley. He tells Elaine that there will be 8 of them, but he is only concerned about Lord Corbray. We learn that Lynn fought against John Arryn at Goldtown at the onset of Robert's rebellion, but later fought alongside him at the Trident, where he slew Prince Lewin, Martell of the King's Guard, and broke the Dornish line. While his elder brother supports Peter's position as Lord Protector of the Vale, Sir Lin has taken up with the Lord's Declarant, bearing the Valyrian steel Lady Fallen. Sir Lin is dangerous and unpredictable, and quick to demand a duel. The Lord's Declarant seeks to defend Lord Robert and the Vale, but do not acknowledge Peter as the Lord Protector, naming him a false counsellor who has been misruling the Vale. After Robert has another fit, Littlefinger suggests that Maester Coleman try giving him sweet sleep, although the Maester seems reluctant to do so. Elaine tells her father that Jon Royce will recognise her, having met her at Winterfell when Waymar Royce took the Black. But Peter explains that men see what they expect to see. She also asks him why he doesn't leave the Vale to take up his position of Lord of Harrenhal. Littlefinger is convinced the place is cursed, especially after what happened to Tywin Lannister, Cregor Clegane, and Vargo Hoat. Lady Shella Wint recently died without any heirs, claiming yet another family that once ruled at Black Harren's Nightmare Castle. When Elaine recommends that he give Harrenhal to Lord Walder Frey, Peter smiles and tells her he might, but he would really like to give it to Cersei, although he might have to remove her from the game sooner than planned, unless she removes herself first. Elaine leads the Lord's Declarant up to Peter's Solar, where he confounds them by saying, "My lords, I am with you, heart and hand. Show me where to sign, I beg you." But Jon Royce tells him they did not come to obtain his signature, but remove him from the Eyrie. Then Peter counters by offering to foster the sons of other lords and asks Lady Waynwood to send Harold Harding to the Eyrie as his ward. But the lords scoff at this request. Littlefinger refuses their demand that he leave the Vale and turn over Robert. And after he calls their bluffs of violence, Lyn Corbry draws Lady Fawnlawn, but this enrages the other Lord's Declarant. And Bronze Jon tells the knight to remove his steel, reminding him they are guests. Corbray stalks off, but this has worked to Littlefinger's advantage, as he now turns hostile towards the lords, demanding that they lift their encampment and give him 1 year to set the Vale to right, or else he will definitely step down as Lord Protector. All the lords except Jon Royce agree, and Peter emerges victorious in the parley. Later that night, after the lords have departed, Elaine asks Peter what he plans for the next year. Littlefinger continues his tutelage of Elaine in playing the Game of Thrones. He states that 1 or 2 of the older lords may die over the course of the year, and Lord Gilwood Hunter may well be killed by his younger brother, Harlan, who arranged old Eon's death. Peter admits that he will never be able to sway Bronze Jon, but when Elaine inquires about Sir Lin, he tells her, "Sir Lin will remain my implacable enemy. He will speak of me with scorn and loathing to every man he meets, and lends his sword to every secret plot to bring me down." That was when her suspicion turned to certainty. "And how shall you reward him for this service?" Littlefinger laughed aloud. "With gold and boys and promises, of course." Chapter 22. Every day, the kindly man asks Arya who she is. When she replies, "No one," he tells her that she lies, trying to get her to forget her true self and give up her past. But Arya resists. She works hard in the temple, cleaning and doing other chores. She witnesses many people entering the temple, some to light candles, others to curl up near a statue to die, and others to speak in private to the kindly man. When asked whose name she whispers at night, she finally admits that there are people she wants to kill, but the priests tell her that it is the many-faced god who determines who shall die, not her. He also finally convinces her to dispose of her possessions, and she does so with all but Needle, which she hides outside the temple under a stone. Once she has done this, the kindly man comes to her and tells her some of their history. The Faceless Men are older than Braavos, having started amongst the slaves working the mines beneath the volcanoes of the Valyrian freehold. The slaves worked hard under the harshest of conditions, and since they came from many different nations, they all prayed to different gods. But one amongst them, although he may have actually been a noble's son or an overseer, no one knows, realized that they were actually all praying to one god, one who could set them free from their torture. The kindly man does not finish the story, but now Arya is a novice at the temple, and she and the waif begin to teach each other their respective languages. As Arya learns Braavosi, the waif also teaches her how to read a lie on someone's face, and Arya discovers that the girl is actually well over 30 years old, having taken poisons as part of her sacrifice to become faceless. One day, when other priests of the many-faced god visit the temple, Arya asks the kindly man how to change her face, as Jaqen Hagar did. While the priest knows not the name, he tells her. It takes years of prayer, sacrifice, and study to accomplish what he could do. Still, Arya wishes to learn, so he tells her to begin training the muscles of her face in front of a mirror every day. The next day, the kindly man tells Arya that she must leave the temple for a while, so as to learn the Braavosi tongue by being amongst them all the time. He instructs her to find a fishmongerer named Brusco, but to not reveal who she really is. Arya decides to use the name Cat, pretending to be an orphan girl from King's Landing. Chapter 24. Cersei continues to obliviously move from one folly to the next and is angered by Tommen's request to sit the Iron Throne and attend small council meetings. She realizes that Margaery put him up to this. Cersei refuses to give her power up to anyone, at least until Tommen comes of age. Next, she sends away the Iron Bank's envoy, Noho Domitius, after telling him there'll be no payment until the rebellion is ended. She receives word from Pycelle that Lord Manderley had Sir Davos beheaded, and the phrase confirmed this. Later, she speaks with Osmond Kettleblack about his younger brother's failed efforts to bed Margaery. Osmond swears that the young queen likes him, but that they are never alone. The Kingsguard names some of those always around her, including the male singers she prefers to entertain her and her companions. When Cersei crosses the yard and finds Tommen riding at the Quinton, she is infuriated. Once again, this was Margaery's idea, and while all those gathered are cheering the young king's jousting ability, Cersei blunders by saying, "One day you shall rule the lists, as your father did." Margaery astutely catches this and asks what tourneys King Robert had won. The Queen Regent evades this by mentioning Robert's deeds at the Trident. She then berates Loras for teaching Tommen how to ride, but the Kingsguard reminds her that there has been no Master-at-Arms at the Red Keep since Aeron Santagar was killed. Walking back to her Solar, she considers sending for another Dornish Master-at-Arms, just to irk the Tyrells. In her Solar, Qyburn informs her that Prince Doran has imprisoned Daemon Sand for demanding the release of the Sand Snakes, and that Sylvia Santagar has been hastily married to the elderly Eldon Estimant. He also tells her that both Daemon Sand and Sylvia are close friends of Doran's daughter, Arianna. Cersei could not care less, but she is interested to hear of a treasonous puppet show. She commands Qyburn to have the 4 puppeteers put to death, but Qyburn wants the woman for his experiments. Cersei has already given him Senel, but he tells her she didn't last. The Queen Regent recalls her screaming in the darkness when she was down in the black cells, but grants Qyburn his test subjects. Later, she is bathing in preparation for dinner. Jaime arrives with Tommen, who is demanding to see her. The boy king wants his horse tomorrow so that Loras can continue training him, but his mother will have none of it. Jaime mocks her for suggesting that Sir Osmond is thrice the knight Sir Loras is, but Cersei finally convinces her son to wait for a new Master-at-Arms to be named. As she gets dressed, Cersei recalls her fit of rage when her washerwoman shrunk several of her gowns, but it is obvious she is unaware that she is actually gaining weight from all the alcohol. Her guests for dinner are Felice Stokeworth and her husband Balman Britch. It is revealed that Tanda Stokeworth has been thrown from her horse and fractured her hip, but Cersei thinks to herself that Tanda will not recover from the wound at her age. Felice says she was refused hospitality by the ward of the Lord Gilus Rosby, and that she encountered ruffians on the road. Cersei deftly convinces Felice and Balman that she fears Bronn is either hiding Tyrion or gathering swords for him, and may mean to try and kill Tommen. They assure her that it was solely Bronn's responsibility for naming Lolly's bastard son Tyrion, but Balman gets the hint that Cersei would like to see the ex-sellsword killed, and tells her not to worry any further. On her way to bed, Cersei peeks in on Tommen and sees 3 kittens in bed with him. Meryn Trant informs her that Margaery gave them to him. That night, Cersei thinks of Prince Rhaegar Targaryen and how King Aerys blocked their betrothal out of spite. When she was 10, her father and her aunt Jenna promised she would be betrothed to Rhaegar after the tourney for King Aerys II in Lannisport. She was so happy that she agreed to visit the witch Maggie the Frog with her friends. They laughed at her prophecies, but that night King Aerys mocked Lord Tywin for thinking he would give his son's hand to his servant Tywin's daughter. And after that, Maggie's predictions started to come true, one after another.
Chapter 20 has Reek pretending to be Theon as he travels to Moat Caitlin under a peace banner to present Ramsay's terms to the Ironborn garrison. The Ironborn are in bad shape. They have been long isolated from supplies, apparently forgotten by Victorian, who brought them there before leaving for the King's Moot.
The North's Kragenmen keep them under constant siege and can no longer dispose of their dead. Dagon Cod attempts to refuse his terms, but Adric Humble kills him. The Ironborn surrender to Ramsay and hear empty promises of food before being mercilessly killed and displayed. Ramsay, pleased with Reek's success, offers him a reward of his choosing. Reek is wary of Ramsay's offer of freedom and instead requests strong wine. Ramsay agrees and further humiliates Theon by rewarding him with a promotion to the role of a dog. He meets Lord Roose Bolton as his own forces arrive at Moat Caitlin, with a sizable number of Freymen, including Hostin Frey and Aenys Frey, both of whom Theon recognizes from his time at their side as part of Robb's war campaign. At this point, only about a fifth of the Northmen who went south with Robb have returned alive. Theon recognizes the newly arrived bride of Ramsay as an imposter. She is not Arya Stark as claimed, but rather Sansa's friend Jane Poole. Chapter 21, following the departure of Stannis' host, Castle Black is quiet, with the exception of the training yard. Against Bowman Marsh's wishes, Jon accompanies a line of wagons under armed escort to deliver food to the wildlings who have taken refuge underground at Molestown. A riot nearly breaks out as Jon's men deliver rations to the wildlings, with many complaining about the small amount of food they receive. Jon promises adequate food, shelter, and weapons if they help the Night's Watch defend the wall, informing them that they have the choice: work with the Watch or face the others alone. In spite of their misgivings, many wildlings agree to join, children, spearwives, and fighters alike. However, Sigon and the rest of the Thens refuse the offer. When the rations are all distributed, the wagons are loaded with 63 wildlings heading back to the wall. Jon remembers something Mance Rayder told him, that the wildlings do not follow names or sigils, they follow strength. Chapter 22. Tyrion is dreaming of his Lord Father and the Shrouded Lord. In his dream, they are one and the same. Tyrion learns that after being knocked overboard during the battle with the Stone Men, he was rescued by Jon Cunnington, and the prince forbade the crew to throw him near dead overboard. Tyrion is being treated with vinegar to reduce the danger of an infection with grayscale. The Shy Maid is currently docked, and to pass the time, Tyrion goads Aegon into playing a game of Cyvasse with him, using it as an opportunity to probe the boy for information. Aegon asks Tyrion about his real father, but Tyrion can tell him little. He himself only saw Rhaegar once or twice before Robert's rebellion. Tyrion learns from Aegon that the child murdered by Gregor Clegane during the sack of King's Landing was a tanner's son from Pisswater Bend, whom Varys purchased and substituted for Aegon in the cradle. After the sack, Varys smuggled the baby Aegon across the narrow sea to Illyroy Mopatis, who made the arrangements for Aegon's upbringing. Tyrion jokes that it'll make a good story for the singers when he returns to Westeros, assuming Daenerys takes him as her consort. Aegon is stunned by this, having clearly never considered the possibility that Daenerys might refuse him. Tyrion points out that she is a proud, strong, and fierce young woman who is unlikely to appreciate a relative coming to her with a begging bowl. Certainly not one with a stronger claim to the Iron Throne than her own. Aegon angrily denies being a beggar, pointing out his own army, the Golden Company. Tyrion responds that Daenerys has a larger army than his own and owes nothing to Aegon. Aegon protests, trusting in Lord Connington to win her over. Tyrion calls him a fool and gives him the following warning: "Trust no one, my prince. Not your chainless maester, not your false father, not the gallant duck or the lovely Lemore, nor these other fine friends who grew you up from a bean. Above all, trust not the cheesemongerer, nor the spider, nor this little dragon queen you mean to marry. All this mistrust will sour your stomach and keep you awake at night. 'Tis true, but better that than the long sleep that does not end." Tyrion then suggests a different course of action. Head to Westeros instead of going east, land in Dorne, and take advantage of all the problems caused by the War of the Five Kings. He points out that the north is in a chaotic condition, the Riverlands are devastated, and Stannis holds Storm's End and Dragonstone. The coming winter will starve out the realm. He then paints his foes as particularly weak. King Tommen Baratheon is just a boy, and all his potential regents come with their own problems. Jaime Lannister actively avoids the responsibility of ruling, and Kevin Lannister is a born follower. He will only take the rule if it is offered to him. Mace Tyrell will have to fight the Lannisters to become regent, and Stannis' unpopularity makes him an unlikely choice. That leaves only one potential candidate: Cersei. Tyrion is particularly scathing of his sister's ability to rule, comparing her to some of the worst Targaryen kings. noting that Cersei, in her paranoia and impatience, will undo all the alliances his father created to secure Tommen's hold on the Iron Throne, and adds that if Aegon acts quickly, he can take advantage of the chaos and make serious gains before Cersei is overthrown and someone more competent takes her place. When Aegon protests, asking how they can win without his aunt and her dragons, Tyrion points out he doesn't have to conquer the Seven Kingdoms, that he only needs to start winning victories, acting not as a beggar, but a true scion of House Targaryen, like his ancestor, Aegon the Conqueror. When he does, word of it will get back to Daenerys, and she and Aegon can meet as equals. Tyrion is convinced that Daenerys will fly to Aegon's side and immediately love him, as he is the last of her line, and she is above all a rescuer. To re-emphasize his point to Aegon about trusting no one if he wants to survive, Tyrion wins the Cyvus game using a piece of bad advice he gave and which the prince took at the start of the game. Aegon does not take his loss well. The sudden burst of anger convinces Tyrion the boy might be a Targaryen after all. Later that evening, Howden takes Tyrion into Salhoris in search of information, where they confirm the rumours that Daenerys still has not left Meereen. They learn the Yunkai are spreading slanderous propaganda and offering heavy bribes to convince Volantis to side against Daenerys, whose attack on the slave trade has made her enemies in Volantis. By contrast, it is learned that the Red Priests of R'hllor, particularly the High Priest Benero, are supporting Daenerys and preach Volantis' destruction if the city rulers side against her. Later, Tyrion convinces Howden to let him find a brothel and go searching for Tysha. He finds his way into a cheap brothel where he has sex with a Westerosi-looking girl, retches, has sex with her again, and then leaves ashamed of himself. On his way out, he stumbles drunkenly into a Westerosi man who takes him prisoner, to be delivered to the Queen. Chapter 40. Arianna is imprisoned atop the Spear Tower, forced to contemplate her failed scheme. She never expected someone to inform her father of the plan, nor for Hotar to intercept them, and certainly not Gerald Dane's unprovoked attack on Myrcella. Dane escaped from Hotar's men, but he left a terrible scar on Myrcella's face, barely missing a beheading stroke, as was his intent. Thinking her father would see her within a day, Arianna becomes distraught as days turn into weeks, and although servants come and go, with food, none will speak to her. She considers who could have betrayed her, ponders her feeling at the loss of Sir Aerys, and thinks of her close relationship with Tyene. She eventually persuades the young serving girl, Cedra, to deliver a letter to Lord Fowler, knowing that the girl has feelings for Garren, who, Arianna assumes, is also being imprisoned along with her other co-conspirators. But the next day, Cedra does not return, and Arianna never sees her again during her imprisonment. After an immediate period of agonized waiting, Erio Hotar arrives to bring her before her father. Prince Doran asks her why, to which Arianna replies, "For the honor of our house." The prince tells her they have not caught Dane, but the damage he did to Myrcella, a ward of their house, has done naught, but bring the Martells dishonor. He cautions her that a war with the Iron Throne is the last thing they need. Although the young dragon wrote that Dorne was populous, his memoirs were written to portray himself in a better light. Prince Doran admits that Dorne is actually the least populous of the Seven Kingdoms and could not survive open war with the throne. He admits it was a mistake not to have her taken prior to running off with Myrcella, but will not reveal who betrayed her. When he tells her that she disappoints him, Arianna retorts, "You have been disappointing me for years, father." Prince Doran discloses that none of her co-conspirators are imprisoned. Instead, he has sent Sir Alden Dort to Norvos to serve Arianna's mother. Garren is in Tyrosh for 2 years, and Sylvia was sent to Greenstone to marry Lord Eldon Estamont. He goes on to remark that Arianna and her cousins may get the war they wanted, as Sir Balon Swan is on his way to Sunspear. The prince has several of his bannermen stalling him, but eventually Sir Balon will discover that his brother in the Kingsguard, Sir Aerys, is dead, and Myrcella maimed. Arianna continues to taunt her father, and he cautions her that he is out of patience, but the princess is unimpressed, remarking, "For Lord Tywin you always had the forbearance of Baelor the Blessed, but not for your own blood. None." He responds, "You mistake patience for forbearance. I have worked at the downfall of Tywin Lannister since the day they told me of Elia and her children." When Arianna tells him that she wants her rights to Dorne, Prince Doran finally reveals that she will have the kingdom when he passes. Ariana divulges that she knew of his scheme to make Quentin his heir, but her father tells her that he had other plans for her. He offered her hand to old men because he knew she would rebuke them, but he had to be seen as trying. All along, he had promised her to Prince Viserys, but now that the last male Targaryen is dead, he has no reason to deny her right to Dawn. He finishes by saying, "We princes make our careful plans, and the gods smash them all awry." His original plan was to send her to Tyrosh to serve as the Archon's cupbearer, where she could meet her betrothed in secret, while her brother, Quentin, was being raised to assume the seat of their house. Finally, he reveals why her brother is overseas, to bring back their heart's desire. When Ariana asks what that is, her father replies, "Vengeance, justice, fire, and blood." Chapter 6 has Quentin, the son of Doran Martell, in Volantis, disguised as a wine seller's servant and trying to book passage to Meereen with Garrus Drinkwater. In case you're confused, Quentin is the nephew of Oberyn Martell and is on a quest to fulfill a marriage contract between himself and Daenerys that was originally meant for Viserys and Quentin's older sister and heir to Dawn, Ariana Martell. Quentin and Garrus find no luck in getting passage. They think about returning home, since 3 of their comrades died just to get them to Volantis, and Quentin doesn't want any more deaths on his conscience. But his duty to Dawn and his father keeps him from turning back. They travel through the streets to meet with Archibald Ironwood, the third and final remaining member of their party. Along the way, they encounter a party of Windblown who are recruiting soldiers as they head to Yunkai to war against Astapor and Meereen. Quentin isn't sure what to do, but Archibald reveals there is a way to Meereen, less honourable but faster than the Demon Road, signing up with the Windblown Sellsword Company as they sail to war against Daenerys with the Yunkai. Chapter 23, Galaza Galere, the Green Grace, appears before Daenerys to offer once more the suggestion that she marry Hisdor Zolaric, who is waiting for her. Dany agrees to speak with him, and though neither of them love nor even express much physical attraction to one another, Hisdar promises to put an end to the attacks by the Harpies' sons. Dany tasks him with 90 days in which he does not want a single attack, as demonstration of Hisdar's promise. If he succeeds, Dany agrees that she will accept his wedding proposal. After he leaves, Barristan Selmy expresses his disapproval, but Dany believes that she still has 90 days to figure out another plan, to see if Hisdar can prevent the attacks, and if he can, she will marry him out of duty to her people. So Barristan tells her that during her assembly with the Green Grace, that Dario Naharis has returned. Dany commands to see him at once, overcome with lust. Despite her growing passion, during the meeting, Dario upsets her with his barbaric suggestions to butcher all the Meereenese nobles, and she sends him away. Dany tells Barristan to forbid Dario from meeting with her directly ever again, but regrets her decision almost immediately. Chapter 25. Returning to Maidenpool, Hyle Hunt informs Randall Tarly that Brienne has killed 3 of the Bloody Murmurs. Tarly again warns her against playing a knight, but Brienne will not give up her mission. She and Podrick meet up with Sir Hyle the next morning, and he tells them of his plan for finding Sandor Clegane. He reveals that the Hound has not joined Beric Dondarrion, and that the Lightning Lord's band had no part in the raid on Saltpans. Lord Tarly has created this rumour in hopes of turning the small folk against Lord Beric. Sir Hyle knows a Septon with great knowledge of the Riverlands, and proposes that they accompany the man to Saltpans. When Brienne says she has no intention of travelling with Hunt, he tells her that he is no longer in Lord Tarly's service. They soon depart for Saltpans. While Septon Merrybold talks of the gods, his past and the great bands of wolves in the Riverlands, led by a demon of a she-wolf, Merrybold tells them that they may encounter broken men traumatized by their experiences in war on their way to Quiet Isle. And Brienne summarizes that the Septon himself once had such an experience before he discovered his piety. Chapter 26. Staying at an inn in Braavos, Sam is nearing wit's end. Darien has abandoned them for the brothels. Gilly remains inconsolable, and Maester Aemon's health deteriorates daily. To make matters worse, Sam had spent nearly all their coin on their rooms, a healer for Aemon, and passage on a boat, Lady Ashenora, that they wound up unable to board due to the Maester's health. Feverish and dying, the Maester begs Sam to return to the docks to learn more about this rumour of dragons that Darien had heard at some wine sink.
Aemon mumbles to Sam, "Dragons, the grief and glory of my house. My brothers dreamed of dragons too, and the dreams killed them, every one. Sam, we tremble on the cusp of half-remembered prophecies. I should have seen it. Fire consumes, but cold preserves. The wall." Sam departs that night to find Darien, but gets accosted by two Bravosi because he is wearing a sword. However, he is saved by Cat of the Canals, who tells him of another black brother about to wed the sailor's wife. Sam finds Darien at the Happy Port, but his brother from the Watch wants nothing more to do with the black, or Gilly and Aemon, for that matter. Sam punches him in the face, but gets tossed into the canal by the proprietors of the brothel. He is saved from drowning by Zondo, a huge summer islander who is a mate aboard the Cinnamon Wind and knows of these dragons that Sam had mentioned. Chapter 27. Aware that Cersei is trying to rid herself of him, Jaime argues that his place is beside the king, not off laying siege to Riverrun. But his sister responds that she can't rely on Davon, despite naming him warden, and needs Jaime to defeat Brendan Tully, as well as find out why Gregor's men at Harrenhal have not released Wireless Manderley, as the crown requested. She states that Osmond Kettleblack will command the Kingsguard in his absence. Although Jaime dislikes the idea, Jaime's command consists of Kenos, Dermot, Strongboar, Red Ronnet, as well as Ilan Payne and Adam Marbrand, whom Jaime demanded as concessions from his sister. On the first night, they guest at Castle Hayford, and Jaime considers the fate of his cousin Tyrek, who would be lord of the castle were he not missing. He thinks it possible the boy is still alive, perhaps having been secreted off by command of Varys, who very well could have known that the riot would occur. Starting that night, Sir Jaime begins training every night with Ilan Payne, in the hopes that he can become a proficient swordsman with his left hand. The company also visits So's Horn and meets with Sir Roger Hogg, arriving at Harrenhal. Jaime has Clegane's men release all prisoners, including Wireless Manderley, and then leaves Sir Bonifer Hasty and the Holy Hundred to hold the castle, until Peter Baelish takes up its lordship. Jaime commands Bonifer to kill Sandor Clegane or Thoros of Myr if either are captured, but requests he send him any Bloody Murmurs or Beric Dondarrion should they fall into his hands. Outside, Jaime comes across Ronnet Cunnington, who mentions how he was once betrothed to Brienne. When Ronnet mocks Brienne, Jaime hits him in the face with his golden hand and insists he calls her by name. Chapter 28. Cersei and Tanya share the Queen's litter en route to the Great Sept of Baelor. The lady from Myr is telling Cersei about all the men who are always around Margaery, and how she was present for the bedding at Renly's wedding. Although Tanya is not sure if Margaery is still a maiden, she affirms that Renly was aroused. She also lets on that, besides all the knights and bards, Pycelle is a frequent visitor of the young queen, and her brother Loras visits perhaps more than any other. They also discuss the new High Septon, a man who was once a sparrow and not a member of the Most Devout. This is not only surprising, but also a concern to Cersei, and considers that she may have to poison this new leader of the Seven if he becomes unruly. Reaching the top of Visenia's Hill, the Queen's litter can continue no further as the streets are packed with sparrows. Continuing on foot, Cersei considers Pycelle's objection to her choice of Osfrid Kettleblack to replace Adam Marband as the commander of the City Watch. She takes note of all the bones and skulls piled up around the statue of Baelor and is told that they are the remains of Septons and Septors who were killed by the war because they received no protection from the throne. At the doors to the Great Sept, armed men block the Kingsguard's entry since they bear weapons. Cersei must enter alone, and as she does, she wonders about the anointed knights answering the call to defend the faith. Inside the Sept, she is appalled to find Septon Reynard in Ruffsman robes scrubbing the floors, and learns that Septon Torbet has been imprisoned for being obese when so many are starving. She berates the new High Septon, this sparrow wearing frayed robes and standing before her barefoot. He tells her that the faith has sold the crown her father gave his predecessor, as well as all the valuables in their vaults, in order to help feed the poor. Cersei recalls Qyburn's report that the sparrows broke down the doors of the Sept before the final vote with axes in their hands and their leader on their shoulders. She now understands how this man was elected High Septon. Speaking in private, the priest reprimands her for beheading Ned Stark on the steps of the Great Sept, and reveals that he hasn't come to the Red Keep to bless King Tommen because he is still praying for guidance from the Seven to affirm that the boy is the rightful king. Cersei begins to seethe with anger, but concedes to his concerns that the holy men and women on the roads need protection from rape and murder. Cersei agrees to have Tommen rearm the faith, something King Maegor forbade almost 300 years ago. She promises to restore the faith militant, for which the High Septon will acknowledge Tommen as king and forgive the crown's debt to the faith. Back in her litter, Cersei tells Tanya of her triumph. With one stroke, she has gotten the faith to bless Tommen, reduced the throne's debt by almost 1 million dragons, and cleared the city of sparrows by restoring the warriors' sons and the poor fellows. Yet she doesn't realize the repercussions of what she has set in motion. On the way back to the Red Keep, Cersei's litter encounters Margaery's entourage returning from a horse ride and picnic. Margaery tells Cersei that she should share some of the burden of ruling the realm, but Cersei laughs at her, especially when the young queen tells her she is always well protected by her brother Loras when she goes riding.
Chapter 24. After the disappearance of Tyrion, Jon Cunnington decided to continue their route to Volin Therese. There, the former Lord of Griffin's Roost, Howden, and Prince Aegon arrive at the camp of the Golden Company to meet their officers. The company was previously led by Connington's close friend, Toyne, but now it is led by homeless Harry Strickland, a man skilled in negotiating lucrative contracts but cowardly facing combat, in the eyes of Cunnington. After presenting young Griff as Prince Aegon Targaryen to the highest-ranking members of the company, the officers voiced their lack of enthusiasm for the complicated situation. They did not anticipate that Daenerys would decide to remain in Meereen. They also bemoaned the constantly changing plans of Illyrio Mopatis and Varys, who did not anticipate Viserys Targaryen's death or that Daenerys would go to Slaver's Bay, rather than Westeros. Seeing their disillusionment, Prince Aegon offers them an alternative, earlier proposed by Tyrion. Sail to Westeros with the hope of obtaining support from Dorne, in accordance with Doran Martell's own plan for avenging Princess Elia. Aegon reasons that once he and the Golden Company have begun the rebellion, Daenerys will cross the Narrow Sea to join him. This proposal is met with great enthusiasm from the officers, except Harry Strickland, who nevertheless has no choice but to comply. Once agreed on the new plan, Aegon is taken on a tour of the camp. Connington retires to his quarters, satisfied with the new situation, and impressed with a side of Aegon he has not previously seen. He hopes to return home to the castle of his ancestors and repay his debt to his old friend Rhaegar. It is then revealed that he is slowly succumbing to grayscale acquired from the attack by the Stonemen, which is beginning to spread in his hand. He hopes that he will live several more years to see his ward sit the Iron Throne. Chapter 25. Quentyn Martell and his two companions have joined the Windblown, a sellsword company of 2,000 led by a Pentoshi noble, known as the Tattered Prince. Their goal is to reach Slaver's Bay and eventually Daenerys Targaryen in Meereen by deserting the Windblown when the time is right. The company was paid for by Yunkai to fight and kill the Butcher King's successors in Astapor, where they are currently mounted, 3 miles away from the gates. There, they face Astapor's still untrained new Unsullied, far less formidable than those that Daenerys has with her in Meereen. Quentyn learns the Windblown are going to Yunkai for provisions, before marching for Meereen to fight Daenerys' forces. While they prepare to leave, he learns many malicious rumors about Daenerys. On the way to Meereen, the Tattered Prince receives instructions from Yunkai to hunt the Astapori survivors and drive them away from Yunkai, either back to Astapor or further north to Meereen. It is believed that about half of those survivors are carrying the Bloody Flux. The Windblown will fight alongside the company of the Cat, another group of sellswords that has fought against them in the past. The Tattered Prince has, however, decided to play both sides and selects a group of Westerosi men, including Quentyn and his companions, to make for Meereen and contact either the Second Sons or the Stormcrows, offering to defect to Dany. He selects Pretty Meris to command that group and suggests believable justifications for their decision to turn cloak. The group will have to be careful to avoid the company of the Cat, or the Long Lancers who know nothing of their plans and might kill them if they are discovered. This desertion is ironically what Quentyn, Garrus, and Archibald were planning to do at the beginning of the chapter.
Chapter 29. Victorian Greyjoy's Iron Victory has rammed one of the longships of the Shield Island. Victorian kills Sir Talbot Surrey of South Shield. Although the Raver's Hand is wounded during the battle, the Ironborn's massive fleet is soon victorious in taking the shields. which sit at the mouth of the Mandor north of the city of Old Town. It is Victorians' command that won the battle, but it will be King Euron they cheer for engineering their bold attack. Back in his cabin, as the dusky woman Euron gave him tends his wounds, Victorian recalls Aeron's words that he would find a way to remove Euron from the sea stone chair. He remembers how he helped capture Lord Baelor Blacktide, who had refused to acknowledge Euron after the King's Moot on Oldwick, and paid for it with his life. Arsha, however, had escaped the Iron Islands along with those loyal to her, landing at Lord Hewitt's town on Oakenshield. The Lord Captain meets the Reader and the Drum. Both are worried that Euron's little conquest will bring ruin down upon them, as surely Highgarden will respond. At the feast, Victorian notes that Euron has shamed Lord Humphrey Hewitt and his wife and daughters. King Euron then raises Harris Harley, Andric the Unsmiling, Marin Volmark, and Newt the Barber to Lords of the Four Shields, effectively stealing away the lieutenants of his adversaries. Euron declares that they will sail the next day with provisions plundered from the Shield Islands, selling the slaves that they had just taken in the Free Cities on their way to find the dragons he had promised. But Roderick and many of the captains object, stating that they should attack Old Town or the Arbor, and Euron stalks from the hall. Soon, one of Euron's bastard sons tells the Iron Captain that the king wishes to see him. In his room, Euron tells his brother that the Reader was correct, that the whole fleet could never reach Slavers Bay together. He believes that the Iron Fleet alone could, however, and promises his brother the Sea Stone Chair as reward if he sails to Slavers Bay and returns with Daenerys. Euron means to marry her and ascend to the Iron Throne, with Lord Blacktide's words that Euron was maddest of them all on his mind. Victorian agrees to go, thinking to himself, "You stole my wife and despoiled her, so I'll have yours."
Chapter 26, The Wayward Bride. Arsha is at Deepwood Motte with her men, having fled the Iron Islands after the King's Moot. She receives a letter from Ramsay Bolton at Barrowtown informing her that Moat Caitlin has fallen. Bolton's message is written in the blood of Iron Men and comes with a piece of Theon Greyjoy's skin as a warning. This message is very different to the pink letter that Ramsay Bolton also supposedly written. Check out Preston Jacobs' theory video on the pink letter mystery. Next, Arsha thinks about a previous message from Stannis Baratheon asking for homage. At 10 Towers, Arsha received tidings that Euron had married her to Eric Anvilbreaker, so she now lingers at Deepwood Motte, knowing that she cannot return to the Iron Islands without having to submit to her new husband. Arsha takes note of the fact that Deepwood Motte is an old castle, yet not a strong one, as proven by her quick capture of it. She also tells herself that she will not be captured alive by the Boltons, and will fight to the death in any attempt of capture. She suspects that the next attack will come from the Boltons. Of the 30 longships that set out to capture Deepwood, only 4 remain with her. Arsha's followers counsel her to take flight. Arsha refuses, stating that she will only fight, not run. Arsha and Karl, the maid, have sex on Galbert Glover's bed, and she reflects on their long relationship, regretting that they cannot marry, as Karl is too lowborn. During the night, the alarm is raised. It turns out that the 5 Flint men from the mountain clans have tried to scale the wall. Arsha's men defeat them quickly. A single survivor claims that they were alone, attempting to save Lady Glover. But Arsha's brutal interrogation reveals their true purpose, to open a gate for the 3,000 men coming to take Deepwood Motte. Arsha is unsure who is leading these men, and she makes the sudden decision to try to flee for their ships instead, hoping that the Northernmen have not burned the beach ships she left behind. She is confident, however, since she always beaches half her ships and leaves the other half out at sea, with orders to move to Sea Dragon Point if they are attacked. On the way back to the ships, Arsha realizes that it is dangerous to speed through the thick woods at night, and they cannot light torches or else attract attention and an attack from the Northernmen. She decides to rest with her men and wait for sunrise in order to flee more quickly and safely. The Northmen catch up to them, however, and a bloody, confusing battle ensues. Arsha observes that the Northmen are wearing shrubs and trees, and thinks to herself that it is as if the very woods were attacking them. The battle continues with Arsha fighting back to back with Karl. Amidst the confusion, she loses him and is eventually hit in the head with an axe by a Northman. Chapter 27, Tyrion and his captor, arrive at Volantis, where Tyrion is put in chains so he'll be taken for a slave, and thus no one will listen to or help him. Tyrion tells his captor he knows that he is Ser Jorah Mormont, and that Jorah has been working for Varys. Tyrion further explains that he is also on a mission from Varys, thus making them allies, but Jorah is unmoved by his argument. Jorah takes a room in the merchant's house, chaining Tyrion to the wall for the night. The next day, they hear that the Golden Company, which Tyrion knows was hired by Aegon Targaryen and Jon Cunnington, is headed west, putting an end to Tyrion's hopes of being rescued by them in Volantis. In the morning, they head into the dining hall of the merchant's house, where Tyrion sees another dwarf who recognizes him. He tells Jorah, who is not concerned. Tyrion later reflects that this other dwarf seems somehow familiar. They then talk to the widow of the waterfront, a former slave and now the powerful widow of a triarch of Volantis, who is sympathetic towards Daenerys Targaryen. Jorah tells her that he needs to book swift passage to Meereen and Daenerys. She asks Jorah why he seeks Daenerys, and he answers, to serve her, defend her, die for her, if need be. However, the widow is unimpressed by his supposed motives, but when Tyrion is asked why he seeks Daenerys, he answers honestly, whatever she would have of me, sage counsel, savage wit, a bit of tumbling, my cock if she desires it, my tongue if she does not, I will lead her armies or rub her feet, as she desires, and the only reward I ask is I might be allowed to rape and kill my sister. That brought the smile back to the old woman's face. This one, at least, is honest. Suddenly, a chaotic fight breaks out. Tyrion is attacked by the knife-wielding dwarf, but Jorah saves him. Tyrion realizes this dwarf is a girl, and upon questioning her, they learn that she is Penny, one of the tilting dwarfs from Joffrey's royal wedding. Her brother, also a dwarf, was mistaken for Tyrion and beheaded by sailors, but she was set free when they realized she was a girl. The widow instructs Tyrion to take the Selisori Koran, a trading cog which is destined for Qarth by way of New Gis, but Benero has foretold that it will not reach this destination. She gives him a message to deliver to Daenerys from the slaves of Volantis. Tell her we are waiting. Tell her to come soon. Chapter 30. Dany begins every morning counting the enemy ships in her harbour. Today, she has counted roughly 25. She has an argument with her Admiral Grolio, advising her to attack the enemy fleet with dragons. Daenerys tells him to attack with ships, but he replies that she dismantled his ships, and all the timber within 20 leagues has been burned, so he can build no more. Hisdar has thus far had success in preventing further murders. She has had her betrothed followed, and Skarhaz Mokandik reports that Hisdar has visited 11 pyramids, and it has been 26 days since a murder has been attempted. He summarizes that he must be one of the sons of the Harpy, or else these others would not have listened to his words alone. Skarhaz asks that he may question Hisdar, but Dany will not let him, stating that she must trust Hisdar, or face open rebellion in the city. Skarhaz also advises her that the fleets in the blockade all have family members in Meereen, and that she should use them as hostages, a contemplation she also rejects. Barristan Selmy advises her that she has done a wise thing. Grey Worm meets with her next to tell her that the first refugees from Astapor are arriving in Meereen, and that Astapor is burning. Dany learns of the fall of Astapor, and that many inhabitants have contracted the bloody flux while under siege, with the survivors now fleeing towards Meereen. The survivors also say that they believed and waited every day for Daenerys to come and save them. She tells them that they will be safe in Meereen now. Dany is advised not to let the survivors and their illness into the city, and reminded again of Eroy, and of how sometimes those whom she tries to save end up worse off. There are further appeals to use the dragons, however they are followed with comments that they cannot be controlled right now, and even the Unsullied are afraid to go into the dragon pit to feed them. Dany says she cannot and will not unleash the dragons at this point in time. Ultimately, she decides not to let the Astapori into the city, and that they should have a separate camp outside the city until the flux passes. So Barristan appeals to her to take the battle to the enemy. She then reminds herself that a queen represents her people and not just her own person. She thus decides that she cannot have the Unsullied take the field, or else she would have to leave the brazen beasts alone to defend against the sons of the Harpy, which will not suffice. She then says that she must marry Hisdar for the good of the people. Okay, so that's it for A Feast for Dragons Part 1. we covered chapters 1 to 60 of A Feast for Crows and A Dance with Dragons combined. In part 2, we'll cover chapters 61 to 119 and the 11 leaked Winds of Winter sample chapters as well. In the meantime, please remember to try out our 30-day free trial of Audible and get 2 free credits using our promo code audibletrial.com/videobooks. The link is in the description. It's a great way to support this channel. Anyway, thanks again for watching. Also, when you get the chance, try out Fantasy Flights, a Game of Thrones board game, digital edition.